Ersan Bey başlayabiliriz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Çok değerli katılımcılarımız ve izleyiciler.
Distinguished participants and distinguished audience, first and foremost, we would like to apologize from all of you for this delay. We have a technical problem, but thanks to God, we have overcome this technical glitch. So together with you, we will initiate our international ASSAM Congress, which we have started as of 2011. And this year we have celebrated the 5th of it. As it is the tradition, we will open our Congress with a recital from Quran. And in the previous meetings and conferences, our professors from different regions have delivered the Quran recital. And this year, we will listen to one of our professors in Istanbul, which is the center of different civilization. And in order to benefit from the opening of Hagia Sophia Mosque, we will listen from the beautiful voice of the Imam of Hagia Sophia Mosque, the Quran recital. So right now, I would like to yield the floor to our professor, Ferhun.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم يفلحون ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل. إن الله نعم ما يعظكم به. إن الله كان سميعا بصيرا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وإلى أولي الأمر منكم. فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله والرسول إن كنتم تؤمنون بالله واليوم الآخر ذلك خير وأحسن تأويلا. صدق الله العظيم. الفاتحة.
Ayasofya Camii imamımız, kıymetli hocamız Ferruh Muşter hocamıza
We would like to thank Ferhun Muştuoğlu, the Imam of the Ayasofya Mosque, for this beautiful recital of Quran. Distinguished participants, as Necip Fazıl Kısakürek articulated, the man of action, Fatih Sultan Mehmet the Conqueror, after conquering the Istanbul, it has initiated the series of conquest of Islam, which will go all the way to the Vienna. Hagia Sophia is this bolt which has been screwed to the Islam. If this series of conquests couldn't come to fruition, it is due to the failures of the followers. Hagia Sophia finally has opened its doors to the mosques and to the believers. And I do believe that it is time to revive Islam, which has been revived with the conquest of Istanbul by Fatih. It is not only important to establish peace only in Turkey, but all around the world. And it will only be possible if the Islamic countries come to the fore, because the religion of Islam doesn't only care after his own believers, but the whole humanity. In the 123rd verses of the Quran, it has been stated that hold on to the rope of the God and do not be separated and divided. In the Islamic region, we always
Karabağ meselesinde görüldüğü gibi 10 yıllarca yıl beklese çözüm asla gelmeyecekti. Ne zaman ki iki İslam ülkesi el ele sırt sırta verdi, Batı'nın maşası Ermenistan Dağlık Karabağ'dan sökülüp atıldı. Nitekim Türk Devletler Topluluğu'nun kurulması son yüzyıldır Batı'nın sömürdüğü Afrika'ya dönülen yüzümüz, gelecek şahlanışımızın birer muştusu değil mi? Bakınız, bir tevafuktur ki kongremizle aynı tarihlere denk gelen ve Cumhurbaşkanlığımızın himayesinde gerçekleştirilen Türkiye-Afrika Ortaklık Zirvesi bunun
the
delilidir.
Turkish and African summit is an indication of that. We have initiated it in 2017, and we are organizing the 5th of International ASSAM Congress. And through this congresses, we have undertaken the role of the foreman. As a result, with the connection of African and Asian continent, with the great role of our participants, we have coined a new term of Asia-Africa. So we should see a very important reality. If we are not fighting shoulder to shoulder, we will not be able to solve the problems of the Islamic countries. So with this mentality and understanding in mind, hopefully the 5th ASSAM Congress will be very instrumental and beneficial for the identification of the problems and the challenges of the Islamic countries. And I'm very proud to present you the opening ceremony of this Congress. So in order to deliver the opening speech, I would like to yield the floor to our Adnan Tandiverdi, one of the ex-generals of our army. Thank you very much, Mr. Ersan. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate and the most merciful.
Vessalatu vesselamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmaîn. Afganistan, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri,
Afghanistan, America, Bangladesh, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Burkina Faso, Chad, East Turkestan, Morocco, Kashmir, TRNC, Libya, Malaysia, Egypt, Niger, Pakistan, Singapore, Thailand, Turkey, and from Jordan, we have participants who would like to deliver their speeches. I would like to say welcome to all of our participants, distinguished rector, distinguished head of the Islamic organizations, and valuable friends from Assam. I would like to greet you all with the most heartfelt sentiments and respect. I would like to thank Professor Ferruh, the Imam of Hagia Sophia, who honored us with his participation. I also would like to thank Professor Dr. Nevzat Tarhan. I also would like to thank Ali Kurt, the head of the Islamic organizations. Professor Dr. Mejid, I would like to extend my appreciation to him. Ali El-Karadai, Pakistan Defense Commission head. Said Musa.
Muzaffer Bey'e teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum.
I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all those participants. Welcome. You honored our Congress. You increased the meaning of our Congress. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our technical team who organized the technical infrastructure of our meeting.
Maliyeti ve uygulaması da daha kolay olduğu için
As a result, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we thought that it will be much more beneficial to organize our summit via online conference. We would like to thank Dumlupınar University, the Islamic World NGOs, and also the Association of Justice. I would like to thank all our professors who contributed to our Congress with their speeches, and I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the members of the media. Our Congress is a civil society initiative, and I would like to continue with my speech with the main titles, as you can see in my presentation.
Osman Bey.
Devam ediyorsun.
Evet. Ayrıldı, koptu mu acaba bir ara?
Hayır başkanım, buyurun devam edin lütfen.
Peki.
Please continue. Our Congress is a civil society initiative. I would like to continue to my speech with the title, as you can see in my presentation. The aim of this Congress is to understand the geopolitical importance of the Islamic geography, and I will be mentioning to the Congress declarations of the first, second, third, and fourth ASSAM International Congress. And as a result, we will try to identify the joint foreign policy initiatives of the ASSAM and Islamic countries. The main aim of Fifth International ASSAM Islamic Unity Congress is to serve to defining the legislation which will gather together all the entities of the Islamic world so that we can present a model for the Islamic countries. Our Congress will continue until 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we will analyze the foreign policy of the African continent, and at the same time, hopefully, we will be establishing a foreign policy based on the Confederation, and there will be 9 federal regions. As a result, the procedures of the foreign policy to be directed via those 9 regions will be established. Before proceeding with the main title of the Congress, let's assess the Islamic geography. As you know, 28 of those countries are in Asian continent, 27 of them are in African continent, and 4 of them are in the Latin American continent, the South American continent. Asia and Africa are the regions where the Islamic countries are predominantly located, and as a result, as an alternative geopolitical concept, the Eurasia, we define the Islamic geography as ASRIKA, combined of Asia and African continent, and this is the epicenter and core of the ASSAM studies. 61 of those countries in the whole world are comprised of the Muslims. 1.85 billion of the total global population is comprised of Muslims. And 150 million square kilometers of the whole territory is comprised of the Islamic countries. 55.5% of the global oil reserves belong to the Islamic countries, and Islamic countries have the 65% of the natural gas reserves and the 64.1% of the production. And with its civilization and historical knowledge, the Islamic countries should connect their endeavors and efforts. As a result, we will become about the power of the future. Despite their real potential, unfortunately, the Islamic countries are the countries to whose territories there has been the highest level of intervention. Terror and anarchy is never ceased to exist in those lands, and if human rights and freedoms are violated, the income distribution is unjust, the political, social, and economic instabilities are predominant in those lands, and in order to solve their internal problems, unfortunately, the Islamic countries are always asking for the help of other countries. Hopefully, this platform will be very instrumental in terms of establishing the unity among the Islamic countries. The states are founded for the justice, and the justice requires internal security. That's why the internal matters and problems should be managed and administered from inside. As a result, internal safety and security, justice, and defense against the foreign forces should be at the epicenter of a geography. In such a geography, it means that the state is fully fledged, established. With these thoughts in our mind, I would like to repeat the aim of the ASSAM Congress. In order for those Islamic countries to come together under the umbrella of a same aim, we would like to come up with a role model legislation, and that's why a series of congresses have been planned. Hopefully, 61 of those Islamic countries will get rid of the chaos that they are in right now, and they will turn this globe into a geography of peace. And it is only possible if they have the common will. By taking into consideration the main area of action of those countries, we have planned to organize the ASSAM congresses, which will continue as of 2021. And in those congresses, the joint foreign policy procedures will be defined. And in 2017, we try to identify the administration type organs and the legislation. In 2018, we have identified the reasons for economic cooperation. And this year, hopefully, we will define the common and joint foreign policy procedures. In the upcoming year, hopefully, we will identify the joint justice system procedures. And in 2020, hopefully, we will define the main indicators for the common safety and security. The first of those congresses have been organized in 23rd and 24th of November 2017. And academicians and participants from 28 countries have participated in this Congress, and they have delivered their presentations. And those presentations are for the establishment of the welfare in the Islamic countries and the management and the establishment of the peace, prevailing justice, and the revival of the Islamic countries were among the main topics. And African continent has been defined as the core geography, and we have stated that the Islamic countries should connect together under this same will and common will, so that the Islamic ministries would be established within their own administration. And we stated that there is a high need for the establishment of the Islamic countries Council of Representatives. And the Islamic countries' Council of Representatives, first and foremost, will find solutions to the internal conflicts in the Islamic countries. And this Council of Representatives will be working as an arbitration center. And its final aim will be able to establish the entities which will collect all those bodies under the same will. At the end of our first Congress, we have written a role model constitution, which is comprised of 61 pages. And this constitution, as a role model, was published in ASSAM website in 3 different languages. And this model, according to the constitution of ASRAM, the Confederation will be functional in 5 main areas: justice, defense industry, internal affairs, and foreign affairs. The Regional Islamic States Federation will be instrumental in 6 areas: custom, trade, economy, development, transportation and maritime activities, science and technology, culture, and tourism. And the nation states are also responsible in the following areas: education, energy, natural resources, forestry activities, social policies, finance, health, youth and sport, and environmental activities. Within the process of the Islamic countries' unity, we believe that it is essential to establish the Union of Islam, and this should be comprehended by the Islamic Ummah. This is the first prerequisite of the establishment of such a union. But its role model constitution, ASSAM, have drawn a roadmap for the realization of Islamic Union. And we believe that the Islamic countries can actually connect with each other under 4 main pillars. The competencies, the opportunities, the strengths, and the powers are being defined in the constitution, laws, and bylaws. And the Council of Representatives, comprised of 61 Islamic countries, should be established as soon as possible. As a second step, the Islamic Countries Confederation should be responsible for justice, safety, and security, and the foreign policy procedures should be identified. And as those studies are going on, the common will of the Islamic countries, which are closer to each other in terms of ethnicity and geography, should establish regional Islamic countries' parliaments, and those parliaments should turn into a confederation. The Regional Islamic Countries Confederation should be defined in 9 different geographies, taken into consideration their geographies and ethnicities, which you can see in this slide. There will be 12 countries in Middle East, 8 in Mid-Asia, 4 in East Asia, 4 in Southeast Asia, 6 in North Africa, 6 in East Africa, 9 in West Africa, 8 in Southwest Africa, and 4 of those states will be in Europe. And within this phase, the ASRIKA Islamic Countries Confederation will be established, under which there will be 9 regional confederations. And after the realization of those regional confederations, the federations should be established for each region, and those regions should be under the confederation.
Konfederasyonunun hiyerarşik bağlantısı tamamlanarak yansıda görüldüğü şekilde Afrika mihverindeki 61 İslam ülkesinin milli sınırları ve yapısı değişmeden etnik ve coğrafi yakınlıklarına göre 9 bölgesel federasyon ve bu bölgesel İslam federasyonların oluşturduğu konfederal bir yapı ile bir irade altında toplanarak İslam birliğinin teşekkülü sağlanması mümkün görülmektedir. 4. safhada ise hiyerarşik yapı tamamlandıktan sonra da merkezi müşterek irade İslam ülkeleri konfederasyonu meclisinde, bölgesel oluşların müşterek iradeleri de bölgesel İslam ülkeleri federasyon meclislerinde temsil edilmelidir. Meclislere bağlı icra organları oluşturulmalıdır. Merkezi ve bölgesel icra organlarının merkezlerinde adalet divanları ve adalet divanlarının kararlarının uygulanmasını sağlayacak ani müdahale kuvvetleri kurulmalıdır. Asayiş ve iç güvenliğin temini için teşkilatlanma yapılmalı. Dış güvenliğin sağlanması için savunma sanayi üretimi işbirliği oluşturulmalı ve savunma ittifakı organize edilmelidir. Ortak dış politikaların belirlenmesi ve uygulanması için teşkilatlanılmalı. Ekonomik işbirliği oluşturulmalı. İslam Ülkeleri Konfederasyonu ve Bölgesel İslam Ülkeleri Federasyonları için üye devletlerin adalet sistemleri üzerinde insan hakları ve ceza mahkemelerinden oluşan bağımsız yargı
And
sistemi
there should be the independent system should be established, and we can say that the Islamic Union can be established. We can say that as a result of the first ASSAM International Congress, this was the model that we did have.
Önemsediğimiz sonuçlar çıkan ikinci
And when we look at the second International Congress, I would like to mention this as a summary. And this Congress was conducted in the 1st and 2nd November 2018 with the Islam economy and economic systems with the main team. And there were 66 academicians, and they presented 57 presentations. And as a result of the Congress, in the final statements, in order for the Islamic countries to reach the welfare of the world and to have the economic independence, they should use the technology of the era and encouraging production based on the exchange of services and assets, and without any foreign exchange rate, which protects the capital and the labor, and this economic system was taken to be necessary. And for that, there should be the trade union, and there should be the joint market, and the monetary union should be established. And of course, that there should be a joint fund should be established in the states, and in Islam, and the Islamic Electronic Union could be ASRIKA dinar, can be used, and there could be the R&D used, and the common market, common manufacturing and R&D incentive funds should be established, and there should be joint investment funds, and also resource planning activities and R&D and innovation. There should be a common joint center, and there should be cooperatives, and Islamic systems should be ASRIKA, and BOFA can be established. And there should be the systems, and there should be the preferential trade systems should be there, and also there should be a strong political will, and these are all declared, and of course this was put for the use of the public from the second ASSAM International Congress. And when we look at the third Congress, I'd like to mention this as a summary. And this Congress was established in 19 to 20 December 2019. It's the procedures and principles of the Islamic Union, the defense industry. And in the Congress, from 10 countries, there were 45 academicians, and there were 44 presentations. And as a result of the Congress, and of course it's independence, and in the countries it is about the necessity of the weapons to be manufactured for this, and there is the Ministry of Defense Industry should be one of the 5 ministries, and there should be 9 subunits of this ministry. And regarding the defense industry, there should be the product and inventory, is the definition of the needs, and storage and distribution, innovation, modernization, and also the recovery, and it should be made by the Ministry of the Defense. And under the defense industry in the federations of the countries, there should be presidencies of the defense industry, and there, of course, there should be the establishment of the defense industry presidencies. And for the systems and regarding the manufacturing in the land, maritime, and air and air aviation, and cyber and electronic systems, the systems should be established, and in the main and sub contractors regions, there should be R&D standardization, certification, accreditation, codification, and also the repair and system maintenance repair system should be installed. And for the in these systems for the regional Islam federations and the nation states, at the high schools, vocational high schools, vocational high schools, and in the universities, and also in the departments, this should be there. And this statement is prepared and is used for the use of the world. And in the fourth Congress, I'd like to mention this Congress as a result and summary. And this Congress was conducted at the 12th of December 2020. It is the definition of the principles and procedures for Islamic Congress, and from 15 countries and from 31 academicians, 27 presentations were presented in a video conference. And as a final statement of the Congress, we can say that the system, the defense should be conducted by the center, and there are 5 countries, and with the ASRIKA Islamic Countries Confederation, and with the Ministry of Defense, with the General Command, and for the land, maritime, and air, and for the cyber and electronic command. And there are 9 regional federations, and in that there should be, and in the level of army, there should be a joint command should be established. And in the and when we look at the constitutions and draft constitution, in the Article 117, there's confederal presidency and confederal vice presidencies and regional federal presidencies. There will be the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of National Defense, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, General Command, and for the land and maritime and air, and for the joint ones, there should be the systems. This is designed as a system, and and when we look at the joint command systems and the systems, and for communication support elements, there are 36 armies, and in the maritime 3 fleets and 3 fleets and 3 commands, and in the air command 9 strategic, 9 tactical commands, and 9 fusion commands. And for the air, there is a radar commands, and for the cyber and electronic commands, there are 9 cyber security and 9 electronic 4 commands are all designed to be established. And for the joint commands, and for all these for land, air, maritime, and air, and the cyber and electronic commands, there will be 9 logistical support commands. And except for these, for each and every one of them, there will be the command of education, and for these, there will be the fleet and port command, and for the air aviation, there will be in 9 commands that should be established. And when we look at the joint commands, and when you look at institutions and organizations in all the federation geography, in each of them, there will be communication and communication support and communication service support comments, and there will and these of course this will be allocated to the joint action commands. In this statement, this statement is also published in the ASSAM website. After giving information about this, I'd like to talk about what our expectations are from the 5th International Congress. And this Congress is about the Islamic Union, the joint foreign policy, procedures, and the principles. And the main theme is ASRIKA Confederation. And the purpose of the Congress is that to have better relations with the neighbors and with the global powers, and also in the neighboring geographies, in the oceans and the internal seas, to protect the rights and interests, and to have the foreign policy, and to come up with the principles and procedures of this. Of course, when we look at, you can see the subjects of the presentations that the academicians are going to present in the 5th ASSAM International Congress. ASRIKA Islamic countries, geopolitical studies evaluation, globalization and their impacts on societies, and also and of course there's Islamophobia, the Turkestan issue and the policies, and in Kashmir issue and the policies to be followed, Afghanistan issue and the policies to be followed, for China, Silk Road projects and their effect on the Islamic geography, and the Middle East issue and the policies to be followed, the Libya issue and the policies to be followed, and also the global powers and their the policies, and also Turkish geography and their impact on the African countries. The other subject is that the organizations, that the competencies and in Islamic countries for the solution of the problems, and also the principles that are needed for the solution of the joint and exclusive problems of the Islamic countries. African Islamic, ASRIKA Islam countries Confederation foreign policy principles and the procedures, and also to come up with a model, ideal model for this. Our Congress will be made through an online video conference system that will be published that is published in Turkish, English and Arabic languages. There is simultaneous interpretation, and the presentation summaries are that are going to be published in the ASSAM website, and for that, for the final statements of the Congress, these will be sent to all the invited people and the participants, to all the decision makers, and that will be published in the ASSAM website. And following that, every year, and for 2020, there will be joint justice system, and for 2023, the joint order and security issues will be addressed, and as a result, at the end of 2023, there will be a model which will gather together all the Islamic countries in a certain model will be published. And of course, I would like to thank each and every one of you, and we would like to thank all the institutions and organizations, and I would like to greet you with due respect. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz saygıdeğer başkanım.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Inshallah,
Bu İslam Birliği modeli
the Islam Union model
hayata geçirilmesi
will be realized in the upcoming years,
zulme uğrayan mazlum
and for the Muslims that are victimized,
fırsat veriyor.
they will be addressed as well. From Kütahya, Dumlupınar University Rector, the stakeholder of our Congress,
Uysal hocam,
I'd like to give the floor to Kazım Buysal. He will have his greeting speech. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu ala seyyidina Muhammedin وعلى آله وصحبه ecmain. Alemi İslam'ın kurtuluşunu İttihad-ı
To the
İslam'da gayesi İttihad-ı İslam olan
savior of Islam, dear friends who have the objective of Islam, the fifth Islam. I would like to welcome you all to the fifth International ASSAM Congress, and I would like to salute everyone with the heartfelt sentiments, and I would like to thank Adnan Tanrıverdi and their friends who contributed to the organization of this Congress. Dear brothers, the Islamic establishment is only possible through the joint Islamic interaction, and the future of Islam the destiny of Islam is only possible through the future of Islam, and this is through the establishment of brotherhood, and Allah's help on us for establishment of Islamic brotherhood, and of course the only way for the salvation is through the Islam, and it's we have to and work in this regard for Islam, and for the materials philosophy actually made human beings in a very bad situation, and we can say that there is the loss in the meaning, and there is a materials philosophy, and it means that the strong is the rightful, and there is such an animalistic opinion, and this is of course that they take it themselves as Übermensch. However, that they look at the other races as similar to animals, and they treat it like this. For this reason, for the Islamic civilization, not only Islamic world, but all of the innocent people need that. And at this very stage, and in order for establishment of brotherhood and union of Islam, there are some certain issues that I believe very important. I'd like to touch upon them. First and foremost, most of the Muslims, they do not know the Allah that they believe. There is the mimicking iman that they have. When Muslims, they can understand the Allah in the real sense, then of course there will be salvation for them. And when Muslims, when they think that the existence of the world is a book of Allah, if they give it a touch importance to science, then there will be successful, and inshallah, and with the progress of the science, the realities of the Quran will be better understood, and of course there will be the system, and secondly the Islamic system, and the disease of this is unemployment. And this means actually this is a result of not knowing Allah in the real sense. It is such an iman that people have lost, given up their hopes on Allah, and of course from Allah they have given up on. How we know Him, and He treats us this way. As the iman is better and stronger, as Allah is known, Muslims will not be hopeless, and they will protect the İzzet-i İslamiye, and they will have this. Thirdly, İttihad-ı İslam and with İmai Kelimetullah, they are important in it. Depends on being strong economically, and the wars today are in the economic era, and people become enslaved in this regard. And of course, the fact that economic war is the Islamic Union can be there with working, and so there should be the use of the national words, and we need to have a mobilization. Thanks God that this awareness is raised, and that Islam would be better in this regard. And fourthly, there are the regional differences and enrichments, and these should be used for a fight for union. And Allah and He's giving different resources to different places is for people to get to know each other, and for this strengthening of the brotherhood ties and connections. And we have to act in Muradiye, and this is how we can have the Islamic Union. And at the last age, there are many problems, and these ties between the brothers is now are weaker, and the Islam cannot protect their assets, and there is such a monster. And of course, for this, we
Recording in
understand
progress.
that Islamic among the Islamic countries, there should be closer relations, and there are stronger trade relations. For example, the fifth is ASSAM International Congress and Turkish Africa. The partnership summit are the large events and organizations for this reason. And the fact that these events are conducted simultaneously is important as well. And we have the resources, we have a huge potential, we have the civilization which is rightful, and we have to understand it, and we should not be played by the colonists. And we have to attach importance to education. And within that scope, in the recent years, there is an increase of the foreign students in this regard, and I hope that this is important. And of course, thanks to God, Turkey is the top 10 country which attracts the foreign students. And in Turkey, there is a 300,000 foreign students in Turkey, and the majority of them they are from our the geography of art. For example, in my university, in Kütahya Dumlupınar University, there are 7,000 foreign students from approximately 100 countries. So I say 100 from 100 countries, there are 7,000 foreign origin students, and they are receiving their education here. Even if we are a bit late, we are doing fine, and hope, inshallah, there will be people, and Islam will be realized with the increase in the foreign students, number of foreign students. We are aware that we are working for the Islamic Union, and of course, the fact that the foreign students are encouraged to receive their education in our schools, along with the Mr. President and everyone. I'd like to thank everyone who contributed this reason. And the world is going through a very terminal period, and there are problems, and this might be the signs of a better labor. And do not have fear, because as Islamic arena, we are better in this regard, in the health, in the defense industry, in foreign relations, in many areas. So we are better than compared to past. So we have to work, and we have to assume what we have to assume, and of course, we have to work in this regard, and we have to establish the Islamic Union, and we have to remember that not only Muslims but everyone needs that. And for the Islamic countries, for the Islamic Union to be established, there needs to be the real happiness that will be brought by this. I hope you will have a good way. And I'd like to salute everyone with thousands of greets, and there will be the sun of the happiness, and the future is ours. I don't. It will be auspicious, and actually, I'd like to say Elhamdulillah to Allah. Thank you.
Kıymetli Kazım Hocam,
Kazım Bey, our rector from Kütahya University.
yine heyecanı ve İslam birliğini çok güzel
And he's going to talk about the Islamic Union. I hereby want to thank him for this very enthusiastic speaks and for those very beautiful sentences. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Kongrenin hayırlara vesile olmasını
I thank you too, and I hope that this will be a very auspicious Congress. Now we have another stakeholder,
Başkanımız
the head of ASTAR, Mr. Professor Dr. Nevzat Tarhan.
buyurun kıymetli.
I hereby invite him to talk.
Selamünaleyküm. Herkese
Selamun aleyküm.
hayırlı günler diliyorum Sayın Başkanım, değerli katılımcılar, bütün
I wish you a very warm welcome to every participant from almost 20 Islamic countries.
selam ediyorum. Hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Welcome to all of you.
Bu kongrelerin İslam Birliği yani medeniyet coğrafyamızda bir birlik
And I hope that those congresses are going to be held in order to establish a very proper Islamic Union. And I know that there are some very true obstacles, some barriers in here, and I want to say that there are some interior and exterior barriers. And I know that we are all talking about those kinds of barriers and obstacles, but without even being aware of those, I want to emphasize about the external powers who are preventing us to do our objectives. In psychology, we are referring to those as mind barriers. And we are sometimes calling them as psychological barriers, and they are affecting and disrupting the healthy thinking of the individuals. They are putting the individuals far away from their targets, or they can alterate the objectives of the individual. This is
olan neler var burada?
So what are the obstacles in the Islamic unions? In Turkish, we are saying that you need to put the needle first step in yourself in order to feel and in order to be able to empathize. So we need to do a self-evaluation and assessment. It's called as self-awareness. So what are those mind barriers? Back in 2000, there was a very famous psychologist, and they were talking about behavioral economy and about those baits, those traps, about the success of the press companies, the media companies, and what are their role. There have been studies made about the management of crises or about the psychological impacts of those mind traps. They published a book. So how can an intelligent person a person, an individual with such a great mind, how they can do so great mistakes. So there are some things I want to say, because I think that there is a very chaotic scene of the Islamic world, and in order to correct this, we need this mind correction in order to achieve the social improvement and in order to achieve the political improvement. So we need to leave behind our claims, and they are not acceptable. So if they were thinking politically, I'm going to be the Amir of the Mecca. I will hold the power in my hand, and after I will gain the power, I will make anyone a Muslim. So if in this scenario, the Islamic religion wouldn't be able to continue, because we had martyrs like Prophet Hassan. This is why they resisted. This is why there is purity in the Islamic religion, and we need to think how we can achieve that, and we need to achieve a union. This is what we need for the union of the Islamic. We need the union of the targets from Ottomans, from Seljuks, from Abbasids. They have been founded, and they started to collapse whenever they recessed from their targets. But we are
İttihat olmazsa
so
metodoloji
if there is not a union, there is not a union in the methodology. We need this union, this association for synchronity. So first of all, we need a union of the ideas. We need to gain the utmost power. Our main target and objective is to get the union. So there are some mind barriers and traps. In Western, there is a cost, and this trap, if you know, there was an example, the Concorde airplane, and there was a big investment, but the planes were very noisy and they disrupted the equilibrium at the airports. And the companies didn't step back, and they did this trap. And when one of the air flights, they dropped, because they were able to fly like 12 or 13 hours. And after that, there was a very big accident, and they step away from this project. And if there are so many greed and too much ambition, this is where you can find yourself. And secondly, there is a trap of collecting the proofs in a single way. It's like, I know this is for the persons who have a very high ego, and they are collecting the right proofs, the right information, and they are moving forward. They are continuing to do mistakes, and they are doing a big mistake. And behind of this is I know everything mentality. Sometimes there is the trap of having too much self-reliance. It's like, okay, there won't be any thieves in my house, and therefore the people are leaving their doors and stuff open. This is the trap of an excessive self-reliance. And you can see that this is a trap which is affecting the Islamic world. And there is a paternalism, a trap. My father knows trap. Those kind of individual, and there is also the innocent imam understanding. As you know, in 2016 there was a military coup, and after that there was Fethullah Gülen congregation community, and they were called as the innocent imam, and everybody was believing in them, and due to this belief many of members of community, they couldn't think by themselves. So this is one of the paternalism trap, and it's called a Middle East disease. It is still continuing, and it is the reason behind our foundation of many of terrorism organizations. So therefore, there is this thinking like I need to ask the Hoja, I need to ask this Imam, etc. This means to let your mind in the hands of others. Another trap is the power bias prejudice trap, and it's a trap of capitalism. It means that you need to have an economical power, military power, and if you don't have that, you won't have justice. Here, the power is divided into, the first of it is the military power, and there is the self-take power, the information, the knowledge, the dictate power, and the nations who own this power, because we are living in the information and tech power. And instead of capture this power, if we are going to continue with the physical power, I think that the Muslims need to put together the power of justice and to merge it with the soft power. This is what we need to do in order to achieve our objectives. This kind of concept is not okay, because if you don't have justice, you won't have a peace. And because the justice is not based on the power, this is a continue, and we need to turn back to this style in order to be able to achieve the Islam Union. We need to reach to ulama, and we need to take off those illnesses and diseases. But I think that how much the submission is very important, and this was something started with the MEVs and was continued still recently. But if we go like that, we'll be sharing those mistakes. And another trap is the will trap, the intent trap, is acting with the emotion that Allah will help you when whatever you are doing. And it is like a disease for the Muslim people. And is called like a Veer disease. And they are saying that the Muslims will be allowed, but they will be like the wastes around the river. And they are asking, how can we understand this sickness? You can understand it from two things. First of all, the world talks are increased, secularism. You can see a lot of secular wardrobe Muslims around. The world mind concept is a world sickness. And the Muslims start to fear of that. And they considering the world more important that the afterlife. So what is our conclusion in here? First of all, we need to listen to our heart. We need to listen to this pure power and belief in our heart, and the material powers, etc., should come secondly. And if we go straight, if we preserve our belief and our will be at the top of the mountain, and we'll see that our claim will be at the base of the mountain. We can see this a lot around families. We can see how families are divorcing, and we can see the ego fights. This is my money, this is your money, this is my family, this is your family. This is what we are trying to teach the people at the couples therapy. Family is like a ship, and for the God of the family, what should be my answer? The good and the interest of the family is most important than my own interest. So this is the interest of the Quran case. And it is more important than my own interest, my own benefit. Without having this transformation, we'll just be late and we won't achieve anything. And I can see this trap a lot. I can see these conspiracy theories. I can see the COVID pandemic about the vaccinated and unvaccinated people. There are a lot of conspiracies. And despite there are medical proofs and evidences, people don't want to get vaccinated. Those are very wrong approaches. And if you are going to ask people, what is the Islamic proof in here? What about the Ramadan, the starting of the Ramadan, and seeing the crescent, the new moon on the sky? What is the story behind this? It is said that instead of 1,000 people saying that they don't see it. I'm so sorry, Professor Nevzat. Okay, I'm going to finish my talk. In those situations, we need to take actions, and we need to merge the heart and the mind. And we need to merge our emotions and our mind, and we need to be aware of those mind traps. And I think that this solution is not me, but us. This is how we can put forward the ship of Islam. And the methodology that we are using is very important. It shouldn't be a method of hostility and pressure. It can't be done by force. Maybe this was something like that could be applied like 100 years ago, but it is wrong to continue under the power of a single person, individual. We need laws and rules. And thirdly, we shouldn't enforce our opinion on others because it leads to discussion, to fight, to lack of unity, lack of trust. And we need to consult. And in many prayers, we need to make the traditions live. We need to consult each other. And we don't need meetings in which people are just praying on each other. Those are against our beliefs. It's a total Mesopotamian culture, threatening persons, applying pressure on the individual is a Mesopotamian culture, and we need to transform this culture. And if we can do that, we'll achieve greater things. It's the same like the Ottoman Foundation, because in Anatolia we had the mind transformation back in 1200, and in 1300 you see how fruitful was the Ottoman Empire. We need to connect to treat our minds and our hearts, and don't worry, Allah will help us. Thank you very much for listening to me with patience. Thank you, dear professor, and I think you touch about something very important. You are talking about being together, being us, and we'll have the power of 4,444. Another stakeholder from our unity, the General Secretary, Mr. Ali Kurt.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillah ve salatu ve selamu ala Resulillah. Öncelikle Hazire muhabbetle selamlıyorum.
First of all, we are at the fifth International ASSAM Congress, and as the previous meetings, we are dealing with a very important topic. We are talking about foreign policy strategies. We know that we need each other. We need the Islamic geography together, and to improving a strategy. This is our current conjecture. If you remind, we were together at Kuala Lumpur at KL Summit, during the summit at the Kuala Lumpur. And we had the Islamic Cooperation Association. We have a very important strategic position. Unfortunately, we are not able to exercise our powers in here. We are working with Pakistan, Qatar, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Those all are very important leaders of the Islamic world. And those summit was very important in those terms. And I know that we are all obliged to organize this event. And they are consulting each other. And you can see that the Islamic world, almost in every part of the world, we are facing a lot of problems. And if we want to get rid of those issues, there is a single solution, and the solution means the union of the Islam. Of course, we have a very hot agenda, both for us and in every corner of the Islamic world, especially in Afghanistan. During the recent weeks, there have been a lot of hot developments. There was a conference, and today I can see that an important part of our participants today will also touch this topic. And Taliban, as you know, is on top in Afghanistan, and we need to help the injured parties. And as you know, in Afghanistan, they were continuing till 1973, and there was a 10 years occupancy of Russian Union. And we can see the appearance in here, the occupancy of the American powers. And during this 14 years period, there were a lot of changes of the regimes, a lot of occupancies, a lot of strikes, but the chaos never ended. But whenever we are looking at Afghanistan, we can see that they couldn't stick to any imperialist state, and even Russia had to stay back, and the America had to do the same. And as you can see in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria, only ruins remained because they are very awakened. They totally lost in there. And we need to support and to support a lot, I think, our colleagues and our friends which are in this geography. And we need to help them in order to build a sustainable environment. We need to take initiatives in there. Unfortunately, there is an ongoing insensibility, I can say, and we need to support our colleagues. And within the frame of these initiatives, there were like 4 or 5 states which came together at the Kuala Lumpur summit. And I want to draw attention one more time, and I hope that the Taliban management will be oppressed. And as Professor Nevzat, I'm so sorry, I can't interpret because there are other overlapping voices of the other participants. And we should be aware of this trait. And our prophet, as you already know, he told us back in 1400 that there will be a lot of enemies who will be looking at us. And in this geography, it is a very fruitful country. We have a lot of oil reserves. And I truly believe that we would be able to do our best because we have the love for this Muslim world. And today, aside of Afghanistan, we have the Palestinian and the East Turkestan issue. We have the China's world and their never-ending assimilation movements. In Kashmir also, I think that the United States, their Security Council, although they took the referendum decision, they couldn't apply it. They couldn't implement anything, any of their policies. We also are witnessing the issue in Yemen and in Iraq, and they aren't in a good situation. Please imagine the current table, the current picture. The issues in Lebanon are also very important. Every year we are organizing the youth conferences, and one of the participants told us, the kid, he told us that with the Anglo-Saxon politica in Thailand, there is a very mixed geography.
O genç diyordu ki bugün
And
bile
that
bizim ülkemizde
kid
korkar bir şeyden üzülür ağlarsa
said that if somebody is crying, their mother will say them, don't be afraid.
Osmanlı gelecek diye.
We hope that Ottomans, that Turks will come and rescue us. And at our meeting back in Sri Lanka, we were on an avenue and it was called Sultan Abdulhamid Avenue. And I was asking about the background story. And they were like, Sultan Abdulhamid heard that the people of Sri Lanka weren't able to go to Mecca. So let's imagine about this hope which reached to them. Let's imagine about the issues of those people who actually can't go to Mecca. Let's imagine of a sultan who enabled this for those people. And I truly believe that Turkey needs and has a very trust building attitude. And I think that our single way out in here for the Union of the Islam is to act together. The numbers, if you have a look at the numbers, if they are most valuable when we are together. If we stand together, we'll gain the blessing of the Allah and will be more powerful. And with this opportunity, I want to extend salutes to all of my colleagues for organizing this very successful event. And I truly hope that Allah will give us the power to do what we need to do in order to establish this union.
We would like to thank the General Secretary for this very nice speech. Distinguished participants, esteemed audience. So I would like to invite the last speaker, Pakistan Milli Savunma Commission Senator Sayed Müşahid Hüseyin. He is in a mission in Italy, in order to have the time. He wanted to speak earlier, and if he is connected, so from Karadağlı, I would like to give him the floor right now, if that is possible.
Yes, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. This is Senator Müşahid Hussain. A very warm greetings to the leadership of Assam, especially General Adnan, and a special salam to the famous intellectual and guru in Malaysia and the Muslim world, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, whom I've had the pleasure of knowing for the last almost quarter of a century. And the other friends from Pakistan, General Hashmat is here, Dr. Waqar is here, and thank you so much for inviting me. I'm currently visiting Rome, but I'm based in Islamabad. It's a pleasure to be talking to you. I'll be very brief in my comments, in my remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a very exciting period of history. There is a global transformation taking place. And I will first start with the changes that were evident in this year, which is coming to a close, the year 2021. Just now, Mr. Kurd made a reference to Afghanistan. I'll start with that because there have been some profound changes. The first change has been in Afghanistan that after 20 years of occupation, after 20 years of war, of 20 years of conflict, the consequences of which were faced by the people of Afghanistan and the people of Pakistan, because we are next door and we host 3.5 million Afghan refugees. The US military intervention, ended in a total defeat on 15th of August 2021. And this also marked the end of the so-called war on terror, which started after 9/11. And please see some of the figures. According to the American Brown University study, which was done in November last year, $6.5 trillion was spent by the United States in the so-called war on terror, leading to 900,000 deaths in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Yemen, in Somalia. And 37 million people were displaced, homeless, or they were migrants, or they have to leave their countries, their homes. And 324,000 bombs, missiles, and drones were dropped by the Americans in the Muslim countries in the last 20 years. But the result is very clear. And 15th of August 2021, when the Taliban took over Kabul, also marks, I think, the end of the so-called American century. There was talk of the American era. That era has come to an end. And I think Afghanistan has been a very major turning point in that regard. That's the first major focus I would like to say on 2021. The second major focus is that we talk of unity, and Assam has been focusing on that. I think the demonstration of the unity among Muslim countries, and this is a very concrete example, was by three countries: Pakistan, Turkey, and Azerbaijan, in the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh against Armenia, which is backed by the other countries. And there was a victory for the forces of Azerbaijan, backed by Turkey and Pakistan. And there was complete solidarity between these three countries. So this is a good example, the rise of what I call Muslim middle powers, countries like Turkey or Pakistan, or maybe in the future, Iran, or maybe Saudi Arabia or Indonesia. I think the core of that is what the Prime Minister of Turkey, Najmuddin Erbakan, had talked of in 1997, the D8, the developing country, which is basically Muslim countries, who could form the nucleus of the resurgence of the Muslim world, who have the political will, who have the vision, who have the strength, and who have the capacity to take stands on issues, whether it's Palestine, whether it's Kibris, whether it's Kashmir, whether it's Nagorno-Karabakh. I think that was also a very important development. The third major development we have seen just recently was the hosting by President Biden of the so-called Democracy Summit on 9th and 10th of December, which was actually part of a new divide, a new Cold War, because it has nothing to do with democracy. Pakistan was invited, but we declined to attend. And they were demonizing other countries. They were demonizing Turkey, they were demonizing China, they were demonizing Russia, they were demonizing Sri Lanka, other countries, because they are giving their own definition of democracy. Like India's Modi, who is a fascist and who is dividing Indian society on religious lines. He has been certified as a Democrat because it is for geopolitical reasons. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very important era where important decisions are being taken, and there are developments which see a change, a historic change in the global balance of economic and political power, away from the West to the East. The great poet of the East, who we consider a national poet, Dr. Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who was also popular in Turkey, popular in Iran, popular in the Arab world. He had mentioned in 1930s, almost 90 years ago, about He said, see the sun rising in the east, the resurgence of the Asian century. I think we are seeing the beginnings of that with the decline of the West, the decline of the United States, and the decline of Europe. So it is in this context that you are holding this conference and you're talking of unity and union in the Muslim countries. But we have major challenges. And please do not forget that the roots of the current conflict were laid 30 years ago, when soon after the end of the Cold War, the American scholar and intellectual, Professor Samuel Huntington from Harvard University, in 1991, talked of the clash of civilizations. And at that time, the Muslim countries were allies of the West against communism, against Soviet Union. But soon after the collapse of communism and the demise of the Soviet Union, they came out with this thesis of clash. It did not come from a Muslim madrasa. It did not come from any Muslim intellectual. It came from the West. And they said there will be a clash between the Western civilization, as they call it, and Islamic civilization. And then they also talked about the Chinese civilization. So you can see that how they were dividing the world on religious lines and also racial lines. So I think it's important that we in the Muslim countries also be very clear about the future. There is a big gap, a yawning chasm, if you will, between the Muslim elite, which is dependent on outside forces, which is based on extortion and also corruption and manipulation of the local people, and the Muslim street, the people. The gap between the people and the elite is very wide. And I think that has to be a very major concern. Secondly, we have to have collaboration and unity on the core areas which define us. And General Adnan, in his speech, mentioned about core areas. One of them, he mentioned national security and defense. And I'm chairman of the Defense Committee of the Pakistan Parliament. And I feel that defense cooperation between countries like Pakistan and Turkey and other Muslim countries, which have the capacity to develop their indigenous defense capability, is going to be very important for the future. It will lessen our dependence on the Western countries. And I think that is extremely important in terms of focusing on the future. And another element we have to focus is the Islamic diaspora. Because today, the West or Europe is no longer a Christian West. It's no longer a Christian Europe. There are 25 or 30 million Muslims living in Europe. There are members of parliament in Germany and Britain and other countries who are of Pakistan origin, Turkish origin. We have 27 parliamentarians in Western countries who are of Pakistan origin. You have Turkish origin members of the European Parliament. So the world is being transformed. In America, you have a Palestinian and a Somalian lady who are Muslims, who are members of the US Congress. So the world is being transformed. The Islamic diaspora is today a factor. But where we are losing out, ladies and gentlemen, is in the battle of ideas, in promoting our perspective, in battling fake news, in presenting our perspective on Islam, on the Muslim countries. Like Islamophobia now is a major factor on demonizing the Muslims. And you can see that even the entire war, Iraq war of 2003, was based on a falsehood, was based on a lie. So I think that it's important that think tanks, scholars, opinion leaders, especially the people who are present, this diverse and distinguished company, which I'm the honor of participating, and I can see on my screen today, they have to take the leadership intellectually and give the guidance to many of the governments, many of the political leaders, many of the ulama also, so that the battle of ideas can be fought and taken forward. And it is in this regard, I welcome the initiative of ASSAM. I welcome General Adnan's very positive views, and we feel that the time is now ripe to take this aspect forward. Because the shift in the balance of power is very clear. The West and America, I studied in America for 4 years. I was a student in Washington. The America I knew is no longer in existence. It's a different America. It's a divided America. It's a defeated America. It's a weakened West. So I think that the Muslim countries, now is the time to rise to the occasion, take the initiative, and take it forward. Finally, I would say, as a Pakistani, I'm very grateful to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the Turkish leadership. They have given always full support to the Kashmir cause. President Erdogan has always led strongly. And I remember when they had the a coup attempt in Turkey in July 2016, the FETÖ, the Gulenist coup. Pakistan was the first and only country. We had a parliament. I was a member of parliament. We sponsored a resolution of solidarity with the Turkish parliament. And then I led a delegation, all parties delegation from Pakistan. We visited Turkey in August 2016. We met President Erdogan. We went to the parliament also, which had been bombed during the coup attempt. And we expressed solidarity with Turkey. And similarly, now we have seen this solidarity between Pakistan and Turkey on Azerbaijan. We have seen it on Cyprus. We are having a conference of Islamic foreign ministers on Afghanistan in Islamabad today. And the foreign minister of Cyprus is also there as a special guest of Pakistan. So I think that the core of these countries can be the Muslim middle powers, countries like Pakistan and Turkey. And we hope that other countries now, maybe like Iran or Saudi Arabia, if they can look after their differences, and Indonesia and Nigeria, if they can be taken on board, we can take it forward. But the core should be what Prime Minister Najmuddin Arbakan had mentioned. And I was there in the D8 conference in 1997, in June 1997 in Istanbul. I was Minister for Information and Culture of Pakistan. And we took part in that D8 conference. But soon after that, Mr. Arbakan was removed in a soft coup of the Turkish military. But that was a long time ago. But we feel that the vision that was given about Muslim countries, developing countries, forging a common front on common interests with a common worldview and vision, that is relevant today, and that needs to be taken forward. I thank you for your patience, and thank you very much, General Adnan, and the leadership of ASSAM for inviting me. It is my pleasure, and I will be there, whether I am in Rome now. I'll be going to Pakistan next week, and I'm there to fully cooperate with ASSAM for our common goals. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Evet, Pakistan Milli Savunma Komisyonu Başkanı
Pakistan head of the National Defense Commission said, he touched on an important point. Turkey, Pakistan, and Azerbaijan, their togetherness could be used as a Turkish unity, and so we can say that how important our meeting is important, and Muslims have to work in this, and I believe that will be successful under the leadership of Turkey. Thank you very much for your mission in Italy in 2014 with Islamic countries, NGOs in a visit to Yemen. We have a speaker when the Muslims being slapped period starts, and he said that there will be a turmoil, and in 2016 the coup showed us that between the Muslims, the feeling of discord, this union increase, and I'd like to invite Sayyid Nesar now to the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين القائل واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم
In
على
one of the verses, Allah dictates that you should become brothers, and as you are the brothers, you are at the threshold of falling to the fire, but you should take your lessons from the verses of Allah, the Creator. You shouldn't be in disunion. You shouldn't be in conflict with each other, because there will be a huge grievance for them. Hazreti Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may blessings be upon them, because the fate of a Muslim is just like a strong and solid wall, and we are representing our unity as we are clenching our hands with each other. So it is dictated that Muslims are just like the parts of an organ. When one of the organ is in pain, and the rest of the organs of the body will be in pain as well. And that's how we should be as the Muslims. So I would like to thank Adnan Tanrıverdi, our ex-colonel. We would like to thank Mr. Tanrıverdi for organizing the 5th International ASSAM Islamic Union Congress. And the 5th International ASSAM Islamic Union Conference is taking place as of today. And we are organizing this Congress in order to define the common and joint foreign policies of the Islamic countries. And I would like to thank you for inviting me here. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation for you for gathering us here in order to come up with the joint foreign policy recommendations for the Islamic countries. Before this meeting, before this summit, we have held 4 previous summits, and may God help ASSAM succeed in its activities. I would like to thank you, and I wish that our summit will be proven beneficial, and hopefully I am supplicating to God that we will be able to realize the Islamic Union. As you know very well, one of the biggest challenges that we are facing as of today is the fact that we are living in a world where the great powers are prevailing. And of course, there are some people who are living without a faith, and there are some people who are waging wars and conflicts in order to resolve the problems. And through those wars, they will be weakened even further, and unfortunately, those common conflicts are not eradicated easily. Dear brothers and sisters, may God's blessings be upon all of you. And what concerns us the most during these days is the fact that we are lacking in terms of a role model which will enable us to establish the Islamic Union. Unfortunately, we are not able to come up with the main factors for establishing the Islamic Union. And unfortunately, we were not able to take the necessary step in order to establish the common foreign policy. Faith, Sharia, the Islamic law should be the common grounds where we should gather together. And in order to protect our geography and the common economic and political interest, unfortunately, we shouldn't accomplish what we have desired for. The Islamic countries couldn't come together within the framework of the common interests. And unfortunately, we are not clinching to each other in solidarity for the resolution of the common problems. If we would like to establish a common foreign policy, what we should be doing is to make reforms full-fledged within the framework of the Islamic Union, so that the Islamic Ummah and the nation will hopefully be enabled to realize its targets and dreams. And beyond that, the common interests of the Islamic Ummah will be protected, and therefore we will be able to reach out to a level of civilization that we have been desiring for. And hopefully we will be able to eradicate the threats, and we will be able to eradicate and get rid of all the challenges that the Islamic world is facing with. So what I do propose at this moment, first and foremost, the Convention of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation should be reformed, should be revised, and it should have a brand new form. And the name of this convention should be the Convention on the Realization of the Islamic Union, so that within the framework of such a title, the necessary reforms should be realized. The administrators of the Islamic world should come together, and in terms of the decision-making process, hopefully they should take their decisions in consultations with each other. The executions of the decision taken by the Islamic leaders is also very important. The policymakers and the decision-making mechanisms should be able to implement all those decisions taken, and they should be acting with highest level of seriousness. And at the same time, a council should be established. And in this council, Islamic Council, there should be representatives from different countries, from the parliaments of different countries, and those representatives should be chosen for this council. And after they are being elected for this council of representatives, just like the system in the European Parliament, we should also establish such a system for the Council of Representatives. Thirdly, we should establish a common economic and political Islamic system, so that among the countries within the Islamic Union, the trades and the economic transactions will be improved, and we should also put all the efforts and endeavors in order to improve the welfare of those countries. And sixth, we should come up with a common foreign policy. And regarding to the foreign policy matters, the consultations should be held, and there should be a common representative who would take the floor in order to speak on behalf of the Islamic countries in terms of the foreign policy, so that we should be able to connect with each other within the common interests of all the Islamic countries when it comes to the foreign policy matters. And likewise, we should establish a similar system for the safety, security, and military matters. And the common defense agreement should be also undersigned among the Islamic countries. There is one other important fact. Within the framework of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, the justice system, the common justice system should be founded, and those principles, then those legislations which will be deemed legitimate by the Union should be put into effect. And we should also found a fatwa council and at the same time fiqh commissions should be founded, and the consultations will be made with the scientists of those fields in order to correspond their fatwas. And this declaration of brotherhood and sisterhood among the Ummah is really important, so that this brotherhood and sisterhood will be declared to the whole world. So, dear brothers and sisters, there is no doubt that the Islamic brotherhood and sisterhood is one of the main principles of our religion. Allah dictates in Quran that all the believers, all the Muslims are brothers and sisters. And Muslims are each other's brothers and sisters as it is dictated. There is approximately 1.5 billion Muslims all around the world, and they do believe from the bottom of their hearts that they belong to one single ummah. And as a result, connecting and preserving the brotherhood and sisterhood among the Muslims is the ultimate goal, and as a result, the foreign policy should be based on this very important goal. Within the light of this foreign policy, by the way, our Ummah can look to the future with a greater hope, so that the unity and Islamic union all around the globe will be established. As I conclude my remarks, may God's blessings be upon you, and I would like to extend my gratitude and respect to each one of you. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Mr. Abdul Mejid Simbai. I mean, he delivered a wonderful speech. Item by item, he explained us what should be the common goal and foreign policy goal of the Islamic countries. So right now, I would like to yield the floor to one of our professors who accepted me as his student as well, Professor Dr. Ali Karadağ. I would like to invite him to the floor to deliver his opening speech. Yes, Professor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي بنعمته تتم الصالحات وبرحمته تتنزل الخيرات والبركات وبتوفيقه تتحقق المقاصد والغايات والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة لجميع الكائنات وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع هداه بهدى وثبات أصحاب السعادة والفضيلة إخوتي الكرام أخواتي الكريمات أحييكم جميعا بتحية طيبة مباركة السلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته.
I would like to greet you all with the most beautiful words. May God's blessings be upon you. I'm very happy and honored to be together with you. It is a great joy for me to be present in this privileged audience, and at the same time, I would like to thank our ex-Colonel Adnan Tanrıverdi and his assistants and his team for this nice and beautiful organization. I would like to thank them. May God's be blessings upon them. May God bestow
الكلمات
the most
النيرة
beautiful
من
things in the
إخواني
world for
الكرام
this wonderful
وأنا
organization.
أقف
I
معهم
have listened
وأثني
to all
على
the
ما
speeches
تفضلوا
with all
من
my
المقترحات
ears, and the presentations
وأؤكد
were
بصورة
wonderful by our
خاصة
brothers and
على
sisters, and
ضرورة
I am so
العمل
pleased from their presentation, and
للعمل
I
بجميع
totally agree with the
المقترحات
previous
التي
speakers.
ذكرها فضيلة العلامة الشيخ الزنداني حفظه الله.
As it is stated by
الفضيلة
our
والسعادة.
brothers and sisters,
لا يخفى
I
على
also would
حضراتكم
like to state that I
أن
totally
الإسلام
agree with what the previous
يقيم
speaker has
هذه
stated so far.
المسائل
Dear brothers and
على
sisters, there is
مجموعة
one
من
reality which is known
الموازين
by every one of
الدقيقة.
us.
لأن الله سبحانه وتعالى أنزل مع
Islam
الكتاب الميزان وأنزلنا معهم
is
الكتاب
dictating
والميزان
us to act in
فلذلك
balance
فرق الإسلام
because
بين ميزان
God
العبادات
enabled us to act in
الذي
balance.
يقوم على
So as
النصوص
a result,
والتوقف وبين ميزان السياسات التي تقوم على
Islam is
المبادئ
also
ومع ذلك على
founded on the
المصالح.
scales of
فضرورة
praying,
الفصل
and Islam
والاهتمام
is also
بهذه
founded on
الموازين
the
في
well-being of
غاية
the whole
من
humanity.
الأهمية.
So
وقد
protecting those
وجدنا أن
balances
الحبيب
and
المصطفى صلى الله
protecting
عليه
this
وسلم
balance is really important.
حينما
Our
كان
prophet,
يعمل
Hazrat Muhammad
بالسياسة
sallallahu alayhi wa
كان
sallam,
يختلف
as
حينما
he
يعمل
was
بجانب
implementing
التعبد المحض.
politics,
فهناك أمور تقتضيها السياسة
he stated that he
ولكنها
is
لا
acting
تخرج
differently
أبدا
as he
عن
was praying
المبادئ
and as he
الأساسية.
was doing
ولذلك
politics.
أشير
Sometimes the
إشارة
politics can lead
موجزة
us to act
إلى
differently,
السياسة
but again,
الخارجية
even when we
في
are
عهد
dealing with the
الرسول صلى
politics,
الله
we
عليه
shouldn't
وسلم
lose and sacrifice
وبخاصة
from
في
our
المدينة
Islamic
المنورة
principles. I very
حيث
briefly
انطلق
would like
الرسول
to
صلى
speak
الله
about the
عليه وسلم
politics during
من
his
قوة
time. Our Prophet,
الداخل
Hazrat Muhammad
والخارج
sallallahu alayhi wa
ومن
sallam,
قوة المؤمنين والتركيز على الأسس والإصلاح للخلل
says that
على مستوى
based on
العقدي
the
والمستوى
strength of
الفكري
the
والمستوى
Muslims,
الإنساني
we
لتكوين
can
أمة
overcome
متكاملة
all
في
the
الداخل.
challenges,
ثم
humanitarian
مع ذلك مع
challenges, and that was
تكوين
the
هذه الأمة
initiation
وتقويتها
point of his
وجعلها
journey,
فعلا
and
جسدا
he
واحدا
actually
أولى
put effort
عنايته
in order to
القصوى
strengthen this
بالذين
ummah and turning
يعيشون
this ummah
داخل
into one
الدولة
single body.
الإسلامية لتقوية الجبهة الداخلية. وهنا
All
جاءت
his efforts
وثيقة المدينة
were for
التي
the
تتكون
strengthening
من
of the
52
internal affairs. That's why
مادة
the
علمية
Medina
نستطيع أن نسميها
speech
دستورا
has
أول
come up
دستور
with, and it
ينشأ
was
على
comprised
مستوى
of
العالم.
52
خصص 27 منها لليهود
articles, and this is
والوثنيين
actually the
ما
first
لهم من
Islamic
حقوق
law,
وما
actually.
عليهم من واجب.
And even the
فهذا
rights
حقيقة
of
مهم
the
جدا. أي
Jewish
دولة
people, and
إسلامية
at the same
لابد
time the
أن
non-believers
تقوم
were
بتقوية
defined in this
الداخل
law, in this
بجميع
constitution.
إن كانوا
So
مسلمين
if the
فبتقوية
Islamic
العقيدة
country is first
والفكر
and
والتصورات
foremost
وإن كان غير
strengthen the
مسلمين
Muslims
وهذا موجود
living in
لابد أن
their
يكون
countries,
هناك حقيقة
then
تواصل
we can be
حتى
successful
لا
and we can
تخترق
set
الجبهة
foot in this journey.
الداخلية.
And we
بعد
should
ذلك
always be in
انطلق الرسول صلى
correspondence
الله
with
عليه
the
وسلم
non-Muslims, and we should
مباشرة
make sure
وللمرحلة
that
الثانية
our
توطيد
internal
العلاقة مع المحيط القريب
matters and
والبعيد
the
من
internal
خلال
front should
الصلح
be
كما لا
strengthened.
يخفى على
This is the
حضراتكم
first thing that
صلح
we are
الحديبية
supposed to do.
مع
First
قريش
and foremost, we
ثم
should
الصلح
correspond
مع
with the
بقية
Muslims,
القبائل
and then we will
ثم بعد
correspond
ذلك
with the
بدأ الرسول
others.
صلى الله عليه
Then
وسلم يقدم
the peace
مبادرات
agreement, for
على
example,
مستوى
was
العالم
undersigned with the Qurayshi
لأن
tribe
هذه
and with the
الرسالة
other
رسالة
tribes, and
عالمية.
only after
فأرسل
then our
رسائل في
prophet has
غاية
started
من
to
الروعة
correspond with the rest of
والجمال
the world, because the message he
والرحمة
was
والعزة
conveying was
إلى
a message
الملوك
conveyed to the whole humanity. It
والإمبراطوريات
was
السائدة في
carrying
عصره
the
كما لا يخفى على
welfare,
حضراتكم.
peace,
ومع
prosperity,
ذلك
and the knowledge of
حقيقة
our Creator. And
أظهر
our
الإسلام
prophet
أو
has
أظهر
sent
الرسول صلى الله
letters
عليه
to
وسلم
kings and
في
sultans of
تعامله وفي
those
رسائله
years.
الحرية
In
والمرونة.
all his messages and
ومن هنا
letters that he
نستطيع أن
has
نقول
conveyed, he
أنه
has
أن
underlined the
الإسلام
importance
قسم
of
العالم في في
freedom
وقته
and
إلى ثلاثة
independence.
عوامل.
And based
عالم
on his
الإسلامي
messages,
كما قلت
the Islam
والداخلي
was
كما
divided into
قلت
three
اليهود
worlds: the
والذين
Islamic
يعيشون
world, or what we
ثم
say
بعد
as
ذلك
the
هذا كله داخل
internal
عالم واحد وهو
geography,
العالم
the
الداخلي.
Jewish people
انطلق
and the non-believers who
قسم
were
الخارج
living
إلى
inside
قسمين.
of the Islamic world,
عالم
and
الذي فيه
the
مشتركات
outer
كثيرة
world
في
was
ذلك
divided
الوقت
into
مثل
two
النصارى
geography as
في
well.
دولة
One of
الرومان.
them is
ومن هنا أبدى الإسلام
the
نوعا
world of the
من المرونة
Christians in
والمحبة نحو
Rome, and
ذلك، ويظهر ذلك من خلال
Islam back then was
غلبت الروم
showing
في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد
love
غلبهم
to
سيغلبون.
non-Muslims, and we
ثم
can see
العالم
that in the
الثاني الخارجي
verses
هو
of
العالم
Rome. You
الذي
can see the
يختلف
details
تماما
of this
معنا
love and
ويعادينا في الفكر.
compassion shown to the
وهنا جاء
non-Muslims.
الإسلام
And there
بمبدأ
is another
عظيم جدا
world
من
which
الناحية
is
الفكرية،
our
ثم انطلق
enemies.
الإسلام أو انطلقت السياسة الخارجية من هذا المبدأ الفكري وهو ما يسمى
The
عالم
foreign policy has
المشتركات
been
من
developed
خلال
from the
السعي
outer world where our enemies lived.
للبحث عن الحقيقة. عالم السعي للبحث عن الحقيقة.
In order to
وهذا
seek
كل
out the
إنسان
truth, in order
مفطور
to reach
على
to
أنه
the
يسعى
reality,
للحقيقة.
there
وهنا
were
تأتي
the
هذه
ones
الآية
living in this
الكريمة
world
حتى
putting some
لا
effort,
تترك
because at
أحدا
the
في
end of the
العالمين
day,
إلا
everyone is
وهو
trying to
داخل
seek out
في
for
هذه
the
السياسة.
truth.
وإنا نحن المسلمين أو إياكم أيها الملحدون أيها المشركون أيها الوثنيون أيها وإنا أو إياكم على هدى
Muslims
أو
and
في
there
ضلال
were
مبين.
the
هنا لم يحكي
non-believers.
القرآن رغم أن
So in a
المسلمين
nutshell, we are
يعتقدون
either
تماما
reaching
بأنهم
to
على حق
prosperity
وأن
and
هؤلاء على
well-being, or
باطل،
we are in
ولكن
treason
الإسلام
with the
أراد أن
real
يجر رجلهم
religion. The
إلى ساحة
Islam knows the
الحوار
rest
من
of
خلال البحث
the
عن الحقيقة.
non-Muslims,
تعالوا
non-believers, that
عن
they are in
الحقيقة.
vanity
ومن
and
هنا جاء
superstition,
هذا
but
الأسلوب
Islam
الرائع
was
يقول
making a
قل
call,
لا
an
تسألون
invitation to
عما
those
أجرمنا.
non-believers to seek out the
وهذا
truth.
الحرص الشديد
So that
جدا
was such a
على
beautiful
أن تصل
discourse
الرسالة
was
إلى
used when
العالم
we
بأي
were
وسيلة من الوسائل،
making such
وأن
calls, and we
يظهر
were
جمال
saying to
الإسلام
them that you
للجميع.
will
ولا
not be
تسألون
kept
عما أجرمنا
responsible for the
ولا
mistakes that
نسأل
we have
عما
been doing.
تعملون.
This was
بهذه
the message
العوالم
conveyed
الثلاثة
by
حقيقة
Islam. So
استطاع
this beautiful
الإسلام أن
messages of
يوصل
Islam
رسالته
was
المقبولة إلى
conveyed back
العالم، إن
then,
قبل أو لم
and
يقبلوا.
this
ثم بعد ذلك أيها
message was
الإخوة الأحبة في
corresponded to the
سياستنا
whole world.
الخارجية
Of course, there were some who
وضع
accepted
الإسلام
it, and there
مجموعة
were
كبيرة
ones
من
who didn't
المبادئ.
accept it.
اليوم
So, dear
هذه
brothers and
المبادئ
sisters,
بصراحة
Islam
مبادئ
has
الإسلامية
put
تفوق
forward many
ما
principles
أقرتها
and values,
الأمم
Islamic
المتحدة.
principles and values.
من أهم
And
هذه المبادئ الأساسية ليس عندنا شيء اسمه الازدواجية في
the
التعامل.
principles and the values of the Islam is much more superior to the United Nations principles and values. First of all, we are never opting for the double standards.
وأي شخص على الحق لا ينظر إلى
An
دينه
individual
ولا ينظر
is
إلى
cruel
عقيدته
and
إذا
oppressor, we
كان
will
لم
condemn
يكن
him
ظالما
no matter what,
ولذلك هنا
and we will
أكد
never
القرآن على
discriminate
ذلك
based on
ولا
their
يجرمنكم
religion or
شنآن
ethnicity. If
قوم
there is a
على
cruel
أن لا
and
تعدلوا
oppressor, then we
اعدلوا
will
هو
condemn
أقرب
them.
للتقوى حتى مع الغضب وحتى مع
It
الحرب.
doesn't matter
العدل
from
كما
which
قال
tribe
علماؤنا
and
المبدأ
nation
الذي
they
لا
are
يجوز
dictating, that, but
أن
this
يخصص
tribe
ليس
shouldn't
له
lead
تخصيص.
you to
كل
injustice.
معظم
You should
المبادئ
never
الإسلامية
give up
لها تخصيص إلا مبدأ
from
العدل.
justice, no matter what is
ولذلك
the
نزلت
case.
في سورة النساء ولا
Implement and
تكن
execute what is
للخائنين
right
خصيما
and just.
12
In the
آية
surah, in
لإنصاف
the verses
يهودي
of
حينما
Nisa,
أراد
in the
بعض
12th
الناس أن
verses,
يتهموه
it
بالسرقة
is
وهو كان بريئا.
dictated
انظر إلى
that
هذه العظمة
you
التي
should
لابد أن تصل عنها.
be
ثم
acting
بعد
and
هذه
treating the Jewish
العدالة
people with
الشاملة التي اليوم
compassion, it
نفتقدها.
says.
اليوم عالم الغربي
And can you
بصراحة والعالم
imagine there
الشرقي
were
وحتى
12
العالم الإسلامي
verses
الذي هو
only
بعيد
for showing
ولا أتكلم عن
compassion
كل
and
الدول
justice
الذي
to
هو
the
بعيد عن
non-Muslims?
الإسلام
But when we take a
حقيقة
look to
قائم
the
على
whole
الازدواجية
Western
على
world,
المصالح المادية بالذات.
we see that
الناس
the ones
يعبدون
who are
المادة
far away
فقط
from Islam is
ولذلك يغضون
implementing
الطرف
double
عن
standards,
الظلم
and they
وعن
are only after
العدوان
their
وعن
material
حرق الناس في
interests. They
الميادين
overlook to
وعما
the
يحدث في
oppression
عالمنا
that is
لأن
going on. They
مصالحهم
burn
المادية
people and
والاقتصادية
they
ماشية،
led
فلا
to
بد
teardrops
حقيقة
and
أن
bloodshed
يكون لنا
because
صوت
they
في هذا
are putting
الجانب.
their
ومن
material and
هنا حقيقة
economic
جاء
interest
مبدأ
to the
الأخوة
fore of their
الإنسانية
policy. So
التي
if we
ركز
can
عليها
speak with
الإسلام
a
في
louder
السياسة
voice,
الخارجية. بعد ذلك يأتي
then
حقيقة الوفاء بالعهود
I do
والمعاهدات
believe that the
واحترامها
Islamic
حتى وصلت
brotherhood
إلى
and sisterhood will
هذا
be
الاحترام.
established.
وصل
So we
أنه جاء
should be
شخصان
acting
رجلان
in
إلى النبي
the
صلى الله عليه
principle of
وسلم
pacta
في
sunt
غزوة
servanda.
البدر.
So when it comes
وهذان
to
الشخصان
the
كانا
our
قد مرا
prophet,
بجيش قريش
how he
وأخذوا
sees
منهما
the
العهد
war. Let's
أن
take
لا
a look at
يشتركا
that.
مع الرسول صلى
This
الله عليه وسلم. والرسول كما
person
لا يخفى عليكم العدد معه قليل،
was in the
أحوج ما يكون
Qurayshi
إلى شخص أو
army
شخصين.
and they
فإذا يقول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قل لا
had the
حاجة لنا
authority
بكما
to undersign an
قوما
agreement,
بالوفاء
and
بعهودكما.
our prophet
وهذا
was in need
لا
of a
يوجد في أي
powerful
أين
ally.
مكان. هنا مصر
And
قدم المبدأ على
these two
المصلحة.
people said
كذلك
to our
نصرة
prophet
الضعفاء.
that we
أنا
would
أقرأ
not
لكم
support
الآن
you,
نصا
and our prophet
رائعا جدا
said that
جدا
you should
لم
keep
تصل
to
إليه
your
الأمم
words, and
المتحدة فيما
although
يسمى
he
بالقانون
is
الدولي الإنساني
in
وقانون
need of
اللاجئين.
this
وهذا النص
ally.
للإمام الكبير محمد بن حسن
When we
الشيباني
take a look to the
في السير
international
الصحيح.
conventions
ماذا
and the
يقول؟ يقول
conventions
لو
on the refugees and
لو لجأ
humanitarian
إلينا
rights, unfortunately, the
محارب
agreements and the
وأعطيناه
commitments
الأمان
arising out of those
ثم
agreements
طلبته
are
دولته
violated and not kept.
فلا يجوز للدولة
Whenever
الإسلامية
a
أن
warrior
تسلم هذا
is
اللاجئ إلى
taken
هذه الدولة.
hostage, or
فقال تلامذته يا
whenever
إمام لو أن هذه الدولة
a
أن ظروف
refugee
الدولة الإسلامية
is
ليست مناسبة
seeking refuge
وهذه الدولة تعلن الحرب علينا،
in
قال
our
ولو
country,
دخلت الدولة
they are
الإسلامية
giving
في الحرب
orders that we should
لأن
not
الله قال
repatriate them.
حتى ثم
So even if an
أبلغه
Islamic country is
مأمنة.
waging
وإن
a
أحد
war,
من
God
أحد
says
من
that
المشركين
God
استجارك
dictates that
فأجره حتى
you
يسمع
should
كلام
protect
الله
your
ثم
self-confidence,
أبلغه مأمنة.
even if
يجب
one
أن
of those
هذا لا يوجد اليوم. هذا
non-believers
المصالح
are seeking
لا أريد
refuge in
حقيقة
your
ندخل
lands.
في
You
التفاصيل
should
المبادئ.
protect them until
أنتقل
the day that
مباشرة
they
إلى
are
عالمنا اليوم.
accepting
أنا
the
تكلمت
true
عن
words of
التفاصيل
Allah.
بصورة موجزة
Unfortunately,
جدا،
those values and principles
واليوم
are
أتكلم
violated by the
بدقائق
West.
محدودة
So
جدا.
I took a
اليوم
look to the
الأمور
past
مختلفة.
of Islam within my
اليوم عالم
limited
الإسلامي
time.
داخليا
I also would
يمكن
like
أن
to
يقسم
state
مع
that the
الأسف
Islamic
الشديد
world that we
إلى
are living in
عالم
right now is totally
يعني
different.
مؤيد وعالم محايد وعالم معتدل
There
داخل العالم
are
الإسلامي.
who
فهنا حقيقة
are
تأتي
neutral to Islamic
أننا
world. There are the
نحتاج إلى
supporters of the
ورشة
Islamic
عمل.
world.
إذا سمح
Unfortunately,
لي
there is a
سعادة
huge
الرئيس أن
discrepancy
نعمل
and
ورشة
disparity
عمل
in the Islamic
خاصة
world.
في
So
كيفية
if
التعامل في
our
ظل
moderator,
هذه الدول
our chair
الإسلامية
accepts it,
المتناقضة
we can organize a
المتباعدة
workshop about
إلى
this
آخره.
topic.
ولذلك أنا
So we
أعتقد
can organize
الذي
a
نستطيع
workshop
أن
in
نفعله
which we
بالإضافة
will
للمقترحات التي
discuss
قدمها وكنت
matters
سبحان الله قد
about the
قدمت
countries
عددا
who
منها
are
لكنني لا
divided
أكررها ما
among each
تفضل به
other, so
فضيلة
we can
الشيخ
find ways to unite those countries. I
السنداني.
have
أنا أريد
presented
أن
many
أتكلم في هذا
proposals, but
المجال
as
الآن
Abdul
عن
Majid Zahedani
حقيقة
mentioned
إن
already,
أمكن
I
لنا
don't find any
مساعدة
necessity to repeat them.
والتيسير.
But there is
عندنا
one
خطة
striking point that
استراتيجية
I would like
وعندنا
to
خطة مرحلية. الخطة
attract your
الاستراتيجية
attention to.
لإصلاح
We
السياسة
should come
الخارجية
up with a
للعالم
strategic
الإسلامي
plan,
بصراحة
and
ولا أخفي ذلك هي إصلاح النظام السياسي
if we
نفسه
are going to
وإصلاح النظام
realize the
التعليمي
Islamic
نفسه.
Union,
الغرب حينما
we
بدأ
should
كيف نجحوا
organize and regulate
أصلحوا
the
أنظمتهم
education
السياسية.
system and
أنظمتهم
our
السياسية
politics.
تعبر
We
عن
should
الشعوب.
make
أنظمتنا
reforms in
السياسية
those
نحن في
systems.
معظم العالم الإسلامي
Our
والحمد لله هناك دول
the political
مباركة لكن
regimes
في
are the
معظم العالم
reflections of our
الإسلامي لا
nations,
تمثل
and
الشعوب
thanks to God,
تمثل
we
مصالح
have
الكرسي فقط.
very
ولذلك فيها
important
الفساد وفيها
countries
البيع
in
وفيه
the
شغل إلى
Islamic
آخره.
geography, but
إذا هذا
unfortunately
إصلاح
there
النظام
are
السياسي، إصلاح النظام
corruption,
التعليمي،
there is
إصلاح النظام
oppression,
الاجتهادي
and
أيضا
there are
في الجانب
many
الديني.
regimes
أما
which
الخطة
are not
المرحلية أنا أقول
reflecting and
علينا
representing
خاصة
their
في هذه
nations. As a
الجمعية أن
result,
نبحث
we should
عما يمكن أن
develop our
المشتركات داخل
politics, we should
عالمنا
reform
الإسلامي.
our
داخل
politics and
عالمنا الإسلامي أنا
economies
أعتقد
so
المشتركات
that it will
الأساسية
be
هي
in
قضية
line
الجوانب
with the
السياسية
jurisprudence
والجوانب
and judicial
الأمنية.
opinions.
هذه هاتان
So the political
القضيتان
matters and
هي
the matters
الأساس مع
regarding to safety and security is really important. So those topics should be the epicenter for the further reforms. And
مدروسة كما درست في أوروبا، سوق أوروبا المشتركة، أن ننطلق منها بإذن الله
As there is
تعالى.
a common
ولكنه
European
لابد بالأخير
market,
أيها
we
الأخوة
should
الأحبة
also
أنا
come up with
أحييكم ولا
the
أريد أن أطيل،
ways so that we
أحييكم
can
على هذا
realize a
المؤتمر،
common Islamic
ولكن إن
market
شاء
as
الله
well.
كما
I don't
قلت
want to
لابد
extend
أن
my speech
تتفرع من
any
هذا المؤتمر
further.
بعض
I would like
ورش
to thank you
العمل
for inviting
لدراسة
us to
بعض
this
هذه
beautiful
الجزئيات
Congress, to
لتكون
this wonderful
الخطة
summit.
المرحلية
Hopefully,
جاهزة
we
لنا
will
في
establish
تعاملنا مع
workshops
أنفسنا
and
داخل
we will
العالم
have a
الإسلامي،
chance
وكذلك
to
في تعاملنا
come
مع
up with
العالم
our
الخارجي
roadmaps
الذي
for
لا
the
يزال هو
further
على
steps to be
نوعين، إما
taken, and
محايد
we will
آسف
find
إما
ways how we will correspond
متعاون
with
إلى
the
حد
Islamic
ما، أو
world
أنها
and the
معتدين، أو
rest of the
أنها
world, and
كما
we
لم
will
تختلف هذه
define
الأمور،
our
والذي
policies
اختلف هو داخلنا.
accordingly.
وإن شاء
As I
الله نحن
have
كلنا
just
أمل بأن
articulated, we
العاقبة
will act
للمسلمين
in the
للمتقين،
aforesaid
وأن
manners, and we
العاقبة
all
لهذا
do
الدين
believe
مهما أوذي أهل
at the
هذا
end of
الدين
the
فإن
day, the
هذا الدين
prosperity and
سينتصر
the
بإذن الله.
well-being will
فبارك الله
be
فيكم
upon those
والسلام
who
عليكم
believe
ورحمة
in
الله
Allah. It
وبركاته.
doesn't matter how much we are oppressed, one day we will triumph. May God's blessings be upon you.
Çok sağ olun kıymetli hocam. Ocak ayının ilk haftası
The first week of January, hopefully, we will come together in order to organize this workshop. Hopefully, we will be in correspondence with you. This working group, hopefully, will be organized. You should have no doubt that we will hopefully organize this workshop of the working group. So our opening speeches have come to an end. From now on, we will listen to the speeches of our participants from 20 different countries. There will be the speakers from the academy and also the NGOs. We will continue with them. Our first session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Atilla Batur from Kütahya Dumlupınar University. So I would like to yield the floor to him. I greet you all with respect.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum başkanım. ASSAM Yönetim
Thank you
Kurulu
very
Başkanı
much, distinguished chairperson Adnan Tanrıverdi Paşam, ASSAM chairperson, directors, their general secretaries, the senator of Pakistan, head of the defense, from different parts of the world, everyone who are there, I'd like to salute you with respect. I would like to welcome you all to the 5th ASSAM International Congress. And I hope that this Congress will be auspicious from Cenab Allah, and I hope that there will be good results from that. We will start this session, and for the opening speech, I would like to invite Samda Muzaffer from Malaysia, just for the opening speech. Shamda Muzaffer will talk about the real problems that Islamic countries are having. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Buyurun, hoş geldiniz.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Shall I begin?
Buyurun, buyurun lütfen.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To the distinguished participants, guests of this 5th summit, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be with you. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers for this invitation. I'm honored and privileged to be part of this summit. I hope that the views that I share would be of some use, and it would provide a basis for discussion at this summit and at other meetings. Friends, what I've done with this keynote address is to approach my topic from 3 dimensions. Number 1, I look at the question of unity and disunity in the Muslim world right through history in a very brief manner. And then I look at the Malaysian example of a country which has witnessed both unity and disunity. And in the third and last segment, I reflect upon what I regard as a real challenge facing us. Is it a question of unity, or is the real issue something else? The first segment of my presentation, the situation of unity and disunity right through history. Total, complete unity of the Ummah has been a dream for a very long while, but it has been an elusive dream, a dream which we have not been able to translate into reality. Have you ever had total, complete unity within the Ummah? This is what we should ask. Even during the time of our Prophet, though there was unity and solidarity amongst a certain segment of the Arab population, there were individuals and groups who were not in support of the Prophet. Imagine, they were not in support of the last of the prophets. They were not in support of a human being who has been rightly described as the greatest human being that ever lived. But he could not forge complete, total, comprehensive unity. There were groups, there were individuals, misled, misguided, no doubt, but they were not with him. After the Prophet's time, during the period of the righteous caliphs, the Khulafa Rashidin, during that period, Muslims thought that they had achieved unity. But if you look at the reality, this is not so. There were factions and there were divisions. It is significant that 3 of the 4 righteous caliphs were assassinated, which is a reflection of the disunity and the friction that existed. This is a reality that we must acknowledge. After the righteous caliphs, the long history of Islam, Muslim societies emerged in different parts of the world, from Spain right through North Africa, West Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, on to the Pacific. millions and millions of people embraced Islam. But if you look at the various Muslim dynasties, states, and empires, there were very few occasions when there was total unity. There were divisions, dichotomies. There were periods when groups fought one another, slaughtered one another. In other words, disagreement and conflict was also part of our history. These are recorded, and we know that these tragedies happened. Even if you look at a Muslim leader who succeeded in uniting a lot of the Arab groups, the feuding groups, he succeeded in bringing them together to expel the Crusaders from Jerusalem and other parts of the Muslim world. There was a high degree of unity, it's true. This is under Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, known in the West as Saladin. We know that in 1187, he managed to reconquer Jerusalem, which had become part of the Muslim world during the period of the second Caliph, Umar ibn Khattab. But even Salahuddin, while he brought so many groups together and forged unity, he had people who opposed him and groups that were not prepared to go along with him. Salahuddin al-Ayyubi's unity, better than most other instances, did not last very long. Factions, divisions reemerged. And we've had terrible feuds even after Salahuddin's period. And this has gone on in the Muslim world. It became very bad during the colonial period when we were divided, and in some instances we were pitted one against the other, and the Muslim world faced different directions. Our spiritual qiblat was still the same, but politically our qiblats were determined by Western powers during the long colonial period. After colonialism, we talked about unity, but we never really achieved unity. We tried to come together after what had happened to Masjid al-Aqsa, set up what was known as the Organization of Islamic Conference, hoping that the Muslim world would overcome its divisions and become strong again. But that did not happen. The divisions continued, the dichotomies, the splits, they were there. In fact, Muslim countries fought one another, even after the Organization of Islamic Countries was established, like in the case of the war between Iraq and Iran, and other feuds that took place in the Muslim world. Some did not lead to war, but nonetheless, there were deep divisions and there was a great deal of unhappiness within the Muslim world. So this has remained our reality. I want us to keep this in mind whenever we talk about unity, that there is a reality that we cannot ignore. But let us also remember this, friends, that even though we did not have political unity, even though we did not forge the sort of solidarity that we yearned for, the fact is Islamic civilization progressed. Islamic civilization grew by leaps and bounds. It expanded. It covered a huge part of the world. In spite of the disunities and the feuding dynasties and so on, expansion took place in terms of numbers, in terms of population. The Muslim world became stronger and stronger in spite of our lack of unity. We achieved great progress in the sciences. There was a time, perhaps between the 9th and 14th centuries in the Western calendar, that the Muslim world was at the forefront of science. As someone once observed, that if there was an attempt to give out Nobel Prizes at that time in the sciences, and nearly every winner would have been a Muslim. That was the situation. Islam's tremendous progress in the sciences. And in almost every area of civilization, from cuisine to architecture, from music to great achievements in agriculture, commerce, trade, even in the realm of politics, establishing institutions such as the cabinet, establishing institutions which were new to the world at that time. We managed very well. In other words, the lack of political unity did not mean the lack of progress. We progressed. We had great achievements. Political unity was not a precondition for progress. Islamic civilization at its zenith, during the time of the great caliphs, the periods when you had the Abbasid caliphs, the Umayyad caliphs, and so on, there was no total unity, but we achieved tremendous success. As I said a while ago, in the sciences, medicine, in astronomy, in everything that you can think of. We produced Ibn Haytham, the father of optics, without whose discoveries we would not have had many of the things that are part of modern science. We achieved all that. So let's remember this. The lack of political unity was not a barrier to our success in various fields. So that's the background we must understand. Of course, political unity is desirable. It's one of the reasons why, I suppose, we were conquered and defeated by the colonial powers, one of the reasons. But our progress took place nonetheless in different fields of endeavor. With that as the backdrop, let me look at my own country, the second element of the discussion, meaning by which I want to look at Malaysia as a Muslim majority country which has experienced unity and disunity. Malaysia is a small country in the Muslim world, 32 million people. 60% of them are Muslims, 40% non-Muslims of different backgrounds. We have non-Muslims in Malaysia, Confucianists, Buddhists, Taoists, Christians, Hindus, and so on. but the majority is Muslim, Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and the vast majority belong to the Shafi'i mazhab. That's the situation. And if you look at the question of unity, there's been a great deal of unity within this Muslim community. 60% of the population, a great deal of unity. Why do I say that? Because while we have had politics, and politics produces divisions, and we have had opposition parties and ruling parties and so on, the vast majority of Muslims, since independence until 2018, supported one Muslim majority party, the vast majority of them. In other words, most of them were united in political terms behind the flag of one political party. There was an opposition party, a party describing itself as an Islamic party, which never had overwhelming support. It had a small percentage of the Muslim population behind it. But the vast majority were members of a party known as the United Malays National Organization, all Malays being Muslims. And that party ruled successfully in many ways from 1957 to 2018, almost 61 years. Why was it able to forge that high degree of unity, meaning by which people were united behind a single banner, a single political banner? There are many reasons. Among them, the fact that something like 35% of the population, now it has declined to about 23%, came from a community, the Chinese community, which was economically more successful than the Muslim community. And the Muslim community, even though it had political power, always perceived the Chinese minority, because of its economic situation, as a threat, as a challenge. This was one of the reasons why the Muslims displayed a high degree of unity. They maintained political unity because they were conscious of the fact that economically they were weaker than this community, economically successful in many ways. So that explains that high degree of unity among the Muslims in facing what they perceived, rightly or wrongly, as a challenge from the Chinese minority. There were other factors. They were able to unite because the country was well endowed with resources, natural resources, and the Muslims were part of that, together with the non-Muslims, as far as these resources were concerned. The Muslims were the majority in the administrative sector, and the administrative sector was quite successful. You compare Malaysia to, say, a country like Pakistan. At the time of Pakistan's independence in 1947, it did not have a strong administrative sector because Pakistan was the product of the division of India. And its administrative structure had been weakened in the process. But Malaysia, we had a fairly good administrative structure dominated by Muslims, and it was a successful administrative structure. We also were lucky to have political leadership that by and large delivered the goods, the political leadership. They cared for the people, they produced results. To give you just a couple of examples, at the time of independence in 1957, 64% of the Muslim population lived below the poverty line. But today, if you look at the situation, only 5% of the Muslim population lives below the poverty line. So there's been a major transformation in the country. If you look at the Muslim population at the time of independence, less than 3-4% of the population, or less than 3 or 4% of the professions were made up of Muslims: doctors, lawyers, engineers, architects, and so on. Only about 3 or 4% on the average. There were more Malay lawyers than Malays in other professions, but generally, even amongst lawyers, it was a small percentage. But today, more than 40% of the professional community as a whole are made up of Muslims, are made up of Malays and Muslims. A very big change. And this is partly because the political elite has been able to deliver. The administrative elite has been able to deliver. They worked hard, they've organized well, they've implemented many of their goals. They've done very well. So this is that phase of our history where we had unity, and we did well. We did well, not simply because of the unity that we had, we did well because of the other factors that I mentioned: administration, politics, the economy, and the rest. But things changed in 2018. Why? Because the elite that had done well failed to realize that its base was eroding, that its political base was eroding, it was getting weaker and weaker. And the reason for that was because the elite who had been in power as politicians and administrators who had done well, they had, over the last 20 to 25 years, lost their bearings. They had lost their vision. They became more and more interested in themselves, not in the people. Corruption became serious, nepotism became serious. Segments of the population were neglected. The gap between rich and poor grew wider and wider. And sad to say, the zeal, the dynamism of an earlier period was lost. By the late 80s, 90s, the disease was getting more and more serious. It was like a cancer. It had penetrated the body politic. From 2008, its support base weakened, popularity began to decline. It lost its 2/3 majority in parliament. Our political system is parliamentary. It's based upon the British parliamentary system. We lost the 2/3 majority, the ruling coalition. 5 years later, in 2013, it lost more support, became even weaker. And then in the 2018 election, it was defeated. So this is what had happened. And here we have to reflect, because it applies to so many other countries in the Muslim world and so many other countries all over the world. A powerful, united, solid, ruling coalition, a political coalition that was so successful, eventually lost its support because of corruption, because of its neglect of the people, because they became so engrossed in themselves and their own interests. They enriched themselves at the expense of the people, and the people turned against them. The point I'm making, dear friends, is that this is what has happened in so many other parts of the Muslim world and in many other parts of the world, everywhere. It is when you become corrupt, when you lose your mission, when you're no longer committed to an overriding goal, you become selfish, greedy, you look after your own families and friends rather than the people who put you up in power. When that happens, eventually you lose support. And this is the fate of a number of Muslim countries, where the rulers have become unpopular, and in the end, they just depend upon raw power to remain in power. The people turn against them, which is why I've argued in my written presentation that our main problem in the Muslim world is not the lack of unity. Our main problem is the way we've succumbed to greed and corruption. That is our problem. The way we have succumbed to greed and corruption. And as a result, we have become divided. As a result, we have lost our focus, and we are no longer able to serve the larger interests of our nations. This is the lesson we should draw from our recent history all over the world, that it's so important to remain totally committed, to remain devoted to your cause. If we become weaker and others are able to knock us out, if we become weaker and at some points we even lose control of our country, it is partly because of our own weakness. Of course, there are all sorts of forces that work against us, we know that. There are imperialistic forces, there are forces of hegemony that seek to control us, that deliberately divide us. All that contributes, but no hegemonic force can succeed if we are honest, if we are determined to hold on to our values. Islamic values, universal values, values of justice, very important. If you're determined to hold on to the well-being of the people, you will not be defeated. Time and again, we have lost out, not just in modern times, even in the past, because of its weaknesses. How did Al-Andalus fall? Andalusia, internal weaknesses, paved the way for external dominance. How did the Mughal Empire collapse? Again, internal differences, brought about by greed and selfishness. Rulers just looking after themselves, enjoying themselves at the expense of the people. A great empire, that's how it fell. And this is true of all the dynasties that we know in Muslim history. It is true of an earlier empire in my part of the world, the Malacca Empire. It fell because of internal divisions brought about by greed and corruption. They neglected the real goals of governance. They ignored the interests of the people. They forgot the people's suffering. Well, this is what we have to keep in mind, friends. That the real challenge facing us today in the Muslim world is, put it very simply and bluntly, is restoring our integrity. We have to restore our integrity. We have to be brave enough to say that this is why we are failed. We build huge palaces for ourselves. We embellish our lifestyles. we ignore the people, we become greedy and corrupt. So integrity is the most important challenge facing us all over the Muslim world. Hold on to the right values. Be simple, be honest, be truthful, remain committed to the interests of the people, and we'll be safe. Not only will we be safe, the Ummah will be safe for generations to come. Look at Muslim history, as our great history teacher taught us, a man by the name of Abdul Rahman ibn Khaldun, who lived in parts of North Africa centuries ago, 1332 to 1406. That was the time of his life. And this great teacher, historian, scholar, judge, Ibn Khaldun told us that at the beginning, one has good values and you rise. Your people prosper. But when you become decadent, you lose those values, you decline. That is the story of every empire in history, not just Muslim empires, mind you. All empires. If you look at the Persian Empire before Islam, if you look at the Romans, if you look at the Greeks, you look at the British, you look at the whole lot of them, decline is due to decadence, to their love for luxury and wealth and the easy life, the ease with which they forget the true values of living, what is really important in life. And that is the eternal message of the Quran. The Quran is very clear in this. You have to hold on to those values. Every civilization, every generation, every community, every group of people. And if we can remember that, we will be able to succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sayın Profesör Doktor Şanlı Muzaffer Bey'e çok çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok önemli tespitlerde bulundular.
For his speech. Thank you very much for those very nice determination and his opinion on the union of the Islamic world. He had some very important thoughts. And I think that at the basis of this union concept, especially in the Malaysian example, in terms of how we can establish the union, dear professor, you have forwarded us a very important message, and I truly hope that we'll be able to retouch this subject again. We are 30 minutes late, and I know that there are a lot of things to be said, but I will let them to the end because I want to immediately start our first panel. At this session, we have 5 statements, 5 speeches, and we have 10 minutes for each speaker in total. And I hereby kindly ask the speakers to remain within the time limits. We have Mr. Asef for the opening. Welcome, Mr. Asef.
Asef Bey buyurun. Süreniz 10 dakika.
Asef, Mr. Asef, you have 10 minutes.
Değerli hocalarım, değerli konuşmacılar, değerli katılımcılara herkese selamlarımı, saygılarımı sunmaktayım.
Esteemed professors, I hereby extend my salutes to all of you. My presentation was according to 20 minutes, but I think that it has been changed. And another point is that we as the Muslim people, we are always talking about the plans and program, but we are in controversy with the execution. We are talking about the rights of the people, but we can't put this into execution. I don't want to talk too much, actually. There was a presentation, and I want to share this presentation with you right now. Okay, I'm waiting for the presentation to be shared on the screen.
Bunu teknik açısından daha önce teknik arkadaşlar ayarlaması gerekiyordu. Şu anda
I
bulamıyorum.
think that there was a technical issue. So I'm obliged to continue with my presentation without being able to share my paper.
Şimdi Afganistan'a ilk önce ben böyle başlayayım. Şu anda İslam alemi maalesef
Currently, and unfortunately, we are living the worst period of the Islam world. You can see Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, and we are in a very bad place. There is no need to fool ourselves in terms of politics, in terms of benefit, of interest, of the level of the life. We are in a very bad position. The civilization of the Islam should be questioned. And we need to question the states. You can see that the situation in Afghanistan is quite critical. Currently, you can see the regional issues, the poverty in Afghanistan, in Iran and Syria. They are not playing a constructive role. There are a lot of issues with the neighbor countries. Afghanistan is governed currently by the extremist groups, and I think that they are not promising anything good. Afghanistan during the history had played a very important role And starting from Iskender Mahmuni to Moğolistan, to Britain, to UK, they were fighted and they were convinced. And lastly, United States, America, due to those problems, they left Afghanistan, and now we have countries such Russia, Iran, and we are trying to fill them in this gap. Geopolitically talking, in terms of Afghanistan, the military and the goods from the western to eastern, there are a lot of movements, and Afghanistan was a very good route for the transport of the goods. In our day, Afghanistan is more than a corridor, is an Asian intersection. There are some very historic maps. I would wanted you to see the Silk Way, the Silk Road, the Alexandria Way, the Mughal ways, but unfortunately, we don't have time. Geostrategically talking, these geopolitical and geostrategical position is imposing a greater risk for Afghanistan. The first thing to say is the Iran issue. And you know that currently Afghanistan there is a big disturbance. Mr. Asef, I'm so sorry. Is your statement on your desktop? Yes, it is on my desktop, but I'm not able to share it. Maybe you can share it with Mr. Osman, because the maps that you are talking about are very important. I'm so sorry. I actually don't know how to send the maps, and I can't share it. Mr. Osman, can we interfere? Okay, let's send it via WhatsApp, if possible. We'll be very glad if we'll be able to send your map. Okay, let me try to send it. So, where I remained, it's a great trip for Afghanistan. Back in 1947, in Pakistan left the Greater India, and they actually come out as an independent stand. But this agreement, this contract, the thing that they did with the India was actually based back in 1853, and we have this personality, Uren, who basically and literally drew a line between the two countries. And we called this line the Dioran line, and the pact, the agreement which was in here, was dated to 100 years back. So after the time, the period of this line expired, this means that the region belonged to Afghanistan. And the governments in Afghanistan were always after this line. They tried to gain power in there. And therefore, and unfortunately, never and ever they were able to set forth a peaceful environment in Afghanistan. We never ever could witness the peace environment in Afghanistan. Was there any good or having that? No, I don't think so. And the states who are not embracing this geography, they try to gain the lands, the borders of Pakistan. And internationally speaking, those lands are belonging to Pakistan. And in my truly opinion, this is the reason behind of all the bad things. And secondly, we have the Hashbanistan cause, and they are talking from Peshawar to Kovar. And we are talking about 60 millions of people who are residents in here. And they are like, okay, we need to save those lands for us. And we need to create these Pashtunistan lands. And whenever they are talking about this issue, the other nationalities, the other ethnicities who are living locally in the background, they are sent back, they are kept back, they are ignored. So this is why never and ever the national mind was put together, came together in Afghanistan during the times of Zahir Shah in Afghanistan. The Bursi, they were in Khyber Pakhtun governance, and they did that only due to the issue of Pashtunistan. And I truly believe that as long as we are not able to solve out those kinds of situations, this geostrategical and political location of Afghanistan will lead to nothing but problems. It doesn't matter if it was back in times of Ashrafi or nowadays. We need to embrace this geography. And if we don't do that, the other nuclear powers won't leave Afghanistan alone. And they didn't do that. Nowadays, due to the poverty in Afghanistan, they are selling their babies. How can one talk about the union of the Islam? We should really feel the shame, but we don't. We have a lot of associations, meetings, people talking about good ideas, talking about how much good and greater we are doing. Are we doing that? What about our governors? What about the governors, the rulers of the Saudi Arabia? And we can really say that we are not okay in Afghanistan. In Pashtunistan, if they can't solve the problem, this problem, there won't be any peace for Afghanistan. We have the India and the Pakistan issue, and there was always a war between them. The integrity of the lands, and they want to solve their problems in terms of Afghanistan. They want to deal with everything in terms of Afghanistan. So you can see the current status of the people of Afghanistan. We have Pakistan, we have India, we have their supporters, and they are attracting them, and they are putting a lot of controversy between the people. And on the other hand, I'm just generally talking because I know that I have a time restrict. We have the USA and China issue. So Americans, what they did, they came to this beautiful country, and they thought that being in there, ruling in there, they will be able to take over the China, the Iran, and they thought that they will have the support of the Pakistani people and they will rule over the entire region, having Russia, having the Middle Asian country. in there, and having them supporting Taliban, as a result, we can see how the Americans had to draw back from Afghanistan. So yeah, we can talk about the poverty, the extremism. Everything is their heritage, is what they left behind. Nowadays, they are saying that we are doing this and this for democracy, for the human rights. But I mean, nobody is anymore believing in those slogans. Another thing that I want to point out on the geopolitics of Afghanistan, dealing with this issue in those terms, we can say that during the entire history, Afghanistan really set a role from west to east. There was this transport line because the Afghanistan was like a bridge from Middle Asia to South Asia. The military forces, the goods, everything was passing down through this route. And the South Asia was one of the poorest countries in terms of energy, but the other countries, and I'm speaking in terms of electricity, natural gas, etc., they are very rich countries. Since the 80s, the big cartels, the oil cartels, the gas cartels, whatever cartels they are, they had this thought that we can transfer the excess reserves from the South Asia to the Middle Asia, and we can do this through international waters and have all of those reserves in Europe, and therefore we won't need Russia anymore. And secondly, if we can do that, we can protect and enrich our interests. We can actually steal their resources. This concept, this ideology was something set back in the 80s, but after that, during the 90s, before having Taliban taking over the power, the Unicode Corporation, an American corporation, they were like, okay, I'm going to do this and that. But at this point, because there was a lack of political continuity in Afghanistan, there was this leader from Uzbekistan, Malek Khan. And at the beginning of the 90s, it was a very interesting personality. And he was on TV last year. And he was like, the Unicode Corporation brought us to States in 93. And we had the CIA agents and the Secretary of the Foreign Affairs, and they brought us in there. They brought Mr. Abdul Malik from Uzbek, from Tajiks. They brought us and they said us that we want the reserves from Middle Asia to come to us through Afghanistan. Can you assure the security of those lines? No, you can't do that. But they say that, no, we can do that. But when Taliban gained power, the very same company this time went to Taliban to ask for this. And according to Abdul Malik, because there are different communities which are powerful in Afghanistan, which are governing the regions, and after that Taliban came, and after that we can see how those companies started to gain power in the region. I mean, this transfer of energy is very important. Currently, Professor Asef, can you sum up, please? We have the HAF project in Turkmenistan from Pakistan is actually a natural gas line, and also we have Hasabin is also another electricity transfer project. So who are the parties who are not liking this project? The first of those countries is Russia. And why is this? It is because Russia had always the advantage of the natural gas and oil. And whenever they are encountering an issue with Europe, they are closing the lines and they are using it as an advantage. So therefore, Russia doesn't like this project at all. Secondly, we have Iran, because they know the lack of energy in the South Asia. They designed this natural gas line with the India and Pakistan, and they had really great plans, which unfortunately couldn't be achieved. Another issue is the Rare Soil Association. It was something established back in 2010, and Americans were like, there is more than 1 trillion mines in Afghanistan, and they were talking about lithium. And as you all know, lithium is very important, especially for the electrical cars, aircrafts, etc. So because currently we are putting so much importance on the electrical cars, we know that we need lithium. So let's put all of those issues aside. We have the east of Iran, and they need water in there. And we have the north of Iran. Afghanis came and they were like, we want to use that. And the Iran was disturbed. They were like, you are using this water issue as a political issue. And therefore, as a result, Iran is acting very softly against Taliban nowadays. Therefore, the geopolitical and economical policies should be adapted, and Uzbekistan and Iran, all of them are supporting Taliban, and the Pakistan, they are the creators of Taliban. And meanwhile, the interest, the benefit of the Afghani people was never secured, was never taken into account, and will never be taken into account from now on. We need a really big national governance and dominance in Afghanistan. We need a national mindset in order to secure the interests and benefits of the Afghani people. And as long as we are not able to do that, we can't speak about peace, about improved life conditions, about saving of this nation. And Pakistan, due to the Iran issue, we have the water, energy, lithium, the mines, etc., blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about a lot of resources which lead into these huge chaos and controversy in the region. And there are some polarizations. We have Chinese supporters, and you all know that there is a lot of investments, especially in the water port of China in Afghanistan. We are talking about a 25 years agreement with Iran. And I hope that we'll leave all of those chats and will pass to execution as the milestone, as the basis of the Islamic world. I truly believe that we'll be able to do something. Thank you very much for this valuable presentation. Our heart breaks with the current situation in Afghanistan, and I can truly see how your heart is bleeding due to the situation in there. And this reveals the huge importance of this Islamic Union and the Congress, and we need to act as soon as possible. And I'm pretty much sure that if we would be able to do different in the past, today we would be at a total different point. Let's not lose our hope, and as the promise of the Islamic world, I truly believe that we'll achieve our mission. We'll be talking today about all of this, and talking is very important. We can determine our weaknesses and the deficiencies. And I hope that being together, we'll be able to wipe all the tears in those geography. Thank you very much for your speech.
Distinguished audience, our second speaker was Sahar Zeki Kabel, but we would like to apologize from her. We would like to continue with Oğuzhan Akyener because our professor has another important meeting to attend. So if she permits, we would like to continue with Oğuzhan Akyener first, and then we will give the floor to our other professor, Sahar Zeki Kabel. But first, we will listen to Oğuzhan Akyener. Professor Oğuzhan, could you please stick to your time limitation? We will be more than happy. So I have 11 minutes left. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this conference. I would like to thank the participants. There are participants from all around the world, and we are very pleased. So I wonder whether you can see my presentation at the moment. Yes, we can see your presentation. Let me start immediately then. I mean, Mr. Asaf made a presentation on the perspective of China and United States of America. We are really sad what is going on in Afghanistan because the Afghani people are suffering from poverty and hunger. And frankly speaking, United States of America didn't lose anything from Afghanistan. And this is a new step that the United States of America has taken within its new foreign policy. But let me briefly speak about the energy perspective, and all the policies that we have been following in the region is quite consistent, and our policies should be consistent so that we can design policies for the long term. So the real problem in Afghanistan is not the energy transit or the energy resources or any energy pipeline or 33 billion cubic meters of gas supply. Russia is not concerned with that. Let me briefly speak about a very important fact. There is a climate change going on, and there is a new brand new Cold War going on between Russia and the United States of America. And the climate change is at the epicenter of all those fights, and the new order is trying to be shaped within the framework of the climate change. As we know, the greenhouse gas emissions are the most important reasons for the climate change, and the carbon emissions are playing a very important part. We are facing with a lot of natural disasters due to the climate change. You see the carbon dioxide emission rates here. Climate change is a reality, and the whole Islamic world is feeling it. And some of the countries inside of the Islamic world is feeling it as well. In the previous Congress, the risk potential of certain Islamic countries are very high. And there would be certain Islamic countries who would feel the worst of the climate change. First and foremost, we should get rid of our coal resources, but there is an ongoing process which is filled with if. First and foremost, we should reduce the fossil fuels, and as a result, the industry will be affected by that. And we should really see that the carbon dioxide emissions are increasing, especially during the electric production. We are coming up with the long-term policies, but we have to change a lot of balances and factors. As the international community, the policies implemented by the advanced countries are not just, and they are not addressing every country. But on the other hand, there is another reality. It is not all about I am releasing much more carbon dioxide or you are doing much more carbon dioxide emissions. Okay, climate change is something that we have to fight against as a whole humanity, but why now it already all of a sudden became an international argument? In terms of the GDP and in terms of the energy consumption, China is already superseding the United States of America, and China is at the level of competing with the United States of America. So there is right now a brand new Cold War. And from 2000 to 2020, United States of America has established an hegemonic order in which United States has intervened all around the world, and this policy has been supported by the military. Trump was saying that we will withdraw our troops from different regions, but Biden doesn't say that they will withdraw their troops. But right now they are following a brand new policy, and it is the Cold War waged against China. Here you see the Chinese and the American bases. The red ones are the Chinese bases, from NATO to G7 to Afghanistan Pact and to the COP26 meetings. You can see the reflections of the strategies of this brand new Cold War. Green tariff agreement is also important. You know that China is exporting to the whole world. And China is exporting to the whole world, but we are checking whether this product is being manufactured with a clean technology and clean energy or not. And the United States and European Union will initiate a brand new system in which they will say that they will not buy the products which are manufactured without a clean energy. And Turkey will be affected by that, and we are taking very precautions. Every crisis brings along brand new opportunities as well. This process of green trade agreement will negatively affect China because more than 65% of the energy consumption of China is coming from non-clean resources like coal, and it will have a huge negative impact on the Chinese trade. Let's start talking about G7. All those international steps taken so far bring along many tips and tricks. And as you can see, there is a huge shift in the international economy going to the east, and they are taking under their wing the Australia, India, and South Korea and South Africa. They have come up with a brand new slogan saying that we will establish and build back a better world. And they put all the blame to the China, and they say that the China is coming up with a brand new development model. But for the first time officially, G7 put the blame on China, and they have collaborated with those four new countries, and they have stated that they will be building a better world order. And all of their policies have been focusing on the climate change. As you can see from this slide, take a look to the US current strategy, and these are the main targets, main strategies of US against China. First and foremost, they are trying to interrupt the China's growth targets and production with rising energy costs, and China affected the most negatively from the energy crisis. Secondly, AUKUS Pact and with the withdrawal of the troops from Afghanistan, a huge chaos came into being, and China definitely will be affected by that. And the China's deliveries will be affected by that, and United States of America is playing that card so that they are trying to create a chaos in the region. And as a result, US will not spend more money in order to establish the stability in the region, and China will have to spend some money. And they are trying to blockade the China militarily, and they are trying to create new crises in the East Turkestan region. I mean, pay attention to the 5th article here. They will make China unable to export with moves like the Green Trade Agreement, and they are taking very important steps in order to realize this. You can read all those strategic matters because I don't have enough time, and I'm certain that those presentations will be published as well. And they are also undersigning, agreements like what pacts, and they are creating a perception against China, saying that they are anti-democratic and disregarding to human rights. The articles in bold matters are the ones which will have a direct impact on the Islamic world as well. So we should really take our steps in accordance with the changing US global strategies. The steps taken under the framework of the climate change will have an impact on us as well. As you know, the energy resources, the majority of them are situated in the Islamic geography. This geography is already competent in terms of oil, gas production. But since this is the case, we are going through a huge energy transformation. In terms of the carbon dioxide emissions, as you can see from here, the United States of America is the biggest player in terms of making the highest level of carbon dioxide emissions, but who will pay the ultimate price? And we should really do the math in terms of responsibilities and capabilities. And if you are making such kind of an analysis, only Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, and Turkey and Indonesia, with the consecutive order, is undertaking the responsibility to the highest level. Most of the emissions are coming from the Western countries and China. And at the same time, the figures and statistics according to the Western world is not consistent because we need more than $300 billion if we want to fight against the global climate change. Unfortunately, the growing population is coming from the low economic countries, and even those populations are living in the energy-rich geographies. They are not consuming oil or natural gas. And even in terms of the electrification, those low-income geographies have huge problems. When we assess this situation from the climate change point of view, we have huge problems in terms of the GDP and GMP. In 2070, the highest population will be in the Islamic countries, and you have to realize your development targets, but you lack the technology and financial capital through which you will be able to realize this development. And in terms of the oil and gas, we have increased our competencies and we have to make use of it. And oil is, one of the ultimate sources for survival for many Islamic countries, but still we are struggling with the negative impact of the climate change, and we have no idea what kind of a negative impact the green trade deal will have on our exports. So there are many advantages, but unfortunately the disadvantages are prevailing over the advantages. So we have to take certain steps in order to change this situation. And of course, you can read my articles. I have finished my presentation within 11 minutes, but last but not least, let me say one more thing. Under the OIC, we should be establishing such kind of a mechanism about the climate change. So we should develop logical policies for the future. We should prepare a database in which the climate change finance will be discussed. We have to come up with the logical roadmaps, and with those logical roadmaps, hopefully, IPTC and with 3C institutions under the United Nations, we should cooperate and coordinate, and we should be able to receive more finance. Only Turkey is inside of the Annex 1, and Turkey can receive extra benefits from unions like European Union. So the potential projects are not ready, and the finance of this transformation should be put on the shoulder of the West. And in order to realize it, we should prepare professional projects. Under such kind of a financial environment, the Western financial capital owners will, I do believe, see it from a positive perspective. So we should get ready for the future. And if we can establish this infrastructure, then we can develop ourselves in the carbon energy resources. This is the last thing that I would like to say. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Oğuzhan, for making such a brief presentation and explain everything to us in summary. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Our third speaker, we would like to continue with the third speaker due to our time limitation. Sahar Zaki Kabel will be the third speaker. And the presentation of our third speaker will be Justice Defenders and who is running the Islamic world. The floor is yours.
Aleykümselam ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu.
النظرية الجيوسياسية الإسلامية من يقود العالم الإسلامي المحتوى مهام القيادة وما تسعى إليه الشعوب المسلمة من وحدتها.
Well, Turkey is leading the Islamic world, and the Muslim countries should be able to establish the union.
أمريكا روسيا الصين ما التحديات التي
And related, what are the ties with the strong countries? And of course, this is related to the countries that are going to manage. And of course, this is about the Sahabi of our Prophet Muhammad. And of course, there is a strong stated there. And of course, this is related to the proof that and when we look at the large countries about that, within Islam countries, we have to do that. And related to that, there could be a solution, and as we know, in the defense industry and in Iraq and Egypt, and of course with the other countries, in order for not them to be there, there is a policy, and as you know, the Patriot system is there, and of course it's about the displacement of Muslim countries, and also the wars should be there, and Turkey cannot be safe from that. And there is the support, weapon support to the other militia, as you know, from the European countries, and there through the militia, there is the support of those, and there is such the political situation. And another problem is that in military terms, it supports the Libya, the opposition, and with the Qatar, there are other systems and methods that are known. And this is related to the Mediterranean. and of course giving the decisions. And it's about the S4 purchase perseverance. And of course having a and between China and America, of course can be reflected. And after revolution, it turns into like a bomb, and it is about to be exploded. So who are going to be the leaders there? The United States. They think that the enemy is there, and after the dissolution of Soviet Union, the Islamic countries they want to solve this, and of course. Between China and America, that they're under the effect of the Islamic situation. We have to come up with the Islamic Union, and we have to have our own subject. And when we look at the economic relations, Russia gives the natural gas to Turkey, and in Turkey again exports some fruits to there, and there's a 5 million tourists coming from Russia to Turkey per annum. And in Turkish and Russia relationship, there are some conflicts, and when we look at this, there is a Ukraine problem. And United Nations cannot solve the problem here because one of the countries is an important country, large country, and Turkey from time to time takes us into upfront. And of course, this is they are also having some explanations, as you know, so with the QM and with the coastal lines in order to increase the hub they are in there. And of course, America can take other countries into control. The other issue is that the Azerbaijan and Armenia problem, and Russia supports them in Azerbaijan, and they have an important role in this regard. And in such a system, the sea borders will be decreased. Turkey and supporting Azerbaijan showed one thing: United Nations do not have a role in the conflicts, and they fail in the conflicts, and the Turkish weapons and are very successful for the Russian weapons. And about the presence of Russia in Syria, of course, is posing a threat to Turkey's security. And these countries are trying to have Turkey within a siege. And when we look at the Turkish-United States relations, Turkey is a member in the NATO. And of course, between these, it is about the balance. And with the Arab the revolution, and Turkey supported the Arabic revolution, and America supported the pro-Q people. And what we saw in Syria is that Iran and Russia, they are actively going on, and the failed coup in 2016 in July in Turkey, the United States of America supported those people, pro-Q militia, and in terms of S-400, as you know, there's such an issue. However, with the Greece there, so in these relations, Russia is within the Turkish borders is base enough, and for the Greece there is SF-34 planes are given to Greece and not to Turkey. So in such a way, the United States of America, in terms of the instability in the region, are working on this. When you look at the Turkish-China relationship, as you know, China is an important economic power, and with all the countries they are working. And we see Turkey, Pakistan, and Arabic countries and Muslims there working with the Uyghur Muslims, and because of this, the relations become tense from time to time. And when you look at the Iran and Turkey relations between the Sunni and Shia, as we can show in one map, we can say that the number is 150 million, and there is a sectarian conflict there. And because of that, between these two countries, we see problems occurring. The presenter is reading very fast, and we do our best as the interpreters to keep up with the speakers. And when we look at the Turkey-Iran relations, there's the process that started in Iraq, and there's the Iraq-Iran war. And as a result of 8 years of a war, there have been some tense relations. The relations are in general positive. When the Arab revolutions started, the United States failed in Syria and Iraq. And Iran, in terms of control of Iran, they wanted to have this. And in Iraq and Syria, the United States of America with the Bashar al-Assad's support went on, and there was such a policy that was sought after. And in addition to that, we see the presence in Yemen with Saudi Arabia. They are in conflict, and at the same time, Iran in Arab countries, they continue their development. Iran, at the same time, support Armenia vis-a-vis Azerbaijan, and of course, in there they support this, and this is there, and of course, within this scope, we are working better in this regard. As a plus to that, Iran using as a stone, and they object at 10 stones, so with 10 birds with one stone. And when we look at the America and Russia and Iran militia in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, and in Lebanon, we see that they pose a threat to Muslims from time to time. Turkey has good relations with many countries, and Turkey is trying to solve the problems. But the larger powers, they take Turkey from other countries, and Turkey, they are trying to take out to Syria there. And of course, in Egypt, they use this as an argument. One of the challenges of Turkey is the internal opposition, and then in the Iraq and Syria, the militia. And these problems of this. When you look at the external powers, in Syria there are the powers, and from Russia and Ukraine in the Black Sea region. And when we look at the enemies of Turkey, dictatorship and the military coups in the Arabic Revolution, they are acting against Turkey. And at the same time, they receive support from United States of America. And in Tajikistan, it is the part of Iran, and Russia is partnering Turkey in many states, and they sometimes have problems there. And the Turkey does not accept the membership of Turkey, as Turkey is a Muslim country, and we can see the relations. And when you look at the Ukraine crisis, the Ukrainian relations, there is no crisis. And of course, if there was going to be such a thing that affected their powers, and of course that we know that such a problem will affect the international arena, and that the problem has to be solved there. And of course, the type of this, Turkey is an important country as the intermediary country when we look at the Syrian crisis. And there is the internal conflicts, and of course, this is about where the situation will be. Therefore, is the OIC has to support Turkey in terms of finishing the conflict here. And there are 3 million Syrians, and they have to go back to their countries. For the Uyghur Muslims, the rights of these should be protected, and the Uyghur, and of course they shouldn't be arrested with terrorism. And of course they should act in accordance with the law. And Iraq, in terms of sex, this is a country to be dispersed, and of course there are different nationalities and ethnicities. Iran is playing with the fire, and they're not aware of this. America is using this, and America is going for the solution. And in line with that, we see Iran, and they are having to work to protect the countries, and they're trying to work with those. And from inside, there is the powers, and there's a support to that. And it is about how we can work with the international organizations, and of course without having to work in the other countries, and the OIC and the other countries and the other organizations, they say support the Turkey's role, and in order to ensure peace, they have to support this. And there should be pressure imposed on the United Nations, and the United Nations Security Council standing members should be there. The Islamic countries, they shouldn't be silent over here. And of course, they should be there. And of course, they should see the responsibility and the threats, and they should act accordingly. So as a result, we can say that if there's going to be power, the Islamic countries, they have to work in this regard. And of course, they have to, that they can work in this regard. They could be used as an argument. It is like a chess game. And if we cannot decide for ourselves, and if we fail to strike a balance, so they will be using us as an argument. And if we fail to tell the difference between the enemy and the friend, we will be affected, we will be lost in this area, in the imbalance. In Quran, it says that you can say Allah is enough to us, and Allah is a good proxy. Sorry, I was too fast, and I just talked too much. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the interpreter. We know how simultaneous interpretation is difficult. So it was a very good interpretation, and she touched upon very good areas. And we see there is a USA, China, and for the Islamic countries. And she made a very good evaluation. So in a summary, what she said was very important. The Islamic countries are using their resources, and they have to know their responsibilities. Otherwise, it will be just a game in the just a toy in the big countries. So we have to know this. We have to be aware of these responsibilities, and this is how we are doing these organizations. Thank you very much, Ms. Now we will continue with the fourth speaker, Ali Fuat Gökçe. He's going to talk about imperialism. The impact of imperialism on some satellite countries in the Islamic world. Please, sir. Ali Fuat Bey is not there. I was going to make the presentation instead of him. Sorry. Fehmi Hacı, please, sir. Please, sir. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the speakers. My presentation is about the foreign policy of Turkey regarding the Taliban regime. I think that you can see that.
Evet. İngiliz siyasi coğrafyacısı Halford Mackinder'e göre Afrika, Asya ve Avrupa'yı birbirine bağlı.
The British political geography, according to Halford Mackinder, it is like the power control of the Kafkas region and it controls the Eurasia and the control, and this is the land dominance theory, and this theory is designed according to the British imperial strategy, and in the Cold War era, and there is the strategy of preventing of United Nations, and of course it affected the strategic decisions of United States of America after 9/11. Afghanistan posing the south coastal side of Kafak, and India, China, Iran, and the Middle Asia is connected to each other through a geopolitical position, and there is that the part of they affected this region, and there is the part of penetration. And when we look at this, at the 19th and at the end of 19th century, the Britain and Russian dynasties, they have the area of conflict in the big game, and we can say that Afghanistan, they had wars with three times with Britain, and they received the victory. And the British within 1990 Rawalpindi agreement, they had to accepted the independence of Afghanistan. And there is a lithium, coal, iron, lithium, uranium, gold, zinc, and lead. There are, and we can say that they have a 900 million to 3 billion worth. And we can say that Babu Shah's grave is in Kabul, and we can say that there is the friendship of Turkey and Afghanistan Saturn. Mevlana came to Konya from Afghanistan, and Afghanistan King Emanullah, they wanted to have a state closer to Afghanistan, close to Turkish Republic, and in Turkey there hasn't been the colonial state in this regard, and it also had a sort of policy which objects at welfare of Afghanistan after 9/11. With the military powers, there is with the ISAF, Turkey assessed the Afghanistan.
And as of 2006, they provided very important services in the region, and also a lot of Turkish companies had entertained activities in the region. And the NATO mission, within the frame of this mission, they started to operate the international airport of Kabul, and also they provided consultancy services. And Turkey was one of the most trusted NATO member country in Afghanistan. And therefore, the USA and other coalition power, in order to not be assaulted, they acted together. And the Taliban power, which entered Kabul, the capital, before the drawback from Afghanistan back in August 31st, 2021 of USA, with the exception of some exceptional events, they successfully assured the security and continuity. And therefore, there haven't been any actions, any destruction of the public and the private properties. And the Taliban management has fulfilled the undertakings against the diplomats and the foreign persons. And the Afghan state army, they stand together in front of the Taliban. And in the closest future, in the country adjacent to Taliban, they say that they won't provide the ideologic dispersion policy, and Taliban said that they will be pragmatically approaching to the new regime of China and Russia. Historically speaking, the global powers, where we can see that those global powers in all the geography, and especially in the Islamic geography, the terrorist groups gain force. And after the drawback of America from Afghanistan, it can be said that they will continue to be, that the country will continue to be a regional and international competition area of the powers. And without a foreign political intervention in the Afghan soils, in order to reach to a political solution, there can be very important contributions. And what about the policies of the adjacent countries? Pakistan is the bigger neighbor of Afghanistan. And Pakistan is hosting more than 4 million Afghani people. And on the other hand, Pakistan and Afghanistan have border region and the Pashtur citizens. They are from the same ethnicities. We have 8 to 10 billion USD between the two countries, and during the Taliban regime, it is suspected that those relations will be increasing, and Pakistan has a close cooperation with this country. Pakistan has a transit and a commercial connection improvement agreement with the country, and they will not involve in their interior affairs. And Iran's policies, they are defining Taliban as an ideological enemy, and they had no relations. But after the occupancy of the America back in 2001, when they disclosed that they will draw back, they started to revise their policies. They are defending the fight against Taliban. And the Taliban's risk for the benefit of the Iran, they may endanger the benefits of Iran. And there can be an immigration pressure due to Peshtunis, and the Sunni terrorists can be also supported, and America may use against Taliban those powers, and they can control the narcotics network. And therefore, they will continue to work with Taliban. And China is a direct neighbor, and they have activities in place. And due to their proximity, it is very important. And also China has $1 billion of investment in here. And therefore, it is very important to have a Turkish and Pakistan cooperation in here. And also, there are very good relationships with China. And the house projects may be completed in this way. Russia was always very sensitive to their relations. And the Moscow governance was always criticizing, but they don't want Turkey to have more power in the region. And there is quite a negative picture. Therefore, it is very hard for Russia to gain population and power in here. And this lack of power will be shared by different Turkey, like Turkey and the other countries. And because Turkey can cooperate with other countries like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan over the common borders, and they can open to all the Turkish world. And Nakhchivan and Uzbekistan are also very important in here. Iran, Russia, and China, they will bypass them, and they will be an international arena, which is very important in terms of geopolitical position of the countries. And there are lots of commercial relationships and a lot of goods which are exported to Europe, and this road, reopening it, is important for Turkey to reach to Middle Asia. Turkish Council state directors and they are doing agreements for the transport agreements. And within those terms, Turkmenistan is an observatory country. And Turkey will cooperate with the local actors within the scope, especially for the exploitation of the underground resources. It's very important. Mutaki, the Vice Minister of Foreign Relationship of Afghanistan, came to Turkey and they discussed about the projects to be implemented for both of countries. And the future of the Turkish-Afghan relationship will have a good future. And the rights of the Afghan people are trying to be protected. And they say that they want the new government should not be recognized. Some Afghani have economic issues, and Mutaki said that they left the country not due to the political issues, but due to economical issues. In order for the Afghan power to not lead to an international crisis, cooperation between countries is needed, especially in terms of immigration. Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and the EU countries need to work together to create refugee areas and to stop the refugee waves to coming to Europe. Turkey needs to play a role in the reconstruction of Afghanistan, and Turkey needs to take the necessary measures. And the EU countries need to take the necessary actions, and they need to assume responsibility to prevent there should be a cooperation between the countries and with the private sector and NGOs. And this mission should assure peace and continuity to Afghanistan. Transport and everything are very important, and the necessary with Saudi Arabistan, they need to cooperate. And on 22 August 2021, there was a commission with the Islamic countries, and they announced that they will support their works. Afghanistan is in the center of the Islamic geography. They have Malaysia and Indonesia like their neighbors, and they represent almost half of the Islamic world. They are quite in the center of the Islamic world, both as a geography and demographically speaking. As a result, the Taliban governance in the country, Taliban management governance is very important, and the international arena should recognize the new government in the Afghanistan, because the success which will be made in here will also be reflected to the other countries. Therefore, we need the necessary motivation and support. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. The union in Afghanistan means the union of the Islamic world. They will set an example. This is very important. I hope that this will set an example for the entire Islamic world. We have our last speaker, Professor Cevat El-Hamad. He will be talking about geopolitical and strategical power of the Islamic world and their activations. Mr. Cevat, welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الشكر لقيادة مركز أسام والسيد رئيس الجلسة على هذا المؤتمر المهم جدا، وهو جزء من الجهد التركي المميز في محاولة استعادة العالم الإسلامي لدوره وقوته. وأعتقد أن المركز يوفر الكثير من الأفكار والتصورات اللي يمكن أن تدرس بشكل معمق للتنفيذ من قبل القادة. البحث الذي بين يديكم يتكلم عن القوى الجيوسياسية والقوى الجيوستراتيجية للعالم الإسلامي، وهل يمكن تفعيلها كما ذكر رئيس الجلسة. هذا البحث يمثل دراسة واقعية صراحة في نظرية تطوير العالم الإسلامي نحو النهضة والاستقلال، والمساهمة بالتالي في إدارة العلاقات الدولية وتحقيق مصالح العالم المشتركة من قبل الدول الإسلامية أيضا. أهمية البحث تبرز بأنه يفتح آفاق التنمية واستجماع القوة الاقتصادية والسياسية والعسكرية والبشرية والثروات الطبيعية للعالم الإسلامي لاستعادة دور قوته الجيوسياسية والجيوستراتيجية، وذلك بهدف الوصول إلى المساهمة في إدارة العلاقات الدولية وتحقيق مصالح العالم، ويتخذ المسار طبعا من مجال صناعة القوة الشاملة منهجا بالتفكير وبلورة التصورات المستقبلية لتشكيل الحضور والقوة والتقدم الحضاري والتنافس في المضمار العالمي، وهي القوة الكامنة في التجربة التاريخية للعالم الإسلامي كما يعرف الجميع أيضا عنها، والتي مضى أكثر من قرن على تراجعها وتآكلها لأسباب
of establishing the cooperation. There are a lot of moves in here. First of all, strategically,
İslam aleminin ulaştığı noktayı ele alıyor.
and the Islamic countries are talking about which countries may increase capacity. And of course, one of the most important issues is that the Islamic world has a very important geostrategic and geopolitical position and a weakness. And many scientists and researchers and academicians are discussing the geopolitical and geostrategic levels, dimensions of this issue. There are different theories, and in many geographical areas this is discussed. And I think this is a very important theory. And of course, the geopolitical dimension is as significant as well. Of course, we can talk about the international geopolitical strength. And of course, whenever we are talking about this geopolitical strength, it should be inclusive. And therefore, every country has a strategic importance. And it will contribute to Islamic Union and Islamic countries. Therefore, it is an important part of the Islamic world. And the shine that they lost since the 21st century, they can step forward. Of course, Turkey is very rich. Turkey has a lot of natural resources. And this is a very important strategic location because Turkey is located between Asia and Europe on almost 40 million of square meters. And the 24% of the world population is living in here. There are a lot of maritime ways, which are very important, strategical talking. And everything is open for investment and for evaluation. There is a building, an increasing capacity, economical talking. If this Islamic country gets more powerful, I think that the investments can be drawn to this area. We have gas, natural gas. This is a very strategic, important resource. Only 2 countries have gas reserves. And here we can talk about 65% of gas reserves, which are the Islamic countries. And therefore, the big industrial countries would want to benefit from those Islamic countries. And when we look at the whole, we can't talk about the scarcity of the resource, but there is a political cause. Therefore, the Islamic world, we think that it has sufficient human and natural resources. And yearly, we have 1.5% improvements and advancing. And I don't think that this is something negative. And there are 12 million of youngsters, and they graduate from master degrees, from doctoral degrees. And I think that they represent a very important resource. And since of 2007 consensus, we can see that they represent more than 12% of the world population. Geopolitically and strategically talking, and mainly the commerce, the geography location and the resources, all of those become very valuable items for development. It is located in one of the most strategical regions of the world. Today, all of those represents important occasions and opportunities to develop, and they can empower us if they are exploited correctly. Additionally, there are also other advantages. And here we can truly speak about a big power. And if we act collectively and all together, we can gain strong relation with Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, and Indonesia, when we can have a great experience. We know it. And we know that they are fighting for us in order to prevent us to come together. International specialists forward their recommendations for the Islamic countries, and also this Islamic Union. It can stay against the Western world, and they can entertain different relationship with the Western world. And we all know that there are works and strategies in order to weaken the Islamic world economically, militarily, and politically talking, because we know that we can be very powerful as long as we get together. Of course, there are some alternatives, and they are trying to develop, we can try to develop relationships with Europe and with the other countries. But as a result, we can see that this region is very strongful, very powerful. It means an integrity and completion within the Islamic world, and we can find solution in terms to resolve the issues. And as my colleagues emphasized, this union is important in order to remove the obstacles and in order to collect together the Muslim world together. And here the free thought, the free opinion is very important for this religious community of Islam from Muslim Ummah. And it is important in terms of geostrategically and economically approaches. In order to prevent the capital, to remove the preventions of international capital and to strengthen the financial commerce and movements and to remove the limitations. All of those will lead to a greater economy and to great improvements. We have $7 trillion per year. This capital is moving around the Islamic world. Consider the dimension of this huge capital of the Islamic world. Another point is the gas, the petrol, the other natural resources. Of course, the contracts, interstate contracts are very important, and it is important to put those agreements together under the Islamic Union umbrella. A lot of countries will benefit for this. Of course, some of the Islamic countries have an excess of energy and the other are in the lack of energy. We should set priorities, we should do investments here. And in order to not go to other countries, there are a lot of big investments to Europe, to China. And if those investments were to be made between the Islamic countries, everybody will benefit. This topic was also discussed at Kuala Lumpur. And again, for the usage of the common, of the mutual Islamic power in terms of defense of maritime forces, of road forces, having a military maritime sea forces of the Islam world, this is very important. If we use that, if we transform that, can become an opportunity. You will be able to see the details of my speech, of my 30-page speech. And I truly believe that we can turn out in a bigger power and will be an important bridge between the Western world and the Eastern world. I couldn't go into further details, but you can access the details from my paper. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for using your time wisely. Professor Javad touched very important topics about like the awareness of our resources, about how big can we become when we become one, when we are united. And I truly believe that we'll reach to that point, that we are close to that point. Of course, those statements are not something that can be just spoken with a short summary. Every of those and each of those statements would need actually a conference for its own. And there are a lot of local works which needs to be done for those statements. We are in need of that. And we need to examine them locally. We are out of our time, and therefore I want to start without having a break the second session. We have Ensar Nishancı, our Professor Dr. Ensar Nishancı.
Evet, Ensar Hocam.
Professor Ensar.
Evet, Osman Bey, Ensar Hocam sistemde midir acaba?
Evet hocam, sistemde.
Evet. Bağlantıda herhangi bir sıkıntımız yok, değil mi?
We don't have any problem with the connection, right?
Hocam teknik bir sorun yaşamış. Birazdan
He had a technical problem, but he's going to connect soon. We will have the chance to say a few things. We will give the floor to the professor when he's connected. Distinguished participants, we've been touching very important subjects.
Hocam çok kıymetli konulara değindiniz. Bütün
You touched upon very good subjects. All of the participants touched upon important subjects. So in the previous congresses, there have been many important subjects that have been presented. And this year, when I look at the presentations, we can see that all the presentations have been framed very well. And I'm very happy that this is the case. And there are two universities, and with ASSAM organization, this important Congress, inshallah, we will progress towards such a good objectives. The important subjects are examined in great detail. Some of those are very important details, but we can say that these are the subjects that have to be prepared. So you can invite Abdülkadir Turan. When Ensar Bey pointed out that they will make the presentation, and we will use the time more efficiently if that happens. So can we say that Ensar Bey and their connecting will take time? So we have the Abdülkadir Turan Bey's presentation. Let's give the floor to him, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Salatu ve selamu ala Resulina Muhammedin emin. Ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmain. Teşekkür ediyorum muhterem hocam.
Thank you very much for being in such a good program. I'd like to thank Ersan Bey for this. I will listen to many good presentations. I'll talk about the time and before the time. In the second half of 500 years of Islam, from Asia to Africa, with this strategy, I'll talk about Mahmut Gengi. This is a historical point of view. However, in BC 511, we will talk about the ones. So we can say in the 112 and from Malaysia, we have the speakers. Everyone talked about a certain presentation, and everyone said that there have been some problems. Mahmut Özerdin has been an important amel, puts on an important amel. And do I have 10 minutes or 15 minutes? 15 minutes. Ensar Bey, can we check whether his sound problem has been solved or not? Ensar Bey, the sound problem has been solved or not? Please, sir. First and foremost, what kind of a problem was there? And before that, there was the unity strategy was there. And I'd like to try this between these two. I'll talk about the internal and external activities, and I'll try my best to explain this. And I will continue with my presentation. When there's voices overlapping with each other, so the interpreter is not able to translate. So I can hear the sound of the professor. So we want the interpretation, so the problem has been solved. In Hijri, 600 years, the Islamic world is composed of three parties: Seljukus and Abbasis, and in the middle, Fatimis, and in the west, Andalus, and the North Africa was there. So the Byzantines were there, Catholics, Orthodox, and the Syrians, and also the Armenians. All of them are there, and they reached to Jerusalem in the channel which that separates, and in the Eastern Mediterranean there was Fatimis. They had the coastal line, and the Seljuks and Abbasis the part, and of course we saw that this from Antakya to Urfa. They went into the Jerusalem. The line of separation is the channel where the enemies entered into, and this is how Jerusalem was conquered. And the ulamas and emirs, they're affected by this invasion. Abbasi Caliphate, he made work, and with Umadi Zengi, he made an initiative to make Imadi Zengin as the governor of Mosul. When he was appointed as the governor, he says that the problem vis-a-vis Byzantines is the disruption of Ottoman Empire, and he will say that the sultans were there, and Jerusalem was invaded. We see Erasmus, and they say that the power of Byzantines and Christians are there, and the Ottomans were disrupted. That's why the Christians were powerful. When they were integrated, so this power was gone, and they conquered Jerusalem again. We see Imam this, and Mosul and Aleppo is disrupted, and Aleppo is disrupted again, and with the legacy of his father, he integrated Aleppo and Mosul, and as he could there with the governor, he first works, and from Mosul to Aleppo, from Aleppo to Damascus, there is a defense line he created. It's a military defense line. And within this line, the human power, the enrichments were transferred, and with this there is a powerful defense that they established. However, the activities in the first Byzantium, we see that the Jabar Castle was during this, he was martyred, and his territories were separated by two wars, and maybe Mausengen in Aleppo. So for the enemies, the expectation of enemies and friends for the fight between these two brothers, and the fact that they didn't between the Shahzadis, that there were some conflicts, and the fact that they didn't want to experience this again, so they wanted to go along the way of Aleppo and Mosul integration. So there is a union of Islam opinion was created. As far as we can see, there is a step-by-step strategy. He believed in one thing: the unity. If there is unity ensured, that there is the victory will be ensured. And for that, with the strategy, he had a project involving all the elements of the state, and all the elements of the state would serve for the unity of Islam. So the union of Islam covers all the parts of socio-cultural life. If there is an architectural system, there is a union of Islam, and with that, there is this system, and with the Sufis, they can take one ulama with them, and they look over the union of Islam. It is it was an extensive system from internal to external, and there is the external and then the internal part. So from the internal part, there are social and economic activities. I will explain them, inshallah. So there is the justice system, and there's the justice system was there for the social integration, and that attracted the attention of the Arab societies around, and for the Muslim elements, it became an area of attraction, and with that structure, they mobilized this vis-a-vis Byzantines, and the victims were then used for the expansion of the social integration and environmental integration, and he managed that with all the respect and all the efforts. And in the internal part, in the Aleppo, when he was at the he has he had the dominance. There was a Syrian system, and with that through that Muslims he tried to rebuild that society, and while he was giving efforts to rebuild the society, he didn't want it. He didn't want to do that with this and with the sheer. He gave an end to the commitment of the Shia. So when he was in to all the other elements, he was a softer, and he was a very diligent in this regard, and without shedding any blind. And he there was the integration of the social structure in Aleppo, and he was from Hanafi sect, and so his Kadı, chief Kadı, was a Shafi. He was a Turkish person, the grandchild of a Turkish person. However, the chief of command was the uncle of Selahaddin Eyyubi. So with the Turkmen elements and between the Turks, there was a coordination, and he coordinated them there. And he has a very important success in this regard. And of course, with the state and with the society, he made a peace, and in 2 days there was Mezalim courts, and with these courts, and he established assemblies and courts, and he listened to the problems of the society per se, and he saved the society from the injustices. And again, since then, between the Sufis and the ulama, there were problems. And of course, there was an intellectual ulama class, and with the Shafis and with the Hanafis, he works in there, and he in this period he integrated zikir and ilim, and he worked with the art as well. And in Muridis, he was a very successful to have this, and he expressed this to the poets. So he also worked with the Arabic elements, and he. And because they were out of the system, the Shafis, and through their identity, they included that unity, in that unity. And of course, with Imam Zengin, we are talking about Urfa by the Byzantium. They were invaded. This place was invaded, and with that, Antakya Haçlıs was there. And of course, there was the system there, and with the Kingdom afforded, he organized a system, and he gets the first. He got the first victory, and with the Turkish, with the invasion of Balaki, he seemed to overlook this, and with this Antakya Byzantiums, he worked against them, and when he got the victory, as I pointed out, with the effect, the internal and external efforts they were gained victory, and they said that let's come here, let's jihad together, let's come here, let's get together, and there's a union between the Muslims, and we can say that this is a mobilization strategy against Byzantium. If you participate this, I will not have a negative attitude for you, and I will be patient if you do not support them. Through ulemas, through Sufis, he explained that these, of course, that there is the Seljuks in the Anatolia, and they thought that they were the legacy of the Seljuks. And on the other hand, there are the Damascus Seljuks, there are Boyners, and of course, he got married with Anatolian Selçuk's daughter, and of course, with the vizier, he got married with İsmet Hatun, and he ensured a peace in both of this. However, he had to go there to Jerusalem, but there was this message. So if you just struggle with me, go into war with me to these, we can work together. And if you cannot do this, he took the Dimash, and with the Melikul Adil, he accepted his sultanship. However, in Damascus, when he started to have the unity of Muslims, he attracted the attention of Byzantium, and he worked with that. So when he was there were he didn't want to come together with Emmanuel, vis-a-vis Emmanuel, and with his expression, he says that Emmanuel tries to solve this problem, and with the Fatimi management, he made a cooperation, and he said that we will work together against the Crusaders. Of course, within that process, against the Fatimi management, and supported him. However, in the management, he tried to solve all this problem. He saw, and this ensured of course, this contact made him to learn the weaknesses there in Egypt. When he was invited to Egypt, and under the command of Sayyidin Alibi, that paved the way for his directing to Egypt, and with Fatimi Ilafeti was then ended for 290 something years. So the disruption in Islamic world ended, and with the Abbasi flag then was put into Cairo. However, this is the historical part. However, there was the integration within East Mediterranean, and from Asia to Africa and there was a harmony with Anatolia, and with this, with the system, there was the defense of this, and there was a Fethi line established, and the Çukurova Armenians, they were included in the conquest. And he says that the conquest of Jerusalem and Istanbul is close, and the Istanbul conquest is close. And of course, he put this to the Aleppo, the mosque, and we didn't have any proof that showed this. So he was shown that he was prepared. He was struggling against the current problem, but there's always a distant objective in his mind. So always he didn't come up to his secret. And what did that? We don't see that he was speaking of Jerusalem. He acts like he doesn't have such a an agenda. In his when his brother died in Mosul, when he was Selahattin Ayyubi's brothers and the nephews for Hijaz and for Yemen and part of Sudan and in Libya, they included these places, aforementioned places, to the unity and union, and the three Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem, the three cities of Islam. He had the power to control those cities, and the problem there was that the Muslims were disrupted, and after the Muslims were integrated, and when he was working with this, he was working in this regard with the Crusaders. He says that the conquest to Jerusalem was opened, and we can say that the place there was taken by Selahattin. Can you please wrap up? I'm finishing in a few sentences, inshallah. The Union of Islam was then continued by Ayyubis, and he didn't only mobilize against the Crusaders, he also got the conquest to Mongols, and of course we can say that for the Mamluks they have a side and is there. In the Ottoman period, when we look at the Yavuz Sultan Selim's, and under the command of Yavuz Selim, he had the chance to continue this union until 1918. The reason why it continued so much is that they prove that from after his period, all the mind is about for the union and for the opinions against the union lost, and the Muridis this project it sets an example to us. When the article is going to be published, you will see the graphics there. Thank you very much. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu. Thank you. Abdülkadir, we would like to thank Abdülkadir Turan for his presentation about the liberal paradigm. And the Muslim, we would like to invite Admir Milosevic, essential diversity of cultivated diversities under dictatorship, under liberal paradigm, Muslim worldview as apartheid at home and the threat abroad. Apartheid is a word without any country-list. Please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope that you can hear me clearly. And I suppose that I should speak.
We can hear you very well.
I suppose that I should speak slower. As you mentioned at the beginning, the topic of my address today is essential diversity or cultivated diversities under dictatorship of liberal paradigm, with the subtitle Muslim worldview as an apatride at home and abroad. Now, why such a strong terminology? Where I am mentioning dictatorship, cultivated diversity, apatride, etc. From my perspective of view, unfortunately, looks that only shock therapy could wake up Muslims to become more dedicated, more confident, and more innovative and creative. If the Muslims think that blind following of any ideology or socio-political paradigm instead of Islam will bring them success, honor, pride, or leading position, then contemporary Muslims, we I am talking about, us, do not understand Islam at all. At the beginning, I want to share two thoughts with you as an opening thoughts for all of us. During one conversation with Abu Ubaidah radiallahu anhu, Umar radiallahu anhu said, "Oh Abu Ubaidah, you know that we were humiliated, despised, and weak. So Allah exalted us by Islam. By Allah, whenever you seek pride or honor outside of Islam, Allah will humiliate you." The second thought is from Ahmed Didat, who said, the Muslim scholar from South Africa, originally from India, who said, "We also, meaning the contemporary Muslims, are not behind the West, we are behind Islam." Now, the common foreign policy of a particular multilateral organization that we are today are trying to find a place for that multilateral organization depends on the several key elements. One of them is an existing mutual worldview that is the bearer of the fundamental orientations. We know that relatively soon after the collapse of communism, it became increasingly clear that global processes did not lead to coexistence, but from certain intellectual cycles, the prophetically thematic clash of cultures and civilizations imposed itself as a dominant discourse. And today, I suppose that we can witness that this discourse definitely is the dominant in the reality too. In this period of time, in the last 30 years, Muslim nations became very hypersensitive because geopolitical game between superpower, meaning United States, in the last 30 years after the fall of communism, and rising powers was dominantly played in the lens where Muslim religion and culture is at home. For example, the consolidation of American power at the end of the 20th century and the expansion of NATO was seen as a part of the Washington's grand plan to surround Russia, according to the Russian geostrategists and the scholars. The new superpower, China, had its own approach to that issue, to that problem. China, on the other hand, was very focused on its own goals. 3 consecutive strategies of displacement were created to confront United States and the US influence and dominance, firstly in China and the near neighborhood, then in the wider neighborhood in Asia, and today the third strategy of displacement that we are witnessing as well is about the global dominance. So these approaches by Russia and China gave a fruitful insight into the future of the global politics. Unipolarity, the dominance of one power, is over. Multipolarity is our reality that we are living, as I already said, right now. And very sadly, I have to admit, it is quite clear that Muslim world is seen as a region of competence. The Muslim world is not seen as a power in the ring. The energy, yes, the resources, yes, but the political or military power, no, unfortunately and sadly. Of course, that in these years and the years in the future, in the near future, we will definitely realize that there is the collapse of liberal internationalism. The liberal internationalism, which was a promise and concept of promotion of democracy and the rules-based international order. And it happened very quickly with definitely certain disbelief among scholars how fastly the United States is losing that dominant position that they had in the last, I would say, 40 years with the presidency of the Ronald Reagan, for example. It can be said that it started. Now, the Muslim societies and the states during the 20th century experienced a series of disappointments, transformations, and new beginnings. And the social and political processes that took place in the countries of Islam during the collapse of the Ottoman state at the first place, and later on the imperialist invasion interfered with the very meaning of the collective identification of Muslims. Today we can speak about Ummah, we can speak about the list of common values for Muslim states, but in this period, definitely Muslim societies, in this period during the 20th century, somehow we lost that in the collective identification. Why? Because firstly, the Muslim societies and the scholars were stunned primarily by British and French political ideas and then by American ones. And Muslim elites began to attribute their own disorientation to the incompatibility of the idea of Islam, unfortunately, with the modern times. And we know that this led to the growth of the Arab nationalism, the strengthening of secularism, and ultimately socialism and liberalism as a path who leads to the progress. Now, following of the developed world, because the Muslim geography, Muslim states and the societies, according to the modern measurement, were undeveloped countries. Following the developed world, not only in the matters related to the progress of science and technology, but also in the ideological shaping of own societies has begun to appear to Muslims as an irreplaceable concept. We cannot follow anything else but Western, or in some countries, as you know, the Eastern, the communist ideology, if we want to bring our societies and the states at the level of the developed and the modern countries. This desire that framed a new view of the world that placed Islam certainly over time as an undesirable guest in its own home. That's why I said apatrid, stateless in own state. When that unwanted guest began to regain his own position in the, again, last 30 or 40 years, sometimes by unnecessary ways, it began to be treated as a threat, both inside and outside the home. So at the beginning of the 21st century, that attack on the Islam reached the peak, but also it opened so many discussions about Islam in position within Muslim states and the future of Islam as an integrative integrative force for the Muslims. What is important to emphasize that Muslim Renaissance that we can talk about it on the theoretical and practical level actually was a call for the back to the roots, back to the fundamental principles appeared from time to time all over Muslim geography. And this call made possible appearance of so-called Islamic fundamentalism, which by its various characteristics and phenomena provided possibility to be treated very, very ambiguously. No doubt that Islamic fundamentalism should be viewed in the only way possible if one wants to understand the necessity of the Islamic Renaissance at the first place, to return to the basics of Islamic teaching about the man and his role and purpose. In recent decades, since we can speak about Islamic revival, it begins to mean more than one scientific statement, overtone, and wants to be a demand that Muslims in Islam and not in foreign ideologies seek solutions to all their problems. In that sense, in that context, I want to discuss a little bit that problem of the possibility of the social change within Muslim societies. And I want to quote one non-Muslim scholar who said, and I'm quoting, "By denying Western and materialist standards of social values imposed by both capitalism and socialism, Islamic fundamentalism seeks to isolate itself from the corruption of time by immersing itself in its own past. However, in today's interdependent world, such isolation is impossible. That is why Islamic fundamentalism must strive to rule the world, the advantage of its worldview, and respond by all means to the political and civilizational challenges of other ideologies, which threaten the very essence of Islam." So this is quote, these lines authored one Croatian professor, Mario Nobilo, who really experienced deeply the position of Islam, Islamic movement, Islamic fundamentalism, and Islamic worldview, what it means to the Muslims, and what has to be done if the Muslims wants to open themselves and to position themselves in this modern world. We cannot go back and cover ourselves to be out of the reality. We have to enter the reality to become a part of the recent political, social developments, and to emphasize our worldview as a dominant one, because we believe that it is. In this regard, it can be said that any Muslim scholar would be seen as an Islamic fundamentalist because he or she advocates the return to the essence, to the basics. The idea of Islam as a worldview that every generation defines, redefines, makes it progressive, while the unquestionable authority of revelation testifies to its absolute subordination to the precepts of the book, I mean the Quran. So the request for return to roots does not make anyone unbearable and rigid. The image of Islamist, a modern term used to denigrate Islamic political thinkers and people critical to the achievements of the Western democracy, communism, socialism, any other ideology. Today, for example, the new autocratic Euro-Asian concept of rule is not an image they created of and by themselves. It is the image that others created about them. In the context of the world geopolitical and strategic concepts, that image is created to be some kind of the boogeyman for the others. Now, thanks to the world socio-political processes in the 20th century and social movements in the Islamic world, the concept of return to the basics, or return to the roots, has been transformed into a call to return to darkness and made socially unacceptable. And this is how partially Islam became apatrid or stateless at home. When that call was seen as a call to become anachronistic in some way. In Europe, we have that comparison that we are calling to if we are somehow advocating traditional value, that we are calling for the back to the Middle Ages. The same concept. Worse than that, such thinking has become legally punishable, primarily in socialist dictatorships and then in countries with the Islamic majority. No matter what socio-political order is, interdependent world that the Nobilo emphasized, that is the pseudo-liberal West and specifically, let's say, inhuman during the communist era East, Islamic Puritanism with one arm turned to a very dubious action, so that the struggle to return to basics was partly replaced by Machiavellian notions of politics and thus distorting and abandoning the original Islamic idea. And there is no doubt that Muslims have to dismiss the trail of radicalization and Machiavellism. But primarily, Muslims have to deal with one general disadvantage they witness on every level in their societies. And that disadvantage is the lack of confidence, and we are witnessing that lack of confidence on every level, from the people, commoners, I would say, to the political, intellectual, military, economic elites. Unfortunately, the hegemony of liberalism has subjugated the Muslim peoples and their elites to their own concept of diversity, which is acceptable only within this liberal hegemony. That's why the title of my address is like that. Getting out of this framework for Muslims is a prerequisite for creating the necessary common approaches. To go out of that paradigm, it is prerequisite for the Muslim states. It is prerequisite for the Muslim scholars, for the groups such as ASSAM is, if they want to build the common approaches, foreign policy or whatever else. So I said that I will speak slower, but I suppose that I didn't keep my my speaking in that direction. To conclude, what to do? What to do? There has to be, it's quite clear, the coherent advocacy for mutual foreign policy. And there should be a defined approach to the interests shaped by above mentioned principles. At the first place, the Quran, Sunnah. At the first place, Quran and Sunnah. And we have to reach somehow, or the Muslims have to reach somehow, that Khaldunian social cohesion, as-Saviyah. It should be theoretical foundation for reappearance of Muslim communality. Yes, we know that Ibn Khaldun placed it in the tribes, and that he placed it in some kind of the ethnic frame, but also our contemporary world is giving us opportunity to redefine that concept of asabiya and to put it at a higher level, at the level of the ummah, to explain that there are the values which are strong bond among us, between us, and that there is strong interest for every nation, every ethnic group, every community, Muslim community to appear as a one at the global level. And realizing that the global politics will count with the global players, Muslims are called, invited to take serious steps toward creation of common institutions and agencies to secure more effective approach on the basis of mutual understanding. Talking about, and this is my last thought, last few sentences. Talking about the common foreign policy, I would be very happy, for example, to see that today some board of some Islamic organization stated something about situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, stated and give support to Bosniaks, to Muslims in every way, at any and every level, because our country again is in deep political turmoil with very ambiguous result what it will be. Maybe we are on the brink of the new war. In that sense, the mutual common foreign policy of the Muslim states is something what will help not only to the core of Muslim geography, but also to all of us who are living so far from the center of the Islamic world. Uyghurs, Bosnia Herzegovina, or whenever you can imagine. So this is my address to you for today. I hope that I didn't take so much time, and I hope that it will be beneficial for all of us. Thank you once again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Milasmonovic. I mean, you have mentioned wonderful topics. Thank you so much for your speech. Our next presenter is from East Turkestan, Abdullah Oğuz, and his presentation will be about the tragic consequences of the inability of Islamic countries to develop a common foreign policy in the case of East Turkestan. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Esselamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmain. Esselamu aleyküm ve rahmetullah ve berekatuhu. Her şeyden önce
First of all, I would like to thank ASSAM and his team. I would like to extend my appreciation to them, and I would like to greet all participants with deepest respect. As it is known, after its foundation, the Islamic civilization became a great hope for the whole humanity, not only with its military and political power, but with its aesthetics, with its architecture, and with its intellectual wisdom, with its philosophy, with its kalam, and with all its scientific development. The Islamic civilization became an important source of hope for the whole humanity. But due to the challenges that we are facing right now, there has been an increasing tension for the Islamic world, and especially the last 300 years became the period in which the Islamic civilization started to decrease its power. And due to such developments unfolding, the Islamic countries and the Islamic geographies are becoming, unfortunately, much more weaker. And since the Islamic countries are unable to follow a common foreign policy, unfortunately, the cheapest plot if you pardon my expression, belongs to the Islamic people of the Islamic countries, unfortunately, we see the violations of the human rights in those geography. But what is going on in East Turkestan cannot be defined with the human rights violations, or it cannot be compared with anywhere else, because similar tragic events have taken place in Andalusia, in Spain, and the Muslims were systematically and consciously oppressed and subject to assimilation policies in the past in Spain. And the Muslims in the East Turkestan is not facing with this oppression policies of China for the first time. The Muslims in the East Turkestan for 250 years are struggling for existence for the last 250 years with the Chinese. And this struggle for existence actually turned into a battle where no party is prevailing. And from our side, we have fought a lot of battles in order to survive. And although we have founded independent states in the beginning of 1920s and 1940s, unfortunately, our states have never become sustainable, and this is our failure. And the Chinese tried to assimilate the East Turkestani people in the region by trying to destroy their religion, but they couldn't accomplish. And during this struggle for existence for the last 250 years, one of the most striking time period was during the 1870s. And this independent state founded by Rahukan Bedevi was annexed to the Ottoman Empire in the 1853. And this was accepted by Sultan Abdul Aziz. And in the East Turkestan, the khutbahs are conveyed from the mosques for the Ottoman Empire, and the East Turkestan became the land of the Ottoman Empire. And after that, we didn't only fight against the Chinese, and we also fought against the two big imperial powers, Russians and English, Britain in the past. After the independent state was collapsed, then it has been carried out with the joint operation of the Chinese with the English and the Russians. The financial support was given by HSBC to the Chinese in the past, and also the financial capital was provided by Russian. So 10 million ounces of silver, 5 million of which was given to the Chinese by HSBC as a credit. So at that time, the two big imperial powers carried out a joint operation for the invasion of East Turkestan, and unfortunately, East Turkestan has lost its independence and freedom. 1878, when East Turkestan was invaded, is also the outset of the Ottoman-Russian War, which is known as the 1903 war in the Turkish language. And this is no coincidence, because it is a clear fact that the power plays are carried out simultaneously, both in Ottoman Empire and also in East Turkestan. The foundation of independent states came to an end, and the Chinese followed its traditional policies.
Tamamen Çinileştirme politikalarına.
And they try to assimilate the people in the East Turkestan. And unfortunately, those policies, of course, couldn't be implemented with the same level, because Chinese bureaucracy has a history of 5,000 years. And China has used of its military and economic power and developed their foreign policies accordingly. When the Chinese felt themselves weak, they implemented their policies in disguise. But when they feel themselves strong and think that no one will be able to stand against those policies, then the Chinese never abstain from opting for the harshest policies. In 1820 and 1840s, the general governor of China, Chen Tzu-tsai, managed this region under the auspices of Stalin, and they have implemented policies where they actually try to assimilate all the Turkestani people. And then, as they thought that the Russians will lose the war during the Second World War, they adjourned those policies and tried to cooperate with the central government. After the foundation of the Chinese Republic in 1949, until the death of Mao Zedong, they implemented similar policies in East Turkestan again, and they tried to assimilate the whole existence of the East Turkestan religiously and ethnically. But the economic policies implemented by Mao, especially during the time frame of 1958 and 1969, the Great Leap Forward, as it's known in English, due to the outcomes of these economic policies, there was a huge economic collapse, and 40 million people lost their lives due to hunger. As a result, Mao started looking for different alliances and different policies. And of course, United States of America back then was seeing Soviet Union as their greatest enemy. Especially during the Khrushchev time, the Chinese-Soviet relations have deteriorated, and even the nuclear war was started to be articulated and discussed back then. By making use of this opportunity, in 1971, Henry Kissinger was sent to Beijing secretly. After his talks in Beijing, China replaced Taiwan in the United Nations, and then in 1981, Henry Kissinger had to leave his place, and the honeymoon started between United States of America and China. Especially after Mao Zedong, the Chinese economy developed and the capital and know-how flooded to the region, and the United States of America and the Western countries were the greatest contributors in that regard. Of course, one of the most important factors that Chinese economy developed so much is due to the support coming from Europe and America. Especially after the Soviet Union declared that they would withdraw from the Afghanistan, which they declared in the Geneva Summit, the oppression policies had been eased to some extent in Eastern Turkestan. But after that, since the threat of Soviet Union ceased to exist, and in the new global order, the new threat was started to be perceived as the Islamic countries. The United States of America has opted for the policies of fight against the terrorism, and such similar strategies have been initiated to be implemented in East Turkestan as well. So this relatively easy period in which many rights have been granted to the East Turkestani people have been uplifted again, and especially as of the end of the 1990s, when the United States of America really increased and intensified its policies of fighting against the terrorism, we have seen that the religious and ethnical rights of the East Turkestani people have been tarnished a lot. And we have come all the way to the August 2016. And the Chinese, started doing the cultural genocide, and they actually followed many policies for assimilating all those people, because the Chinese projected that neither the Islamic world or the Western countries will stand against them. And as of April 2021, this cultural genocide has been reinitiated again in the East Turkestan. So the main aim is here to suppress the religious beliefs and destroy the cultural and ethnic practices of the Turkish people in the region. And they are trying to change those policies and practices. And the East Turkestani people are expected to become loyal communities to a single language and Chinese communism. And this is the ultimate point where the Chinese policies have reached us so far. So as the Muslims in East Turkestan, we have seen such kind of policies only during the Andalusian times, because the Spanish people destroyed any Muslim masterpieces back then, and those policies are implemented with the same manner, and we see its results in East Turkestan. The safety and security, freedom and independence of the East Turkestani people are not existed. And the fair judicial procedures and making use of the principles and the presumption of innocence, the religious freedom, and the execution without questioning, seizure of their assets, and deportation, discrimination, forced marriages, seizure of the assets are among the examples where we see those violations in China. So the East Turkestan has already turned into an open air prison. And as we can understand from the correspondences of the Chinese authorities, all those policies are being designed by the senior officials in China. And the main instruments of that policy being implemented in East Turkestan is taking place with the imprisonment of hundreds of people. So those people are not defined as the fundamentalists, but the accusations are quite arbitrary, and with arbitrary reasons, those people are taken into prisons. Let's speak about religious fundamentalism. I mean, if you have to speak, I mean, the praying beads, if you are criticizing your son, for example, saying that why are you drinking alcohol, all of a sudden you are deemed to be a fundamentalist. So, I mean, with such arbitrary reasons, those people are taken into prison. I mean, these are the prerequisites of being a Muslim, but all those prerequisites of being a Muslim are interpreted quite wrongly and wrongfully as being a fundamentalist. I mean, the East Turkestani people has been sent to those concentration camps, which we didn't want to remember. I mean, without being accused with any crime, those people are kept inside of those concentration camps with the tag of being potential criminals. I mean, those people are said to be ideologically and mentally poisoned. I mean, there is not even an action of crime, but they think that you are a criminal. So even you are a potential criminal, even without committing any crime, you are sanctioned. So there are no such concepts like the being potential criminal. I mean, being under custody all the time and violating the honor and the freedom of being a humanity are just ordinary things in East Turkestan. So we know those situations from the ones who escaped those concentration camps. You might ask how those people escaped from those prisons. They are the citizens of different countries, because in concentration camps, the Chinese are not keeping only the Chinese citizens as prisoner. There are even 40 Turkish citizens might be kept prisoner in those concentration camps, which we have reported to the relevant authorities in Turkey as well. So in those concentration camps, people from the age of 18 to 80 are kept. I mean, if you are even a football player or artist, you can still be kept in those concentration camps. Certain people speak wonderful Chinese and English. They are well educated. Some people are wealthy and they are in no need of a job. So as a result, those concentration camps are founded in order to transform and assimilate the people from East Turkestan, and they are the main headquarters of the implementation of such oppression policies. Apart from those concentration camps, there are so-called kindergartens where the kids are being taken from their families and they are raised with the Chinese culture. I am certain that in the recent times you have heard the stories about Canada, and you have seen how indigenous people are assimilated in those churches. So these are the same things. They are the same side of the same metal and coin. I mean, even if those children of the East Turkestani people are raised with the Chinese culture, it means that they are Chinified. So at the same time, those people are living with fear that they will be arrested and their mobile phones are controlled as well. They are trying to live under such kind of conditions. I mean, those people are not living with fear only inside of the concentration camps, but the Chinese regime is trying to control their lives, and they are even controlling their privacy. They are sending Chinese families inside of their houses where they live together with those people. So just like in the novel of 1984 by George Orwell, those people are living under 7 days and 24 hours of custody, and you have to live according to their demands. The Chinese migrants, and especially young East Turkestani girls, are also subject to infertilization policies so that the population in East Turkestan will drop down. All those policies are showing us that there is an ongoing assimilation and cultural genocide policies going on in East Turkestan. So if you take a closer look to all those policies, you will see that there are children camps, concentration camps, and they are not denying those concentration camps. They are just trying to justify their policies, and they are even playing the mind and the consciousness of humanity, saying that we are trying to educate those peoples in those concentration camps. So what we do believe is that this genocide is not only against the East Turkestan, but they are attacking on the Islamic identity of the East Turkestani people. The Chinese published a white book recently, and they say that the East Turkestani people are not Muslims, they are Turkified, and they are made Muslims by force, they say, the Chinese say. But I do believe they are actually quitting their guilt, saying that they would like to destroy the Turkish identity and Islam in the region. And the Chinese head of state says that we will make all the religions Chinese. And they say all the religious texts will be assessed thoroughly, and if need be, their contents will be changed and it will be translated to Chinese. So they will destroy everything which is not Chinese. This includes the national identity of the Muslims in the East Turkestan as well. Well, not only our humanitarian existence is affected by that, but our cultural assets like mosques and our masjids are negatively affected by it. Kashgar was the capital of Karahanlı state, but we don't see any masterpiece coming from those times. Unfortunately, there is no common foreign policy implemented by an Islamic Union. That's why no one is saying no to China. And I do believe China sees all those and acts accordingly. The East Turkestan is already turning into a litmus paper because Ali Izetbegovic has this saying, when everything comes to an end, what we will remember is not the hostility of our enemies, but it will be the silence of our allies and friends. So this is the case for East Turkestan, because although the Western world is speaking with a louder voice for the East Turkestan, the voice of the Islamic countries are very weak. As you know, there is a letter against the Chinese policies, and there is only Albania who undersigned this letter. So most of the countries who are criticizing the policies of East Turkestan is coming from, unfortunately, from Western world. So the Islamic countries kept their silence. So the Islamic world, which is divided a lot, is under the hegemony of. Could you please wrap up? So what we want and what we desire is as follows. The reason of this silence might be due to politics or economics or military strategy. What I would like to say is that all your Muslim brothers and sisters are under the subject of genocide. If we cannot speak against it, then why are we Muslims at all? How can we define ourselves as Muslims? I mean, at the end of the day, we don't, want East Turkestan independence to be supported. We want your support for this Muslim community. We want this Muslim community to be embraced. In a hadith of our Prophet, he says that if one of you sees an hostility or bad thing, try to change it with your hand. If your power is not enough, try to change it with your tongue, he says. So this is one of the fundamentals of our belief. And since this is the fundamentals of our belief, and since there is an ongoing oppression, why should we interpret East Turkestan with the Chinese approach? And I would like to raise that question to be addressed by your consciousness. Thank you very much. I would like to greet you all with respect. Thank you so much for your patience.
Abdullah Oğuz hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much to our Professor Abdullah Oğuz. He talked about the importance of the Islamic Sciences Congresses which are held today. Thank you very much for his presentation. Thank you very much for offering me this opportunity. So nowadays, while the union of the world is changing, we'll be talking about East Turkestan, about the violation of the human rights, and about what it is need to be done in order to prevent and overcome all of those difficulties. We'll be listening to our valuable professor. Dear competence of ASSAM Association and all the other stakeholders, while I'm starting my speech, I offer my greetings to all of you. And of course, you are all aware about the difficulties and the bad things that are happening in the East Turkestan. I will be approaching on the same topic. And I truly believe that in order to assure that our voices in our own geography are heard even more, what is need to be done. And I'll have some recommendations and suggestions to this topic. But first of all, let me also touch upon a little bit on the world concept. We are talking about the Turkish world, Western world, Islamic world. So what are the meanings of all of those concepts on different geographies? What are the organizations? What are they representing actually? Globally talking, if we can lean towards these worldly strategies, I think that we'll be able to comprehend them even better. Our world, differently from the empires, independently from the states, from the political organization, is a very own-standing system. And here we have parties coming together, acting based upon rules, regulations, upon solidarity, upon different communities, nations. So actually nothing can be done when we are standing alone, right? We need leaderships, we need coalitions, we need unions. So as long as we have established this network of solidarity, of information and communication, will have a mutual aiding system. So we see that those structures can be set, can be disrupted, distracted, and whenever we see the cracks in those structures, they can be restructured and reorganized. Again, let me turn back to the Western world, and let me tell to you a little bit about the Second World War. The post-war Western world, under the leadership of America, with a European community, with NATO, you can see this organization. There was a liberal-based system, a world system. And when we are looking into our own world, in the history, in Turkey, we can see two organizations. We had the East Turkestan, and the second one was the Selçuks and Ottoman Istanbul-based organization. And here we had the human factor. We had this organization based upon the Islam belief, with the roots in the humans, and they were coming from the Hazar Seas, from the south, through Anatolia and through Asia. And we can say that the Islamic world was in a big turmoil. And we had the interregnum era in here. And during this period, other than the borders of the Ottoman Empire, we can see the relations established. We know that with Kashgars, back in 19th centuries, with Afghanistan, we had correspondences. We know about Aceh, and we know our interferences with far geographies. They were a part of our world, and there was a common movement, a solidarity between us and them. So after the First World War, we can see the elongation, and we can see how those structures adapted themselves and transforms into another unique structure. After the time passed, here we come with this question. The walls established in history, may we remember them? What is the global heritage in here? Is it possible to reorganize the world again? When we look at the other civilization and also at our own history, we can say that when predetermined conditions come together, the demolished, the destructed walls can be reconstructed. What are those conditions? One of them, and the very first, is that when a world is destructed, its components may be taken by the other worlds, and we witness here the crisis. And with the internal and external conditions, we can solve this. And secondly, the historical center needs to be strengthened, needs to draw attention, to be interesting, needs to become a center which may transfer richness and safety. And the third condition is the independent components of the historical world. But we have new threats this time. And those independent units needs to adapt to those threats. So the historical center will have an attracting power, and the outer elements will determine the new threats, and the powers who are trying to determine us will face big crises. What kind of crisis? We are calling them as historical breakdowns. So we say that if there is a simultaneous crisis in the world, we call it as a historical historical breakdown, meaning systems, religious beliefs, ideological beliefs, economy, and geopolitics, military equations, political and geopolitical equations. And during the normal times, of course, there can be any turmoils, and if we can see any problems in here, those crises may be overcome. So if those systems are sturdy, then everything can be overpaced. It is possible to overcome this by having a strong geopolitical structure. But if those three systems lead to a crisis, then you will have an historical breakdown, because the system won't be able to continue. Let me try to explain. Crisis came from the Old Greek, and it's a medical term and defines the sickness, the advancement of the sickness. For example, if a patient has a fever, and if the fever is increased, then there is a crisis. When the crisis is gone, when the fever decreases back. Let's say that the exchange currency is up like for 3 lira. If it is back, we say that the crisis is gone. So if you have a production-based economy, you are considered as healthy because there is a new economical model. So this is the pre-crisis moment. Nobody says that we are waiting for the patient for his fever to decrease. He will make savings from the economy, from politics, from geopolitics. When we are looking at the world system, we see those 3 lines. We see that crises are not solved, and we see new crises coming over. We see the breakdown of the neoliberal globalization, and we can see the turmoil in here, and different powers in different regions of the world are doing these crises. And those systems are creating the crisis within their own. We are looking at America, Europe, or China, and we see their own internal crisis and discussions, very intense discussions. Economically talking, we are in time of crisis. The infrastructure set forth by the globalization is distracted. The protection walls are started to be constructed. Then we are talking about hyperinflation. We have $300 billion of debts as world, and we need sustainable solutions. We are hearing the very first steps of the global crisis. We see everything from Taiwan to other places. We hear the footprints of this crisis. We are moving toward a very difficult period. And we know that in history, Middle East, the Muslim population earned their independence after the Second World War. And after the Iron Curtain fall, we can see the Caucasian independence. And in the 30 years, they were trying to be filled in. And today we can see that there are internal arguments in our geography. And it is not easy to build up solidarity, but especially in the Turkestan pool, we have countries older than 30 years. We have a strengthened India, China and Russia. And we can see that those nations are looking for solidarity. Therefore, it is important to have a corporate structure in those regions. And the Second Karabakh War and the victory of this war is a good example of that. We had a trade from Azerbaijan and also Turkey, which was in the center. And Turkey built up a support providing capacity. It had the will to use this capacity. And after the victory, the relationship of the two countries advanced. And also the relations with the other Turkish republics advanced and improved too. And we can see here more willful steps at the organizations of the state. This is very important. Let me talking here about what happened in the East Turkestan, about the silence issue. We have an organizational effort, and on the other hand, we had the oppression. The people of East Turkestan are oppressed. So let me tell you that the world is connected to an identity. When we say Turkish, when we say Islam, we are talking about our identities in it. And if we oppress, if you don't protect the communities when they are facing those identity oppressions, your structures start to lose their meaning. And those Turkish sites are weak. They have different concerns and anxieties. They are trying to protect their assets. And also in media, you can see that what is happening. So what it needs to be done in the closest future. We need to protect this balance, this equilibrium, this corporate effort in here. And on the other hand, in the face of this injustice, of this oppression, how can we prevent this? We have Turkish states organization, and they are organizing a state design with Turkish and Muslim states, and they are saying that we are not an organization which had at the center those Turkish and Muslim minorities. So what about the laws and the rights of those minorities? We need to establish a Turkish world justice system. And I suggest that the duty area to include the members, the state members to this organization, and out of the borders of the states to protect, to observe the rights of the Turkish minorities, to report the violations of their rights, and to resist against the oppressions, to have financial autonomy, and to have a proper governance frame. And what would be the use and benefit of such a system? For example, it can act as an association First of all, it should have continuous activities, and some of the revenues should be delegated to this foundation. Let's assume that there is a pressure and this foundation will publish a report about that operation and will knock the door of Kyrgyzstan and will be like, support this area, cut down the budget, and they will say this is not our national institution and we can't act on this as a state. So if they are wake, we'll have at least a diplomatic protection. And the names which may be delegated to this foundation should be very strong names. Can we sum up a little bit, Professor? We can have members, public servants for 10 years, and those members can be over 16 age of years, and they should be national. It should be a two-stages system. We can have a Senate, a parliament, and we can have representatives as per population. And also we can have the lawsuits. It can turn into a justice court, or it can turn into a parliament. If we would have such an institution, would be stronger against the pressures of China and the other pressures of the other states. And would have an institution which would be able to speak its own language, which would have the abilities to research, to be heard by the public, and which would be able to tell to China, this is our system, those are the reactions, and this is what you can do. And in the future, we'll deal with different issues, not only from China, but from India up to other places. Therefore, I think that it will be very useful to have such a mechanism in place in order to inform at least the public correctly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech. Thank you very much for itemizing the East Turkestan applications. Now we'll have another speaker from on Kashmir topic, another stakeholder, the retired General Dr. Hashmat.
Thank you very much, and assalamu alaikum. I hope I'm audible.
Evet hocam, duyuyoruz.
Okay, thank you indeed. First of all, let me express my thanks to my old friend and brother, Colonel Ersan, who's chairing this session. And I would also like to thank Assam for the 5th Congress on the Unity of Islamic World, and my personal special thanks to General Adnan Pasha. Assam has taken up the lead to start academic and intellectual initiative for resurgence of political and economic power of the Islamic world, with special reference to security and defense and foreign policy. I shall be talking to you in next 20 minutes about the problem of the Kashmir, which is one of the two bleeding wounds of the Muslim world, the other being Palestine, which is very close to the heart of every Muslim. I would also like to express our very sincere thanks from all Pakistanis to our Turkish brothers and to the Turkish government that they have always supported the just cause of Kashmir's freedom struggle. I would like to show you the map of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm sure I'm talking to a very learned and knowledgeable audience, but it is just to refresh your memory. Briefly, I shall talk about the background and the genesis of the Kashmir freedom struggle, and then how the issue was taken to the United Nations, how the United Nations has responded to it, and in what manner India has constantly and perpetually frustrated the efforts of the United Nations and the international community to find out peaceful resolution of the Kashmir dispute. And at the end, I would like to talk what has been done by the OIC. Was it sufficient enough, or more needs to be done, and what are my recommendations for the way forward? Ladies and gentlemen, as you see on this slide, this is the state of Jammu and Kashmir. For the purpose of the brevity, I will be referring it only as a Kashmir. It comprises of different regions. On the south is the India. On the west, you find Pakistan. On the northwest, you find China. And on the northeast, China. And on the northwest is Afghanistan, and later on the Central Asian states. As regards the background of the Kashmir, this dispute apparently is 75-year-old, dating back to the independence of India and Pakistan from the British colonial era. However, the root cause of the dispute, they go much beyond that. Kashmir had been an autonomous region under the Mughal and the Afghan rulers for many centuries. It was captured by the Sikh ruler of Punjab in 1819, and later on, when the British, they succeeded to overpower the British rule, it was sold for rupees 7.5 million to the Dogra chieftain, and it was basically done to cover the cost of war. Now, what is to be kept in mind is, it was not only an exchange of land, but indeed it was a sale of many million human beings, and they were mostly Muslims. The Sikh rule was oppressive. However, the Dogra rule was much more cruel, abusive, and tyrannical. Now, as far as the independence of India and Pakistan is concerned, the British India was granted independence in 1947, and two independent dominions, Pakistan and India, came into being. There were about 656 princely states. Their rulers were given the option to join either Pakistan or India. However, there were certain conditions. Primarily, these conditions were the geographic contiguity and the wish of the people. As regards state of Kashmir, it was contiguous to Pakistan, and majority of the Muslim population, around 85% to 90%, they were Muslim, and all of them wanted to join Pakistan. The rulers of the Kashmir Maharaja, he wished to retain the status of a dominion, which of course was not possible at that time. However, he showed his desire to sign the standstill agreement. Pakistan accepted the agreement. The India did not respond. Earlier to that, the Legislative Assembly of Kashmir had passed a resolution to join Pakistan. Maharaja remained indecisive, and there was a popular uprising and a revolt for independence of the Kashmir. Maharaja's forces, they massacred the innocent people. Many thousand Muslims were killed, and on 24th of October 1947, the freedom fighters, they declared the independence of Kashmir, especially the area what is nowadays called Azad Kashmir, under Pakistan's control, that was declared independent. Another two regions, which is Gilgit and Baltistan, toward the northwest, which were normally part of Kashmir, they had also attained independence on 2nd November 1947. The major dispute arose as far as the instrument of accession of Kashmir to India was concerned. Pakistan was embroiled into resolving many problems and was in no position to help the Kashmir freedom struggle. Some tribesmen, they moved into Kashmir to help their Muslim brethren. Maharaja took the refuge into India and asked for military help. The Governor General, Lord Mountbatten, agreed conditionally that the Maharaja must accede to India. So, the ruler of Kashmir was forced to sign an instrument of accession under duress. Pakistan government immediately and vigorously contested the accession. Pakistan maintained that Maharaja had no right to sign the instrument as he had already signed a standstill agreement with Pakistan. The freedom fighters gained success and were close to the Srinagar, which is capital of the state of Kashmir. On 29th October 1947, India occupied Kashmir by dropping its military forces at Srinagar airport and through the land invasion. India requested United Nations Security Council to help India to find out the solution of the problem, especially pertaining to the freedom fighters. Pakistan did not have the military forces, as I already said. On 17th January 1948, United Nations Security Council passed the Resolution 38 and later on 39, which asked for the investigation of the dispute. The United Nations Security Council decided later on for the plebiscite in the Kashmir, which was done on 28th January 1948. And the President of the Security Council said, the question as to whether the state of Jammu and Kashmir will accede to India or to Pakistan shall be decided by a plebiscite. And more importantly, this plebiscite must be conducted under conditions which will ensure complete impartiality. And the plebiscite will therefore have to be conducted under the auspices of the United Nations. The UN decided to constitute a commission for India and Pakistan. In 1948, this commission was constituted. The basic mandate given to the commission was to inquire into the matter and recommend possible options for resolution of the dispute. The commission concluded that the opinion of the people of the Kashmir must be ascertained. Indian Prime Minister Nehru at that time agreed and urged the United Nations to ascertain the opinion of the Kashmiris. The United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan decided for free and impartial plebiscite. Now, this is something very important, that the United Nations since 1948 has been trying to propose a peaceful resolution of the Kashmir. Initially, General Nocton was appointed. Later on, Sir Oxon Dixon, an Australian judge and a diplomat, was made as a UN representative. And later on, it was Dr. Frank Graham who was appointed as Dixon's successor. Meanwhile, the United Nations also recommended that India and Pakistan should conduct the direct talks to find out peaceful resolution of the dispute. These talks took place in 1953 in Geneva, but they were unsuccessful. Unfortunately, all efforts of the United Nations failed. On 27th March 1953, Dr. Graham presented the final report. The UN failed to resolve the Kashmir dispute. India deliberately frustrated all such proposals that could lead to the peaceful resolution of Kashmir through UN mediation or even at a later stage any third-party mediation. Therefore, the UN ICP was terminated by the United Nations. However, the United Nations established a military observer group so that the violations along the ceasefire line could be monitored and could be reported to the United Nations. Excuse me. The first team of the military observers arrived in the mission in January 1949. It was given the mandate to supervise the ceasefire and to assist the military advisor to the commission. On termination of the commission, the UN established a proper military observer group in India and Pakistan. This group has been performing its duties since then. However, from 1972 onward, when the line of control was established in Kashmir, India has objected to the mandate of the military observer group and has advocated that it has lapsed. The United Nations maintains that this group will continue to function because the United Nations Security Council has not terminated the mission. India has considerably restricted the activities of the United Nations observers. However, Pakistan supports and facilitates the functions of the United Nations military group. Since then, India has tried to absorb the Kashmir as an integral part of India, and they have been trying to project the same at all international fora. The United Nations clearly declared that Kashmir is a disputed territory, and it asked for a plebiscite. India accorded an autonomous status to Kashmir with certain privileges, and these privileges were, there was a separate flag and there was a constituent assembly. Simultaneously, there was a ban for non-Kashmiris to buy land so that they could not settle in Kashmir, and the demographic proportion of the Kashmiris and non-Kashmiris is not altered. However, India has gradually absorbed Kashmir into Indian Union. Because of all these actions taken by India, the Kashmir freedom struggle, it continued and it entered into a phase which was later on called Kashmir Intifada. In 1989, Kashmiri youth revolted against the atrocities perpetrated by Indian military forces. This phase continued for almost 10 years. To cover up the brutalities and genocide committed by Indian armed forces, India always blames that Pakistan was providing arms and training to the Kashmir freedom fighters, whereas it has been established by independent observers that the Kashmir freedom struggle is completely indigenous. Pakistan and India, primarily because of Kashmir, has fought 4 wars in 1948, 65, 71, and 99. The 99 Kargil War was first military engagement between India and Pakistan after both countries had acquired nuclear weapon capability. The danger of the escalation from the conventional conflict to a nuclear conflict is a great threat to the regional and global peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been trying various initiatives to break the deadlock on Kashmir dispute. The last one was by the President of the Pakistan, General Musharraf, who proposed a 4-point solution to the Kashmir dispute. Unfortunately, at the last minute, the India refused to honor the commitments which were made during the negotiation, and a golden opportunity to resolve the Kashmir dispute was lost by both countries. Simultaneously, all along, India has been trying to mislead and deceive the international community by portraying Kashmir freedom struggle as a terrorist activity. And these efforts were intensified after the 9/11 incident, which provided a conducive environment to India to project the freedom struggle, which was portrayed by India as a terrorism. In fact, the United Nations Charter clearly defines the freedom struggle as a legitimate right, and it is differentiated from the terrorist act. The US invasion and illegal occupation of Afghanistan provided conducive environment to India for ruthlessly suppressing all legitimate activities of Kashmiri freedom fighters. It must be noted that Kashmir is the worst militarized zone in the world. There are about 900,000 military forces in Kashmir Valley. The valley has been converted into a virtual jail. Indian military forces have established complete apartheid control. There are forced abductions and extrajudicial killings. There is an indiscriminate use of pellet guns, which have caused blindness to many hundred Kashmiri youth. There have been large-scale sexual abuses and tortures against many thousand women and children. Many political activists, they have been repeatedly detained and tortured. All such abuses and extremely heinous crimes, which tantamount to genocide, they have been recorded by the human rights organization in the world and United Nations as well. The last most brutal action by India was the abrogation of Article 370 and Article 35A and the merger of Kashmir into Indian Union. As I mentioned earlier, Kashmir had a special status which gave some safeguards and some guarantees to the Kashmiris. Anyhow, on 15th August, pardon?
Hocam toparlayabilir miyiz?
Could you please wrap up, Professor? I apologize. We have time limitation.
Okay, no problem. I'll just move forward. I'll just move to my recommendations quickly. As you all know about this problem, I will move to the summary and to the recommendation. The facts are that the Kashmir conflict has not been resolved, and because of India's hegemonic policies. The Muslim world has not been able to respond as expected by the Kashmiris. What needs to be done is that India, Pakistan, United Nations and Kashmiris must work together to find a peaceful resolution. And the UN should hold the plebiscite as envisaged in the resolutions. International community and the United Nations Security Council must demand that India revokes abrogation of Article 370 and 35, stops all brutalities, withdraws the military forces, restores civil liberties, and restarts the negotiation to find long-lasting solution. Recommendations and way forward is all Muslim countries and OICs should effectively and strongly support the just and fair cause of the Muslim of Jammu and Kashmir. And there is a recent initiative taken by Kashmir Awareness Forum, and that is establishment of a Kashmir war crime. I would very strongly urge that all Muslim countries must support the Kashmir war crimes. Just to conclude, these suggestions are not exhaustive. There are number of ways and means in which the Muslim world and the international community can support the just and fair cause of the Kashmiris. Let's not wait. Let's not wait for another tragedy like Srebrenica to happen. Let's join hands to act together and act now. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, dear professor, for this wonderful presentation. In order to moderate the next session, I would like to yield the floor to our Professor Atilla Doğan. The floor is yours, Professor. First and foremost, I would like to greet our distinguished audience with respect. Welcome to the 5th ASSAM International Conference. We delayed our time a lot. We have 5 more speakers, so without giving any break, I would like to start our session. First speaker is Sheila Yusuf, Return of Taliban, a critical analysis of its efforts on nation building. The floor is yours, Sheila Yusuf.
Evet.
Yes, please, Sheila Yusuf.
Seste mi sorun var?
Is there any problem with the voice? We cannot hear. Your mic is mute, Sheila Yusuf. Could you please open your mic?
Evet Şila Hanım, bekliyoruz.
Miss Sheila.
All right. Okay. Got it. Now where is my slide? Sorry, I don't know where my slide went. Okay, right. Okay, firstly, I would like to thank Ersan Bey and Osman Bey for their untiring working relationship with me in organizing the speakers from my side. Teşekkür ederim. And also thank you, General Adnan and your team for giving me this opportunity to work closely and fruitfully with ASSAM. And what I'll say is Kolay Gelsin and Allah Rahmat olsun. And also participants who have stayed on, thank you very much. Right. Okay. Before I start, I want to assert my stand here. I am not condemning the Taliban 2.0, neither am I praising them. I'm only undertaking a critical analysis of their efforts in nation building. And I strongly believe that Afghanistan should be ruled by Afghans and not by any foreign power. So the focus of my presentation, wait, let me take this one. All right. Okay. So I would focus my presentation on the issues that the Taliban need to handle and the challenges faced by them in nation building, and also the role of Muslim countries to rebuild Afghanistan, and the role of ASRIKA in forging Muslim unity. So when Taliban took control of Kabul in August 2021, the whole world, in fact, watched the events unfolding in Afghanistan. There were concerns revolving around their ability to deal with issues on women's rights, especially on that, and then human rights and the swelling humanitarian crisis, and also whether they can form an inclusive government, and also their likely postures to gain legitimacy, because they are now de facto government, but they haven't gotten the de jure government, a legitimate government. So now that they are in power, can they unite every disparate segments of society? Can Taliban 2.0 offer a new model of government that can transform society to make men and women work together in a synergistic way to rebuild war-torn Afghanistan with the help of allies and be internationally respected? Or will they rule with a dictatorial hand? Or will it be a democratic process of respecting the rights of every human being according to Sharia as laid out in the 2004 Afghan constitution? Or will it be according to Taliban's narrow or strict interpretation of Sharia within an entirely new constitution? So we'll talk about Taliban 1.0 and women's rights. This is the the previous Taliban, okay? So the Taliban 1.0, which ruled around 1996 to 2001, they were associated with oppressive rules imposed on the people, especially women. So during their previous regime, women had no access to education. Women are not allowed to work. Women are also restricted in their movements. Music was banned, and women were forced to wear a full burqa in public. So why is that so? That's because Sharia is interpreted strictly by the Taliban based on Hanafi texts, which are not codified, but are in the hands of the mullah for its interpretation. The Taliban's interpretation of Islamic law comes from the Deobandi strand of Hanafi jurisprudence, a branch found across several parts of Southeast Asia, including Pakistan and India, and the group's own lived experience as a predominantly rural and tribal society. So the Taliban can best be understood as classical or traditional in interpretation, or veering more towards scholars seen as orthodox, such as those from the Indian subcontinent and Middle East. So what is the status of women in Islam? And women in Islam is actually as enshrined in the Quran and Sunnah. So the status of women in Islam has conflicting interpretations. The Quran and Sunnah have made it very clear on the equality of status between men and women in the area of reward, accountability, and freedom of choice. Women is also accorded an honorable status in the Quran, in a Sahih Hadith. It was said that paradise is at the feet of your mother. Islam also sets equal rights for women in education, and we have verses 4 to 5 of Surah Al-Iqra stress the importance of education for all Muslims. A hadith in relation to this ayat also says, a person who reads is handsome in the eyes of God. And also there are other sayings like seek knowledge from cradle to grave, and also seek knowledge as far as China. So the pursuit of knowledge is a duty. In fact, it's an obligation for every Muslim man and woman. And women are required to educate themselves in the areas of culture, business, and science, and every area. So this was exemplified by Khadija radiallahu, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was given equal access to knowledge on trading and business opportunities, had dealings with businessmen, and was a very successful entrepreneur. So women in politics, the equality of women in political participation can also be discerned from the history of Islam. Muqtadir Billah had proven to be a good statesman or woman when she took the helm in governing the state. When her son, the Abbasid Caliph Muqtadir Billah, was incapable of doing his duty. During the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's time, women were used as judges and promisers of political support. However, the image of Muslim women has been tarnished by hardcore Islamists and Islamophobic studies. So the Western media has exploited the situation to paint a different picture of Islam by spreading the propaganda that Muslim women are being oppressed and enjoys no equal rights, and that it is the white man's duty to liberate the Muslim women, even though her sacred rights have already been enshrined in the Quran. So here's a very positive comment on the Muslim women. The Muslim woman was given a role, duties, and rights that most women do not enjoy today, even in the West. Yet the religion, which revolutionized the status of women is being portrayed as repressive to women. And as mentioned earlier, this myth is perpetuated by the Western media. So to clear this distortion of facts, we will look at the coexistence of two perspectives on the role of women in Islam. So we have the religious perspective, which is mainly based on the Quran and Sunnah and supported by history, and also the traditional perspective based on cultural norms, like the idealized version of women being the weaker gender, and also based on strict interpretation of the Quran. So the traditional perspective in countries like Afghanistan or Iran, where about 99% of the population is practicing the religion of Islam, the status of women is based on traditional perspective. And the traditional dealing with women refers to the ideals that have been set for women by the especially conservative society, which may not relate to or even contradict the rules provided in the Quran. So the set of values or ideals So the set of values or ideals can be defined as man-made rights for greater protection of women, but those created rights have added legal restrictions to the compassionate rules that the Quran and Sunnah have determined for women. So their justifications for adopting a restrictive interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah usually revolve around greater security for women and increased efforts to maintaining their honor. Saudi Arabia used to be in this traditional perspective, but now their laws are relaxed. Women can now drive in Saudi Arabia, and there was an improvement on their right to free movement. So due to the traditions of hardline Islamists, ultra-conservative stance, women are restricted in certain rights, like right to education. Okay, so because of this traditional perspective of women, the religion of Islam is viewed as being restrictive on women's freedom of choice. The Western media picks up the traditional perspective and downplays the religious perspective of women to suit their agenda. So Western media portrays a Muslim woman as being weak, needs to be controlled, or incapable of making a good decision for herself. And Western media propagates the distorted fact that Muslim women have no rights under Islamic law. So the religion of Islam is not repressive towards women. In fact, a whole chapter, Surah An-Nisa, is dedicated towards the treatment of women. Islam gives women a noble status, but traditional leaders have reduced the social status of women. And this view is reinforced by the dress code that hardline Islamists have imposed on women. So since the burqa has been enforced in certain jurisdictions, it has been misinterpreted that those who willingly wear the hijab fall under the same category, and wrongly confirming the Western view of the oppressed Muslim women. So women constitute one of the building blocks of nation building, and without their votes, there will be a lopsided government. Women should not be oppressed, sidelined, nor excluded from any functions of society. So now we come to the Taliban 2.0. That was Taliban 1.0. So let's see their perspective on women's rights. So what is their approach towards women? Since August, the Taliban have recently adopted a more relaxed attitude towards women's education, departing from their former repressive attitude. They have now allowed women's education to continue in schools and universities, but insist on a segregation of the gender. So the Taliban government's higher education minister, Abdul Baki Haqqani, indicated that women would be allowed to study, but not alongside men. Women should also be allowed to study and work in the education and medical sectors, where separate facilities can be set up for their exclusive use. They will have separate institutions for them, separate hospitals, separate universities, separate schools, separate madrasas. So they're also ensuring that there'll be no opportunity to mingle with the opposite sex, as the boys will leave earlier than the girls by 5 minutes difference when the class ends. So universities are required to recruit female teachers for female students based on their facilities. And if there are not enough female teachers in universities, all men of good character can teach female students. On dress code, the new order does not have any mention of burqa, which covers the entire body, but based on reports from Malaysian NGOs, the Afghan women are still wearing hijab without niqab, the niqab which covers the entire face. So the newly installed minister also said that the subjects taught in universities will be reviewed to reflect a reasonable and Islamic curriculum that is in line with our Islamic national and historical values, and on the other hand, be able to compete with other countries. So on whether the Taliban will allow women to have the right to seek employment and right to participate in public affairs, career or political engagement, it is left to be seen, as the new government is still crafting new laws to appease the women of Afghanistan by adopting a less stricter interpretation of the Quran. So it has been reported that the new government under the Taliban will not prevent women from having jobs, but they have asked all women, except those in the public health sector, to stay away from work until the security situation improves. However, there is likely to be no participation of women in the government that the Taliban are yet to announce. So let's look at Taliban and the international community. Taliban is the de facto government of Afghanistan. International community should give due recognition and work with them, especially US, UN, and IMF. So Sheikh Tamim says, who is also in contact with the group, told the UN General Assembly that it is important to continue dialogue with the Taliban, as boycotting them will only lead to polarization and reactions, whereas dialogue could be fruitful. So the foreign powers are leveraging on Taliban's promises, or rather broken promises. They're still insistent on not recognizing Afghanistan because the Taliban are not fulfilling their promises on women's rights and inclusivity. So let's look at the breach of promise on women's rights. The closure of the Ministry of Women's Affairs gives rise to a lot of uncertainties in Taliban's current dealings with women. Foreign powers use this as evidence that Taliban cannot be trusted in their promise to give rights to women. So this ministry has been replaced by the Ministry of Vice and Virtue, which was very, very brutal in their control of the women before. Yeah, they are known for beating women for infractions such as dressing immodestly and being outside without a male guardian. So there's a fear that this ministry would do the same thing. So the breach of promise on inclusivity. As to inclusivity, there are governments around the world which are not inclusive, and this requirement may not be realized initially by the Taliban government. So currently, the Taliban's interim government is made of hardline leaders and led by a religious leader. No women or officials from the preceding government and only a few representatives from ethnic minority communities were included in the Taliban's cabinet. Experts say it is unlikely that the Taliban will meaningfully share power with any former government officials. And then this was seen by the West to be a breach of promise to have an inclusive government. And the international community is putting pressure by freezing Afghans' assets. So when they took control, assets have been frozen, and the United States has no intention of releasing billions of dollars worth of assets belonging to Afghanistan Central Bank, despite increasing calls from humanitarian groups and other actors warning the country is facing an imminent economic collapse. So, as you know, much of the Afghan Central Bank's 10 billion in assets are parked overseas, and this is considered a key instrument for the West to pressure the Taliban to respect women's rights and the rule of law. Sanctions have also been imposed by them, and the Treasury Department is not easing sanctions on the Taliban or loosening restrictions on their access to the global financial system. The IMF has also blocked the Taliban from accessing some 440 million in new emergency reserves or special drawing rights issued by the global lender last month. So the foreign powers' justification for their actions is that US could not legally release the Afghan assets until there was an internationally recognized government, and that could take many months to occur. So the IMF could not act until its board voted once the government was recognized. Okay. The US Treasury had granted a license authorizing the US government and its partners to continue to facilitate humanitarian aid in Afghanistan. Also, it gave Western Union the world's largest money to transfer monies and also to resume personal remittances to Afghanistan from migrants overseas. I'm trying to hurry up because I have only, 15 minutes? So, Taliban 2.0 and the role of Muslim countries to rebuild Afghanistan. Malaysia will work with several countries to help rebuild Afghanistan. So to date, the Malaysian government has shown tacit support for the Taliban-led government when the foreign minister created a new portfolio, special advisor to the Minister on Afghanistan, as part of its foreign policy to assist Afghanistan in nation building, and appointed Dato Ahmad Azam Abdul Rahman, who is a commissioner to the Independent Permanent HR Commission of OIC. So the special advisor will work on international platforms, and the minister has pledged USD 100,000 to the UN to rebuild Afghanistan and provide humanitarian assistance and promote businesses to help reconstruct Afghanistan. So civil societies and NGOs from Malaysia will play an active role, such as Mercy Malaysia Global Peace Mission, and they have also declared the support, which is evident in their post-conference resolution here. All right, so this is by major civil society organizations, academicians, former diplomats, and youth of Malaysia, 26 September 2021. So we observe and recognize the challenges faced by the new government of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. The most important being the formation of an inclusive and functional government that can effectively provide for the people their basic needs, peace and security, and begin the long process of reconstruction and development of the economy, whilst at the same time managing the different ethnic and tribal groups, notwithstanding the foreign powers that have vested interest in resource-rich and strategic Afghanistan. So within this context, we undertake to recognize, okay, stress, we undertake to recognize the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan as a sovereign nation with its own distinctive identity, culture, and political system. It is of paramount importance for us to acknowledge the concept of Afghan-led, Afghan-owned and Afghan-controlled government. And an inclusive functional government should be given the space to implement a smooth transition.
Last 3 minutes, Dr. Sheila.
Oh my God. Okay, Afghanistan will need a proper reconciliation platform and also consultation with various stakeholders to bring about inclusiveness, commitment to humanitarian assistance, educational opportunities, training for teachers. The government of Malaysia will give humanitarian assistance, and IMAN, which is the Interactive Muslimah Association, an Islamic think tank organization, has already sponsored Afghan students to study in Malaysia and Afghanistan. So of course, OAS's involvement, and then the necessity to have Malaysia's own media presence in Afghanistan. Lastly, release of Afghan's assets, rebuilding Afghanistan through the reconstruction of Afghanistan plan, and bridging Afghan-Malaysia engagement special advisor. So, all right, so will the Taliban become less conservative or remain rigid in their ways? We are anticipating some changes as they want to be accepted by the international community. So if they want to deal with international actors, they need to include women in the workforce in order to have a balanced, economically progressive society. But the Taliban has also to deal with threats from infiltrators and also imposters and criminals joining the group to harm its image. Then also they have the security issues due to the deadly attacks from rivals. Okay. So recommendations, they need to weigh the circumstances and decide which model of government to adopt. They have to deal with a new Afghanistan and women and also recognize women's place in the society. And also they have to deal with the possibility of differences in opinion between the leadership. They need to grant women equal rights in all aspects. And I think they should not dismantle the Afghan Constitution 2004, but perhaps just reform the 5%, since 95% of its laws are already Sharia-based, and they have to promote the rule of law. The Afghan society expects moderation, so the Taliban must be pressured towards moderation. And so what they have to do now is that the Taliban has to consolidate their power and govern, and they have to keep their promises, and they have to project an image of moderation and inclusivity to avoid being isolated by the international community. Finally, I would recommend that the Taliban work within the ASRIKA umbrella to help craft its domestic and foreign policy according to the moderate views of the Sharia, and work together with Muslim nations towards a common goal of forging Muslim unity and be internationally recognized as a de jure government. Done. Okay. Thank you.
Doktor Şile'ye teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu oturumun 4 konuşmacısı Afganistan üzerine konuşacak.
Sheila, and we'll have 4 talks on Afghanistan. Now we have Mr. Mohammed Gül, and he will be talking about the last point that has been raised in Afghanistan, the shadow of the global attacks that the Islamic world has been subjected to.
Okay.
Doktor Şile, ekran paylaşımını kaldırırsak.
Dr. Sheila, if you just can remove the sharing of the screen, please.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evet, buyurun Muhammed Bey.
Has it been removed?
Yes, Sheila. Yes,
All
yes.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Evet Muhammed Bey, sizi dinliyoruz.
Mr. Mohammed, we are ready to listen to you.
Muhammed Bey burada mı arkadaşlar?
Is Mr. Mohammed with us, dear colleagues?
I don't see him.
I see, but
Burada Muhammed
burada fakat Duymuyor bizi herhalde. Bir
He isn't here, but I think that we have a connection issue. I think that his microphone might be closed, actually.
Acaba sesimi duyabiliyor muyuz?
duyuyoruz. Buyurun.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I want to extend my salute and thanks to the ASSAM committee for this wonderful organization. I'm really happy. I'm very proud of being today together with you at this 5th International Cooperation ASSAM organization, and I truly hope that it will be very auspicious to the entire Islamic world. I know that my colleagues before of me talked of similar Afghanistan issues. I want to talk about the disagreements about the different ethnicities in my country, about the internal war that was in here. And I think that those fights are in order to preserve the global and the regional powers, but they are also against the Islamic world. There is a hidden agenda, and we can really spoke about the upcoming of the Third World War. And lastly, with the change of the equilibriums and balances in Afghanistan, here we have the Taliban regime, and we should never forget about the terror that they brought upon us. We can see how the humanity in the Afghanistan really experienced a very dark era of poverty. And when the type of the crisis is changes, when the times are changing, we can see that the religious and the Islamic norms are changing. Here we have a group which is leading through blood, through five. After 11 September, after the attacks of 11 September, the operation made in Afghanistan, and after the Taliban management was failed, with the support of America, the state which was established in Afghanistan was working with the international institution in a quite peaceful environment. And during 20 years, the international aids, using the national reserves of the country, they do the foreign aids couldn't be used properly. And the education, removing the education in the country was a very bad decision. And Taliban led the fight in Afghanistan with the foreign aids, and we can see how the ethnicities in Afghanistan were removed, were actually marginalized. And with the support of the national population, and after the American and NATO units drew back from Afghanistan, the Afghanistan governance has failed. Of course, there are other factors who played a role in here, but one of the most important reason is marginalizing of people, is poverty and corruption. In Afghanistan, after Taliban, in the Islamic world, I can say that there is a very tight attitude. The people don't know how to act against Taliban. And as my colleague in here says, the rights of minorities, of humans, of women, they are not quite determined. Economically speaking, Afghanistan is facing a very serious poverty. At Kabul, you can see children dying of starving. You can see the number. And if the international institutions, especially Islamic countries, if they are not taking any actions, especially in the first quarter of the next year, there will be a real poverty crisis, and it will lead to a major problem between the people of Afghanistan. In the same time, the people living in there have security issues, have terrorism organization issues. And the attitude of the Islamic world is important in here. What is going to do the Islamic world with this issue of Afghanistan? Are they going to let the Afghani people alone, or are they going to deal with these issues? We are curious about this question. The main reason of the war in Afghanistan is the ethnicity and the superiority wars between the local communities. And in the last 300 years, the wars are fought by dominance fights between the communities, the ethnicities, and it's more than the religious values. Although 99.9% of the Afghan people are Muslims, there is an ethnicity priority superiority fight, and I think that the religious items are used for this. The intellectual roots are used up to Gilbandi schools, which are in Pakistan, and in different regions of the countries there are terrorist organizations, including America, which are killing people. Up to today, and even today, in some of the regions, people are forced to immigrate. They are forced to leave their homes. And this situation in the close future will also escalate to the neighbor countries. I'm trying to read very quickly, and the methodology should be that Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazars, and Turkmens, their rights should be protected because there is a concern that they will be deprived of their rights because there is a discontinuity in Afghanistan. And what should we do? Islamic countries up to now, they weren't clear enough in terms of warning Taliban. The conflicts are impacting the national and political benefits. The Islamic countries should pursue a global approach. On the other hand, the superiority of religion in Afghanistan is not a problem for this country because the majority of Afghani people are Muslims and they are believing in the Islam beliefs. The main issue is that we don't have an Islamic identity as an Islamic collective identity. This identity should be reconstructed. And lastly, I think that this initiative of ASSAM is very important, and I truly believe that Islamic world will contact Taliban in order to have a more soft, more improving government for each party. And I hope that during these poverty times, they will help to Afghanistan. Thank you very much. Mr. Mohammed, we extend our thanks to you. We have Mr. Ramazan, and he will be talking about a review of the factors affecting the social and political instability in Afghanistan over the past 3 decades. Mr. Ramazan.
Öncelikle sayın hocalarımıza ve değerli konuklarımıza selamlıyorum.
First of all, I extend my salute to you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, especially to our esteemed esteemed professors at ASSAM, as you already mentioned, Professor. My topic is on a review of the factors affecting social and political instability in Afghanistan over the past 3 decades. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very clear. As you know, Afghanistan is a Muslim country in the Islamic world, and we have been subjected to a continuing social and political instability. There is a continuing war in the country, and alongside the social and political instability, there are very major issues with the population. The people are facing very serious issues. And I am reviewing the past 3 decades, the social and political instability in Afghanistan. So what happened in Afghanistan over the past 3 decades? In 1979, we have the Soviets. They entered in Afghanistan, and they lived in 1989. And after that, we had America, Iran, Pakistan, and other nations, powers entering in Afghanistan. And who were those alliance groups? They were ethnically different groups. And due to those fighter groups, we can see the ethnical fights in here. In 1996, Taliban, which was an armed organization, they entered in Afghanistan and they took over Kabul and the 95% of the lands of the area of Afghanistan. They took over the control. In 2001, Afghanistan was subjected to a 20 years fight of America. They witnessed this governance. And there was a social and political stability lack in here. And there was an uncontinued insecurity in different areas too. In order to comprehend this topic, I reviewed this in a sociological point of view. And I touch upon the social backgrounds of Afghanistan. And after that, I will be talking on the exterior factors. The instability in Afghanistan is due to many internal and external factors. And in order to understand that, we need to know the ethnical structure. The ethnical structure of Afghanistan leads us to different information, different backgrounds, but generally talking, we can see that here we have more than 50 different ethnicities like Hindu, Pashai, Pashtun, Baluchi, Ashkish, more than 50 ethnicities. And over the past 3 decades, the social and political instability in Afghanistan is due to Pashtun, Tajik, Uzbeks, and Hazari. Who are Hazaris? They are almost 25% of the Afghani people. They are talking Persian as a language. They are Muslims. They are Shia and Sunni groups. Today in Afghanistan, they have a definite terminology, and they are living all over the Afghanistan and also in the other countries, in Pakistan, Iran, Australia, in Finland, Canada, States, Norway, Turkey. They are also living in those countries too. And as Said Askar Musavi used to talk about the Hazari people living in Afghanistan, let me quote, the Hazari people were in here since the era of the great Alexander. They are a very ancient ethnicity. And another ethnicity is Tajiks. They are one of the major groups which are leading to the instability. They are also talking the Persian or the Tazi language. And the Tajiks, like I said, they are talking Persian. They are Muslims. Most of them are Sunni. There are some different cults like Sunnis. And also we have the Uzbeks, especially in the southeast and close to the Chinese border. But in the north of Afghanistan, the Uzbeks, which are living in there, they are the fourth, I'm sorry, the third biggest ethnicity group. And they are also living in the North Hindu area, and they are talking the Uzbek language. They are also Muslim and Sunni. The fourth group, the fourth major group living in Afghanistan are the Pashtunis. And there are different opinions and determinations on Pashtunis. Some of those opinions are emphasizing that they are kinds of Aryan ethnicity. And some of the opinions says that they are Arabic, Pakistani. We have Azim Afridi. And some others, they are telling that the Pashtunis are of Israeli ethnicity. And they are telling that they came from India like in 1859. I'm just going to pass over this information. But like I said, there is social and political controversial areas between those groups. Again, the factors affecting the social and political instability in Afghanistan are mostly internal and external factors. And if I have to enumerate the internal factors, at the top we have these ethnicity issues and controversies. And since the establishment of the modern Afghan policies, we can see this never-ending fight and conflict between the basic Afghanistan population and those ethnicities. The Afghani people, I want to say that the ethnicity is very important for the Afghani people. And the social interaction is greatly affected by this factor. In fact, the Afghani population is quite disrupted, and especially there is a major lack of the social cultural values and of the social identity. This discrimination, this ethnical breakdown is quite important, because whenever you are going to Afghanistan, you will truly witness this difference, because everybody is like, I'm Tajik, I'm Uzbek, I'm Afghani, I'm Hazari. They can't say this. This is, we don't have a national identity. And there are great discussions over this Afghani word. Sometimes they say that the Pashtunis, they say that we don't accept it. It is not valid for us. The ethnical conflict in Afghanistan was seen over all the phases, but the top of this controversy, of this conflict, started from the extremist groups. And this became a very big problem in the country, because whenever the different groups came together in the country in order to reach to the economical interest, they competed against each other, and this competition led to an actual fight in the country. And this also, like I said, this competition was actually based on the economical benefits and interests, but it actually turned out into the governance and dominance over the political roles and political power. And the dominant groups, they took over the political powers and they dominated and governed the other groups. In 92, I mean, between 92 and 96, there was the war, the Kabul war. And there were, in this interior war, there we lost a lot of people. A lot of people flew the country. They were obliged to flee the country, and the unofficial number was between 5,000 to 30,000 of people. The United Nations considered this as a genocide. This is the first topic. And the second one is the ethnicity. In Afghanistan, the political competition, and one of the most important, the major issue is the competition over the powers and the conflicts which are born due to those ethnical conflicts. I mean, whenever we have, if there are elections or not, the elections couldn't be carried out in a democratic way. Everything is affected by those dominant ethnical groups. And without doubt, one of the greatest issue of Afghanistan is the ethnicity issue. And I saw that politicians are playing quite hard over these issues. And this issue leads to, and this issue damaged the political governance and impacted all the political and social relations of Afghanistan, and led to social and political instability in Afghanistan. And therefore, as I already told you, the people that weren't allowed to build up a national identity. In 1747, in Afghanistan, we have this formation of Pashtunis, and we can witness this strong connection between the Pashtunis, which was dispersed over the entire country and became a predominant factor. And on one hand, those kinds of conflicts, and on the other hand, the hatred between the state and the people led to social issues lead to the lack of trust. For example, in the capital, in the city of Kabul, majorly, but also in the other cities too, you can see the dominance of one ethnical groups, and you can see that the other ethnical groups can't reach. You can see the urban settlement and the disruption, the itemizations of one ethnicity in one region, like Pashtunis at south and the Tajiks at north, etc. So I'm talking about this ethnical division. Pashtunis at south, in south east we have Hazari, we have Uzbek and Tajiks in the north. So each region, let's say, has its own culture. Of course, there are exchanging relations and there is an intercultural exchange, but the ethnicity politics and the fight for the power is very dominant. And again, as I am emphasizing and repeating, it leads to the social and political instability in the country.
Well, the political order has not always been peaceful. In the political history of Afghanistan, there has always been internal conflicts and also the coup attempts. Since there is not a sustainable political order, the Afghanistan order was never stable. Each ethnic group manages a region. As a result, the whole country is divided. And as a result, I mean, each group is protecting its own sovereignty, and this leads to the instability in the region as well. The whole political system is based on the instability, and the Afghani politicians and the directors and administrators are abusing ethnicity for sustaining their political conflicts. As a result, brotherhood, solidarity, and unity, such kind of social values, are not established in the society. And on the other hand, since there are different ethnic and political groups, their demands are not the same. Each ethnic group has its own way of administration. Could you please wrap up? Could you please wrap up within a couple of minutes? Well, unfortunately, the global players and big players are competing on Afghanistan. As you know, Russia, United States of America, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Iran, especially those countries, are competing on Afghanistan, and they are intervening on Afghanistan all the time. Pakistan and Afghanistan has historical conflicts, as you know. Since Afghanistan and Pakistan are very close countries, there are historical conflicts and discussions, and they have joint interests, and the cultural transformations in Afghanistan is also having impact on the internal matters in Pakistan, and vice versa is valid for Afghanistan as well. Since I have a time limitation, I try to skip all those matters very fast. As you know, Saudi Arabia and UK has provided financial support establishing the Taliban movement. Pakistan is trying to increase its strategic depth in Afghanistan. That's why they are intervening it. There is the military structures. And of course, Afghanistan has an economic and strategic depth. As you know, there are the conflicts in Pashtunistan because on both sides of that region, Pashtunis are living in the region. But the majority of them are living in Pakistan, and the rest of them are living in Pakistan, and there is this conflicts going on the border. That's why they are always intervening to the Afghanistani matters, and there are the conflicts going on in Pakistan and India. And this also turns Afghanistan into a battleground. And there is a Saudi Arabia who are supporting the establishment of a radical Salafite government, and that's why Saudi Arabia is always intervening to the matters in Afghanistan, and Taliban is also supporting it. And they are also supporting the other terrorist organizations, Wahhabi groups especially. And Iran and Afghanistan, they are the external factors which you should take into consideration. Iran and Afghanistan has historical conflicts, and there are political reasons behind it. There are social reasons behind it. There is this Helmand River in the region, which is carrying water from Afghanistan and Iran, which was a conflicting topic. That's why Afghanistan is always dragged into instability and an environment of insecurity. Thank you very much. I have extended my time, but I try to summarize it as possible as I can, since there is a time limitation. I hope you have benefited and listened to my presentation. Thank you very much. It was a very enlightening presentation. Of course, there's ethnic conflicts in the region, I do believe, is actually the interests of the global powers. Mr. Yasir will be the next speaker. The floor is yours, sir. Hello to everyone. Good evening to everyone. I would like to say good evening to my brothers and sisters and our professors in Turkey. First of all, I'd like to thank our professors for their beneficial speeches before me. The speeches were very beneficial. I'd like to thank each one of them. As our previous professors also mentioned, as of 15th of August 2021, the Western-supported government collapsed, which led to the socioeconomic crisis in Afghanistan, with Taliban coming to power and the cease of the international aid. So in my presentation, I will be speaking about the Afghanistan socioeconomic futures, and I will try to analyze what is the current socioeconomic situation after the revival of Afghanistan. And last but not least, I will try to make a presentation about the role of the Islamic countries in the Afghanistan socioeconomic structure. As of 2001, since the international aid coming from the international society, Afghanistan increased in terms of its economic development, and its socioeconomic indicators improved as well. According to IMF data, between 2003 and 2012, Afghanistan has presented a 9.2% of economic growth. However, between 2013 and 2020, the economic growth in the country slowed down, dropping down to the level of 2%. Since the fact that the economic growth dropped down and the decreasing international aid led to the narrowing in the service sector, as a result, the employment opportunities dropped down as well. This is showing us the average GDP rate between 2003 and 2012. Afghanistan is a rural country with 38 million of a population. As a result, the agricultural activities are the prevailing activities in the country. And agriculture is constituting 27.01% of the whole GDP and the national income. The agricultural sector is one of the most important factors for the economic growth because 70% of the whole population is living in the rural areas and 61% of the household income is coming from the agriculture sector. In addition to all those matters, the employment opportunities provided by the agricultural sector in Afghanistan constitutes the 40% of the whole employment opportunities before Taliban. We have stated that Afghanistan is an agricultural country. Between 2018 and 2020, you see the agricultural production in this chart. Let me skip those. According to the National Statistics and Information Agency of Afghanistan, the GDP of 2020 is $19 billion. 30% of it coming from the foreign funds, and this was constituting to the 75% of the public expenditures. In another saying, the international aids were constituting at least 80% of the whole budget, as you can see from our chart, especially after 2000s, the international aid has had a huge impact on the Afghanistan economy. Afghanistan is one of the poorest countries in the world, and the poverty rate is 47.1% for the time frame between 2020 and 2020. Although the final data are missing, according to the unofficial reports, the unemployment is expected to be 60%. And with the coronavirus pandemic, the unemployment increased in the region, and 61.7% of the whole population is below the poverty line. The greatest economic opportunity for Afghanistan is the rich natural resources, the mineral sources, natural gas, oil, coal, and some other valuable minerals and earth components are the greatest sources. According to 2020 data, despite the fact that the natural resources are rich, their share in the GDP is only 1.56%. As you can see in this map, these are the important mineral regions in Afghanistan. Marble, for example, is very rich in Afghanistan. After the revival of Taliban, what is the socioeconomic situation in Afghanistan? The revival of Taliban in Afghanistan led to socioeconomic crisis in the country and put additional pressure on the Afghan people. There are economic challenges as of 15th of August 2021. Those information are not coming from the official resources. We have our friends, our beloved ones in Afghanistan, and the whole population is facing with such challenges. Many enterprises shut down. The banking activities are interrupted. The cash flow to the country dropped down. The international aid has been suspended. Many of the public officials were out of job. And the ones who are employed, unfortunately, couldn't receive their salaries. The inflation rose. Most of the products has 100% of inflation. The Afghan currency also devalued a lot. Dropping down from 80 to 130 in terms of its dollar equivalencies. And within 5 months of a time frame, the Afghan people has lost 90% of their purchasing power. So this is the crisis that the Afghani people are facing with. And Dr. Sheila Yusuf and Mehmet Gül, our professors, also mentioned the Afghanistan government has $10 billion of an asset which was frozen by the United States of America. And as a result, the quotas allocated for Afghanistan by the IMF has been stopped, which aggravated the socioeconomic crisis. The UNDP has stated that immediate and timely actions should be taken. Otherwise, Afghanistan's people who are already living under the poverty line will increase from 70% to 97% until the midst of 2022. This was the warning coming from the UNDP. In such scenario, we are already facing with a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Let me give you some simple examples. There are many examples. I mean, many restaurants and cafes are closed down, and their owners are without money and unemployed. The construction projects as of 2015 has been stopped, and all of those construction workers are unemployed, of course. So they are not able to find money to buy their bread, so most probably they are already hungry. Many small enterprises like tailors have already lost their purchasing power, and those enterprises closed down as well. Taxi drivers, I mean, since you don't have money, no one is going to ask for a taxi, and they are unemployed. And the photocopy houses, copying centers, and also the printing houses, at least, I mean, 80 or 85% of them are closed already. The economic crisis in Afghanistan can lead to security problems. The unemployed youth can participate in terror organization. This might be one of the most grave results of the economic crisis. And in another saying, the unemployment and corruption can encourage the youth to take part in terrorist organizations like Daesh, because at the end of the day, those terrorist organizations were also comprised of the unemployed youth. As a result, Afghanistan is seen as the brand new threat. And the migration from Afghanistan to other countries will most probably boost up. And approximately every day, 5,000 Afghan are passing from the Iranian border illegally. This also shows that migration from Afghanistan to other countries intensify. And not only in Turkey and also in European countries, those effects are felt. If the situation continues, then this crisis can intensify even more. The political and economic discrimination shown by Taliban to the Afghanistani citizens will increase the distrust of the nation to the state administration, and this situation will turn into a source of instability for the mid and long term. The researchers show that the Taliban cabinet members, 92.5% of them, and the 79.4% of the governors are the Pashtunis, and they are the Taliban members. As a result, Taliban shows discrimination to non-Pashtunis and their opposition, which has the risk of aggravating the turmoil and conflict in the region. The role of the Islamic countries for the solution of the socio-economic crisis in Afghanistan.
Afganistan'daki sosyoekonomik krizin çözümünde WFP, UNICEF,
as you know, UNICEF and UNHCR and some other international organizations can play a constructive role, especially Islamic countries, and the philanthropist institutions like Turkish Red Crescent or similar NGOs can play a positive role. Also, Islamic countries can work as lobbying bodies in order to make Afghanistan get rid of the extreme poverty and attract international aid. And Turkey can invest in minerals and some other infrastructure projects, thereby contributing to the economic development of the Afghanistan. Turkey is an example. The other Islamic countries, the wealthy ones, can also make investments in those matters. Pakistan, Iran, and Middle East countries, the neighboring countries, can also facilitate the transit corridor establishment so that they can play a very important role. But what is important here is that there shouldn't be discrimination in terms of the international aids. As I have just mentioned, there are different ethnicities and religious sects in Afghanistan. So without showing any discrimination to those groups, we should provide international aids. And in terms of the transparency, all the countries should show sensitivities, because according to the certain news, although it is not easy to identify the discrimination, we know that Taliban is giving those international aid only to their fellow followers and their fellow men, and this will not yield good results. There is another important factor, the budget deficit. This is a critical problem of Taliban. Even Taliban wants it. The Taliban cannot solve this problem on its own because there is no money in the country. When there is no money in the country, they cannot solve this problem. As you can see in this graphic, so as of 2012, our budget deficit increased a lot. So this is a very critical problem that we have to deal with. Last but not least, this is not a proverb, but this is a very important sentence which I have seen in the back seat of a taxi. Life is sad and the future is ambiguous. This totally defines the situation in Afghanistan. So this is the sociological situation in Afghanistan, and the Afghani people are facing this bitter life, and the future is ambiguous. We have no idea whether the problems in Afghanistan, the problem will be solved by Taliban or not. It's not easy to say. And I wonder how the other countries will cooperate, or whether they will cooperate with Taliban or not. It is not clear. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Çok acı bir durum. İnşallah bir an önce bütün bu sorunları
It is a very painful situation, and I truly hope that there will be immediate interventions to adjust this situation. We have Esmatullah Surush and again the Kashmir and a situation. We'll be talking about the situation and the future of the struggle for the power in Afghanistan. Okay, we don't have the sharing of the screen.
And to all the organizers, and also to the Republic of Turkey for giving me this opportunity on this platform. And I hope and I make dua that it's a great success, inshallah, and it has consequences. This, this not only this conference, but Assam itself is a great hope for the whole Ummah. So. As there were already a few speakers who talked about Kashmir, so I had to reframe my presentation in that very context, but I will not take much of your time, inshallah. So the speakers already gave you a context actually about Kashmir, but let me try to share the map of Kashmir with you, inshallah. and accordingly I will go forth, inshallah. So I hope you can see me, right?
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Evet, ekran paylaşım için yardımcı olabilir misiniz arkadaşlar?
No, can't see.
Okay, they are going to help you for the sharing of the screen, okay?
Sorry if there is an issue. Okay.
No, we cannot see now.
Okay, I think it is going now. Probably it's coming actually. And though I don't have many slides, I would mostly. Is it now audible? Can you see it?
No.
Not yet.
Okay. I think it is going. It's showing me that.
Evet arkadaşlar, yardımcı olabilir misiniz?
We are so sorry. We are experiencing some technical issues and I think we lost the connection. We'll be back.
Osman Bey.
Hocam internet bağlantısı probleminden dolayı Müştak Bey koptular. İletişime geçmeye çalışıyorum.
We are experiencing an internet connectivity issue. Please bear with us.
Hocam isterseniz Cengiz Hoca'ya siz devrederek biz Abdurrahman Bey'e geçiş yapalım. Çünkü şu an gözükmüyor.
Cengiz Hocam burada mısınız? Buyurun hocam. Bu oturumu kapatalım biz. Olmazsa arkadaşım bağlantı kurarsa son konuşma olarak o da tekrar sunumunu yapabilir. Cengiz Hocam buyurun. Kolay gelsin diyorum.
Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkür ederim hocam.
Cengiz Hocam, Şafat Bey'le başlayalım inşallah hocam.
Evet, ben bir içeriği getireyim hemen. Bir dakika. Evet, teşekkür ederim.
Thank you.
Evet.
Şafat Bey'le başlayalım hocam.
Başlayalım. Kendisi.
We are going to start with Mr. Shafat.
Evet, Şafat Yusufzai.
We have Shafat Yusufzai. Selamun alaikum to all of you. He will be talking about the evolution of Islamic banking in Afghanistan, a way forward and challenges for new government. He will be talking about the expectation of the new government. Okay, we also have the sharing of the screen.
Thank you, Professor Cengiz Toraman, and I'm really thankful to the ASSAM management for arranging this special program and a very good agenda. Thank you very much. My topic and all the panelists, thank you very much for your patience, and assalamu alaikum. So I'll start with with my introduction. My name is Shafahat Yusufzai. I am a PhD research candidate at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and I've worked in Islamic banks. Started from Pakistan and then work in Thailand, in Afghanistan, and also some projects in the Middle East. Here the topic is evolution of Islamic banking in Afghanistan, a way forward and the challenges for the new regime. As we know that there is no new political regime, and Islamic banking started actively in 2007-8. After that, it was progressing well.
for the last 10 years. So I'll brief about that, how it evolved and what are the challenges to this particular sector in the country of Afghanistan, where there is a political turmoil in this time. So Afghanistan, as we know, that is a Muslim majority country with a population of around 34 million. People are often reluctant in making deposit with conventional banking. And the fundamental reason is that Afghanistan is a sensitive country similar to several Islamic countries, as evidenced by the fact that Muslims account for 99% of the population. Islamic law examines and enforces the law of the land and the rules of this country. Afghanistan's financial sector has played an important part in the country's development over the last decade. Islamic banking has been widely regarded as the fastest growing industry in the nearby Middle East financial services market. Across the globe also, if we see billions of dollars are now managed according to Sharia. In comparison to the conventional banking, Islamic banking is a relatively new business with numerous opportunities to fulfill people's financial requirement based on their religious beliefs. Looking throughout the region, we can observe that Afghanistan did not have an established Islamic banking system until around 2 decades ago, say in 2000 or till 2005. So the absence of a regulatory framework, as well as more crucially well-functioning political processes, as one of the major reasons for this. In my article, I'll explore the issues that the new government faces in adopting Islamic banking regulations and converting the conventional banking business into full-fledged Islamic banking industry in a short amount of time. Because the Islamic banking sector gained prominence in 2007 and 2008 in Afghanistan, the Afghan United Bank and Mawan Bank launched their Islamic banking windows operation in 2007 and 8. The central bank also encouraged to comprehend the people's need, which is why in 2007 it strengthened its Islamic banking department so that it could advise commercial banks on Islamic banking. Some old commercial banks had Islamic banking activities, although they were inactive for a long time. They had this, Islamic banking operations, some of the old banks, which were there for the last 50 years, but they were not that active. People had reservations about the banking system after the introduction of new commercial banks in the early 2000s because of the element of interest or riba, which is prohibited under Sharia. That is why people prioritize interest-free banking. Even after the establishment of new banks, new conventional banks, people prefer to keep their savings at home rather than depositing them in conventional banks. So it is estimated that only 5% of the people in Afghanistan were not affiliated with the banks that operated under the banking system. So considering all this, financial institutions decided to establish a subsidiaries institutions such as the Islamic banking system within commercial banks to pave the way to customers who want to switch to interest-free banking. And one of the goals of introducing interest-free banking was to make the banking sector more accessible to as many people as possible, as well as to educate them on financial matters in order to restore people's trust. Following that, in 2019, the central bank formally launched the country's Sharia governance framework for Islamic banking, which proved to be a significant milestone. Islamic banking can thrive if it is properly run and managed in accordance with Sharia guidelines, and it can also attract many people in the country who are fed up of commercial banking due to the element of interest or riba. So there are also excellent opportunities for investors to use Islamic banking to invest in halal equity-based products. This can benefit both investors and the Islamic banks. Political and governmental stability, as well as the country's law and order situation, must be improved for a stable Islamic economic system. Domestic and international investors can contribute to the growth of the domestic banking industry. The government must make Islamic banking fully operational. Islamic banking is not only beneficial for the people, but it can also play an important role in the government's economic growth and stability. Islamic banking is based on real trade, which can help other related industries grow together along with Islamic banking. The prosperity, equity, and fraternity are the chief objective of Islam, which makes the prosperity as a foundation of the Islamic banking. These things make the foundation of the Islamic banking. So this prosperity incorporates both the spiritual aspects and physical spirit of the human character, remembering the felicity for this world in Akhirah. So from this perspective, this sector is very important. If we see from the Islamic financial services industry report, sector-wise or region-wise, by the Islamic Financial Services Board, so we can see that the Islamic banking industry progressed well. As of December 2020, the total assets were $2.69 trillion. So it is progressing, and it is important for every Islamic Muslim country and their economy. So as for Afghanistan, if I must say that if the government and relevant authorities exercise strict oversight, difficult financial goals can be met quickly. Afghanistan Islamic banking industry can play an important role in the country's development, while also contributing to the international Islamic banking system. So I think the time is not that much, so I'll go through my slides quickly. Evolution of Islamic banks in Afghanistan. So I'll start from the into 2015, Azizi Bank, which is the biggest bank of Afghanistan, largest bank with approximately 100 branches, and Bakhtar Bank, a subsidiary of the same group, which had approximately 60 branches, expressed interest in converting their conventional operations to a full-fledged Islamic bank in order to meet the aspiration of the people of Afghanistan. So Bakhtar Bank officially applied for a full-fledged Islamic banking license in January 2015, but the process took a long time, and the license was finally issued in 2018. So as a result, the Islamic Bank of Afghanistan became the first fully fledged Islamic bank in Afghanistan's history. This bank is doing very well right now with a handsome portfolio. In 2015, the Central Bank of Afghanistan approached relevant private international Islamic banking firms to prepare a regulatory framework for them. In this regard, the responsibility was, for developing the regulatory framework for Islamic banking in Afghanistan was delegated to a reputable Malaysian organization. Simultaneously, seminars were held at various levels to raise public awareness about Islamic banking, and Islamic banking experts were invited to address the concern of the general public, banking executives, and business community. Following that, in 2019, the central bank formally launched the country's Sharia governance framework for Islamic banking, and which was considered as, a milestone. One full-fledged Islamic bank, as we discussed, that Islamic Bank of Afghanistan is fully operational, and there are some other banks like Bank Al Falah, Ghaznafar Bank, My One Bank, Afghan United Bank, Afghanistan International Bank, New Kabul Bank, Azizi Bank, and Bank Milli Afghanistan. They had their operational windows working in Afghanistan. Okay. I think if I've touched in my article about the way forward from the Maqasid Sharia perspective, and if riba is prohibited, then we can protect our mal from the this evil, and also we can protect our nafs. If we see the Maqasid Sharia, So it is protection of mal, nafs, aqal, etc. So we can protect all these things, and these things are interrelated or interconnected. So from the Maqasid Sharia perspective, the importance of the Maqasid Sharia in Islamic account begins from the point of view of the wealth of Islamic law. In the Islamic law, this relates to the targets of the Islamic law in financing and business exchanges and to the general objectives of Sharia wealth. Then, harmonization, this is one of the point where there was ambiguity that has been solved, that the majority of the people in Sharia scholars belong to the Hanafi school of thought, and their views of on Islamic banking and its products are consistent, because there is no controversy or differences of views among the majority of the Afghan scholars. So Islamic banking products are already harmonized. So there is not that issue. So this is one of the positive things which they are carrying. I'll go to the major challenges and recommendation. So there is no separate law approved by the government or political regime properly approved by Parliament or Shura incorporated with Sharia scholars, scholars or ulama's opinion and vetting. So the consensus of the ulama in Afghanistan should be taken along with the expert opinion of the Sharia technical experts in Islamic bankers. This is one of the major problem. And the other one is Islamic financial institutions are typically regulated by the same body, either under the same regulations as conventional institutions or under a separate set of rules. In developing countries, regulation is sketchy at best or even non-existent. There is no proper policy for conversion of the conventional banks to Islamic banks. As for the new regime, if they want to convert the Islamic banking, conventional banking into a full-fledged Islamic banking, the whole portfolio to Islamize it, there is no proper policy at the central bank level or at high level. So a special working committee of Islamic banking experts, including local and expatriates, should be made immediately to make a plan for conversion of the conventional banks to Islamic banks, gradually following the AOFI's conversion policy. As we know, we can have Islamic Sharia experts in Afghanistan, but technical experts we need to hire from outside the countries like Turkey, Pakistan, or UAE. So they should work on this plan and then gradually working to convert the conventional portfolio into Islamic. Clients that are unfamiliar with Islamic banking modalities are one of the problem. It was critical to hire people with Islamic banking experts and Sharia advisors who was well versed in Islamic finance and fiqh al-mu'amalat. These are the individuals who will continue to guide customers and provide them with the thorough understanding of Islamic banking and its products. So already these guys are there, but for the full-fledged Islamic banking conversion from conventional to Islamic, then they need more experts and technical Sharia experts from abroad. The high cost, this is also one of the problem that the experts who are coming from abroad will charge more. So that is one of the issue that the commercial banks who are in this political situation, they are not performing well, or there are some restrictions, and they to bear a loss or to bear a cost of hiring people would be a difficult task. But certain funded should be funded. This project should be funded. Some countries should fund that, or some Islamic financial institutions should fund this project by paying the cost to those technical experts from abroad, which will really help the country, and there will be no financial burdens on the commercial banks working there in the society. And for the major conversion of the whole portfolio, there must be, expertise are required. There are technical people who are required. The main obstacle, is the lack of the effective Islamic banking legislation and lack of the Islamic banking product mechanism, standardized practices. So that in AUFI, IFSB, and all these organizations, Islamic Development Bank, they should help Afghanistan, and by providing technical people, and also by providing funding to the commercial banks and the central bank to formulate all those laws, regulations, conversion plan, and convert the whole conventional banking into a full-fledged Islamic bank. So these are my references. So if there is any question, you are welcome.
Where's everyone?
Yes, Professor Dr. Cengiz Turaman and other respectable panelists. If there is any question, or Brother Usman.
Hocam sıra sizde.
Sorry about that. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shafat, for this beautiful presentation. Hopefully, in Turkey, we have progressed a lot in terms of Islamic banking, although we are not at the level of Malaysia. Hopefully, in the future, we will also extend our helping hand to Afghanistan in terms of the development of the Islamic Bank. It will really be a pleasure for us, because we believe that the Islamic Union that we dream of should be based on the development and the evolution of the Islamic banking. Hopefully, in the future, Turkey will also make great contributions to Afghanistan. And we have the banking regulation authority in Turkey, which regulates and inspects all the activities in Turkey. And hopefully it will be no problem in Afghanistan as well. So as our second speaker, I would like to yield the floor to Abdurrahman Fuat as our second speaker. He will deliver a speech about the Indo-Ottoman Muslims relation and how can we assess it for our future, and how and what kind of interpretation we can provide for the future. Well, Professor, there is a connection problem with it. So maybe we can continue with Mr. Mushtaq. We can listen to his speech from where he left. We can proceed with Mr. Mushtaq right now. Okay. Mr. Mushtaq Wani, if you are ready, you can deliver your presentation about Kashmir. The floor is yours, Mr. Mushtaq.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. First of all, I thank ASSAM and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my views on Kashmir, and also the Republic of Turkey for giving me the forum to be here actually. So my presenters who spoke on Kashmir, they contextualized the Kashmir issue for me. So if it was possible, I would again like to share a map so that I will take your attention to the issue. So consider this presentation, consider this more as an, I would say, as a matter of sensitization, as a matter of sensitizing people rather than a very formal and methodological presentation. So I think my screen can be seen. Can you see my screen now, hocam?
Yes, can see.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, actually. So my topic, Kashmir, the human tragedy and the global powers. So here I just want your attention, towards the point that where exactly Kashmir lies actually. So basically this is the map of the greater Central Asia, let's say. So Kashmir was has been culturally part of Central Asia, owing to the fact that Islam came to Kashmir through this route actually from Turkestan and Uzbekistan and other countries. So that's why this is important for me in order to bring into your attention. So, and you will see in our Kashmir University we had earlier only one research institute, and that was the Research Institute for Central Asia. So again, you will see here I have some books which are talking about Kashmir and Central Asia. And then also, since Kashmir lies on the erstwhile Silk Road, so we had close connections with Kashgar. Rather, we had a road from Kashmir to Kashgar. So we have a book here, which is Kashmir and Kashgar, a narrative of the journey of the embassy to Kashgar in 1873-74. So here again, I'm taking you to the same road, Silk Road, the civilizational and trade route that connected much of the world of the time. And you see Kashmir is falling on the same road. So again, this is the map. And now we come to the current map of Kashmir. So as you see, Jammu and Kashmir, which is controlled by, occupied by India, and Azad Kashmir is administered by Pakistan, and other two territories, Aksai Chin and Shaksam Valley, they are actually controlled by China actually. So that is so this gives us an idea of how strategic Kashmir is actually as a place, because all the three neighbors, Pakistan, China, and India, they are all nuclear powers. So that puts Kashmir on a very strategic place in the world. And especially also since Kashmir is basically a valley, like since Kashmir, historical Kashmir is composed of many parts, but the most I would say troubled region, that is the Kashmir Valley. So it's a very landlocked region, and the only route that is now to the world is from India, is through India. In the past we used to pass through the road called as Mughal Road, and that used to go to Pakistan and other areas. So something this because I would be more talking from my own experiential point of view rather than taking up the core political issues, because our speakers they presented they contextualized the issue. So Kashmir, as I said, after having been taken over by India in 1947, historically it has retained its autonomy, a sort of autonomy from the historical times actually. And we had even a dynasty called as Shahmir dynasty, and which continued for 200 years. Before Mughals and Afghans and others ruled as Muslims. And then when the British came, they sold this part to a nearby Hindu king. So in 1931, the Dogra regime, the Hindu regime, they killed actually 22 people of Kashmiris actually. So the reason was that there was the regime had kept the people of Kashmir, uneducated, and they were suppressing them, and there was forced labor, and against that actually there was already resistance against the regime actually. And in 1931, while there was a reported desecration of Quran, so one of the persons named as Abdul Qadir Khan, he was taken into custody for having talked about this issue. And the people had gathered in the capital of Kashmir, Srinagar, in order to support this person, Abdul Qadir Khan. And meanwhile, there was the time of Salah, and one person, he just stood up and he gave the azan, and he was shot dead. He was martyred thereon. And from there, another person, he started the adhan, and he was also shot down. He was also killed. And in this way, 22 people have been martyred for that one azan. And this is a historical case actually. This is reported to be the only case of its nature where one azan has been completed by 22 people. So their status, because why I am telling this, because the issue of Kashmir does not start in 1947. Kashmir, the resistance starts dates much back to it. It starts in the Dogra regime, 1931, and thereon Kashmiris, they organize into what is called as the Hurriyat Conference, which is formed in 30s. And then it continues when the Dogra regime is abolished and India takes over. The resistance continued there, and then definitely it was more sort of an occupation where Kashmir was taken militarily without the consent of the people of Kashmir. As it was already contextualized that when the issue, when India took it over militarily, United Nations intervened, and they suggested a referendum, right of self-determination for the people of Kashmir. But what happens in the discussions, around the world, is that Kashmir issue is regarded as an issue between two states. This reduces the people of Kashmir to mere objects actually, because 8 million people living in the valley have their own 8 million people have their own voices, have their own stories, have their own dreams to tell. So this is important in the context of what has been happening from 5th August 2019. Though human rights violations and torture and rape has been a common affair before, is not a new thing actually, as it has been already well documented by human rights, UN Human Rights Commission, Amnesty International, by Medicine Science Frontier about the mental issues, as well as by the local NGOs like Association for Parents of Disappeared Persons, Jammu Kashmir Coalition for Civil Society, as well as by the Indian organizations and research institutes, including the global Organization for Islamic Cooperation. So having said that, I do not want to give figures because numbers reduce people to mere objects actually. But just for the sake of information, because as I said in the very onset, this presentation should not be considered as a methodical and an academic presentation as such, but given the matter of urgency that Kashmir has become an existential issue in itself. Kashmiris are living a life of existence of a lie between life and death. So my views are more of a matter of sensitization, a matter of that speak about urgency of what's happening in Kashmir, because after 5th August 2019, life is no more normal actually. Though we have seen actually lockdowns and curfews and tortures, but the scale that people have been witnessing the situation is something that is unimaginable, because the media laws that have been newly formed are something that put the journalists between a situation of life and death. They either have to accept the state narrative, or they have to be the people. So it's a life and death situation for them also. Apart from that, the situation, the economic situation that Kashmir has gone through in the pandemic actually speaks volumes of what is happening actually. Kashmir is lost, in billions of dollars actually, and
It's terrible.
And the situation and the process of the abrogation of the autonomous status itself was something that was horrible actually. Kashmir itself is already the most militarized zone in the world, but for this abrogation of the autonomous status, they had to bring more forces, and there has been like prohibition on gathering of people actually, and in a way it has been, pandemic has also been used against the people. So you can imagine the magnanimity of the interference in the lives of people, in including their religious freedom. And recently there has been news about the closure of the biggest mosque, masjid, Jami Masjid in Srinagar. So as a person who comes from Kashmir actually, I have vivid memories of how it is to be a Kashmiri. I'm again reiterating that I would not give many figures and facts here, given the fact that human beings are not mere objects, they are not mere numbers, but they are humans. They have emotions, and they have a place in society that makes them to to be human beings as a whole, not just the numbers and facts actually. So having said that, as I already mentioned, that the gravity of the situation is an extent that calls for urgency, given the fact that Kashmir, as I already said, is located between three nuclear powers, and there is always a threat of a nuclear confrontation. And if that happens, actually, not only Kashmir, but not only Kashmir will be no more, Kashmiris will be no more, but also it would have global consequences for other parts of the world actually. And as was already mentioned before, there has already been few wars between the two states, Pakistan and India. So what role, while this abrogation was happened actually, the autonomous status was actually abolished. Security Council had a meeting, actually a private meeting, closed door meeting, and there has been no actually consequences on what the Indian state has been doing actually. So that speaks of the what the global politics is, how it is operating actually. Apart from a few countries like Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, and people usually the Muslim states are silent about this issue because of the relations with the economy. The Arab states have very good relation with India that keeps them away from any engagement with Kashmir as such, Kashmir issue as such. So let's talk about the internet also. Internet has become like a food for the people of the world, and it has already been said that it is a fundamental right actually. But given the fact that there was pandemic, and without getting information about what pandemic is all about, what COVID-19 is all about, Kashmiris were not having access to internet actually. The doctors were craving for an internet connection so that they can download a file about the updated knowledge about coronavirus. Not only that, but also when this abrogation was happened, actually, Kashmiris did not have internet facility for many months together. And that way, not only the internet facility, but also phone connectivity as well as the telephone lines were snapped for a long time, actually, for months together. So you can imagine the magnitude of the oppression, the magnitude of the magnitude of helplessness that people of Kashmir would be facing. And because of the lack of internet facility, no education, definitely no business, and no connections with the neighbors, actually, no connections with the relatives. And this is again, this was not only an economic trauma, but also it's putting Kashmiris in an emotional trauma. And unfortunately, there has been an increase in mental stresses, actually, and because of the legal changes also, people are being drawn to drug addiction. It has become sort of a menace. It wasn't like this before. And also, unfortunately, suicide rates have been increasing, which is something that I never witnessed in Kashmir, actually. You will see, I mean, there is this picture. I don't want to, put much violence on the screen, but if you see this, the picture on in the screen, actually, it will say a lot of what is happening, actually. This picture was about, I mean, this person who had, in the pandemic, the grandfather, he left his home and he went to some other place, and meanwhile he was shot dead by the forces. And on top of that, his grandchild was put on his body. Such a, I would say, such a situation and such a, I would say, callousness speaks volumes about how people can, how forces can act, actually, with respect to Kashmiris, actually. So, okay. So, having said that, I mean, given an account of me as a political subject, actually, who has lived this reality, actually, I think it's not very far to imagine.
Müştak Bey, toparlayalım, pardon.
Could you please wrap up, Mr. Müştak? Could you please wrap up? Let's wrap up.
So my take is that my request is that to the from this forum to the international community is that because Kashmir is is not an issue about the Kashmiris only. Definitely, it is a human issue. It's a human tragedy, but also it has, as I already reiterated, that as global consequence, actually, in terms of the refugees, actually. God forbid that if something happens, there might be a refugee problem also. But also, as the nuclear issue is also something we should make the world conscious to wake up. I thank you so much for the patience. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
Thank you very much. Kashmir is indeed a human tragedy, and hopefully such kind of activities will contribute to the solution of that problem. Thank you very much. Abdurrahman Fuat, I guess he is with us right now. And as I have just stated, he will deliver a speech about the Indo-Ottoman Muslims relation beyond the brotherhood and way to forwarding will be his speech, and how we can develop those relations even further. We are expecting your speech. Abdurrahman, the floor is yours.
Paylaşımını yapabilirsiniz. Müştak Bey çıktılar.
You can share your screen, Mr. Abdurrahman.
Hello. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much. I am
Welcome again.
I am Abdurrahman Fuat, and doing my PhD in Atatürk University in Islamic History and Arts. And today, actually, I am a listener, not a speaker. Every time I want to gain knowledge, but not speak on the audience. The gaining knowledge is one of my career objective. That's why I have joined in this conference. So they gave me a time and opportunity to say something on this topic, and I also thank to ASSAM, and they accepted me my paper. That's why I'm here today. Today I want to talk, the title is the Indo-Ottoman Muslims Relations Beyond the Brotherhood and Way to Forward. Actually, why I choose this topic is also, I want to explain this, is to explore the Indo-Ottoman Muslims' heydays under the history of religious and political relationships, to perceive a vibrant message for the upcoming days of the Muslim Ummah. Actually, we don't know our historical days, and we know only our present days and our political days, how we join in the politics and how we are passing our economical days. These are, but we don't know our historical days, what we did in the past. And if we learn some lessons from the past, then I think we can walk forward by follow it. So I want to share some knowledge in this case, that first of all, here actually will come first the early relations. If I want to discuss from early relations, from 1453 actually the relations started, and when Ottomans conquered the Istanbul and the capital of the Byzantine Empire and the last stronghold of Christians in the east, that is Istanbul. And Ottomans owned the great Istanbul's in a time and evoked the veneration in the inter-Muslim world at a time. That time, the Indian Muslims, probably in this region, from this date, some of the Muslim rulers of South India actually, it may be the Bahmani kings Muhammad Shah and Mahmud Shah. They are the main ruler of this relations. And from the Ottoman side, Ottoman Sultan Muhammad and the Bayezid II, they are the main ruler to keep these relationships from 15th century. The second stage, if we see about the relation, how the relations went forward actually, the Ottomans and the Indian Muslims was the Ottoman conquest Egypt in 1517 and the Sultan's assumptions of the universal Caliphate. From that time, actually, if I say in a bold color, that I can say from 15th century, the relationship started. As is known, the institution of the Khilafat that time, it was also out of not out of questions about the Ottoman's Khilafat, and it was someone's raised a question how Ottoman claimed the Khilafat, because Khilafat finished when by the Hazrat Ali's death. So Ottomans cannot get any Khilafat right. So it was also a discussable point. Then Umayyad came. After Umayyad, Abbasid came. Then came to Ottoman. So evidence suggests actually that when the power hand over to Ottoman, that after annexing Egypt and the Hejaz, became interested in the affairs of Muslims in the subcontinent, and they wanted to help the ruler of Gujarat, Muzaffar Shah, against the Portuguese. And actually this time they desire, we are not very strong to fight with the Portuguese. That time they wanted to help from the Ottoman Sultan, Muhammad Selim. And Selim also agreed to help them and sent some of his militaries to help the Indians against the Portuguese. And from this, the relationship came into the front line. And after some journeys in India, Sayyid Ali Reis, we know, and he wrote a travelogue called the Miratul Mamalik. I hope we knows this reference book, which is not only the author and also valuable information. And I will suggest to everyone to read this book, the Miratul Mamalik, the Mirror of the Countries. And in this book, he described the political and cultural conditions of 16th century in India, and also described the furnished details about the people he had met and the places when he visited during his long journey in Indian subcontinent. If I say Ahmedabad, Sindh, Multan, Delhi, Afghanistan, and Iran. So after the discussing of the background, I want to go about the Ottomans and the Mughals relations. The earliest reference to the Mughals in the Ottoman sources go back to the first half of the century, 16th century. But clearly, if I say there is no record of or any official link until Jahangir's reign, possibly because of the legacy of Timur's success over the Ottomans in 1402 at the Battle of Ankara. After that, as Akbar consolidated his power and extended his empire, he developed an anti-Ottoman attitude, which led him also to claim the title of Caliph for himself. And the real power, and what I will say is real, then they are anti actually, and they fall into an anti-climax. That's why he tried to set up an anti-Ottoman stand and generally demonstrated his attempt against the Ottoman. And also he set up his relations with the Safavids in Iran and Uzbeks against the Ottomans. Then Jahangir came, and he was not indifferent to the Ottomans, possibly because of his friendship with the Safavids. But soon there developed a conflict between the Mughals and the Safavids over the Kandahar, and they, in a few time, they tried to set up a new relations with the Ottoman Sultan Murad IV. However, nothing happened because of the death of Jahangir a year later. in 1627. Then Sultan Shah Jahan came into the throne and was the first Mughal ruler to set up regular diplomatic relations with the Ottomans, but we have never seen before any other Mughal ruler like Shah Jahan. In his era, he actually tried to his relationship with Sultan Murad IV when he was sent an envoy called Mir Zarif Ispahani. Although the proposed alliance didn't again materialize, Mir Zarif's diplomatic missions was the first of several exchanges between the two Muslim rulers. So after his death, some things happened, and but the relationships didn't go forward simultaneously because of the British. The British came at a time in Indian subcontinent, so there are some climax. If I say, if I add to this that we have the main reason for the stagnation of the official links was the chaos with the British and the Indian Muslims, and also the British with the Ottoman. After the historical, the important things here in come that the Pan-Islamism came into the fields that Islam recognizes no divisions of geographical boundaries or nationalities among its followers, but as it says in theoretically, but practically this is the different, totally different. Pan-Islamism, in many cases, it can be found employing these terms when seeking help from the Ottomans, especially from the Central Asians, Khanates of Bukhara, and which of these Pan-Islamism terms, appeals of such nature continue to be made with increasing emphasis on the responsibility of Muslims towards each other and the Khilafat. And from one side, British and the Europeans claims us that we are on the Muslims are Muslims was blamed for the raising of the Pan-Islamism, but this Pan-Islamism did not raise in the Ottomans' time. It raises actually in the Europeans' era when they were in a black era. They did not know how to communicate between themselves, but they only learned that from the Muslims. So it actually remained in their era, and from them continuously Muslims gained this Pan-Islamism. So this Pan actually we should to start on the Pan word, and I tried to here the Pan is from the Europe actually, then there's Pan-Salvism, Pan-Germanism, then some writers used in Islamic sources about the Pan-Islamism. So we cannot say we are the we wrote first the Pan-Islamism in our reference books. And if I want to say growth of the some sentimental attachment of the Muslim world to go to the Ottomans was perhaps unavoidable in view of historical developments between the 16th and 18th centuries. There were the three great Muslim powers ruling over large parts of the Muslim world. Who are they? The first Ottomans, then Mughals, and the Safavids. The rest of the Muslims' lands were under independent Muslim rulers. Since there was no immediate threat of any Muslims' domination, and there was therefore no grounds for looking for outside help or protection. But by the end of the 18th century, in the face of European expansion policy, the Ottomans were singled as the strongest Muslim power. This naturally turned the eyes of Muslims in other countries towards the Ottoman Empire, and holding that it might come to their rescue. To some extent, the Ottoman claim of the universal Khilafat and self-imposed mission of serving in the name of God and the uplifting his name, Ilahi Kalimatullah, to which they gave a great deal of publicity and contributed to his orientation, and by follow this way, Indian Muslims continuously followed to the Ottomans, and they followed some Ottomans rules. After the following these rules, they gradually gained some hope from the Ottomans to go to the Hajj, the big gatherings, and primary sources of disinformation of information for the Muslim world that they gained from the Ottomans. But actually the Ottomans were themselves also suffering from a series of political, economic, and military setbacks at a time at the hands of the Western powers. The expansions of the frontiers of Islam had long ceased after the failure to capture the Vienna in 1699. On the contrary, the Porte had started losing lands to the Christians. Economically, the empire was heading towards the Saxons. Since the diversions of the world trade routes from Ottoman lands to the Atlantic Ocean after the establishment of Dutch and English powers in Asia, especially in Indian subcontinent. So politically, the empire was no longer able to match the superiority of Europe. The sultans, though they claimed to be universal Khalid, were unable to protect the Muslim world. So,
toparlayalım Abdurrahman Bey.
Okay, then
Please wrap up.
The Ottoman sultans tried to keep his relations with the Indian Muslims. How? With the pan-Islamic reference. I mean pan-Islamism. They tried to gather the Muslims of the world in an umbrella to gather them, to know them their problems, and stand in an umbrella and to protect their unity, to protect their strengths against the Europeans. And after that, the Europeans blamed the Ottoman. Why? Because they protected the Indian Muslims. On the other side, the Indian Muslims, they vote to the British Empire. That's why they were in apple of discord. How they will rescue from these problems. And from the Ottoman side, it was a very big problem. From the Indian side, Indian Muslim side, they cannot keep any side. They cannot, the Ottomans, they cannot protect the Ottoman side, and they cannot protect the European side. They also in Apple of Discord. So here I want to close my discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And I'm also very sorry, and I did not share my slides in the screen. So I'm very sorry, and thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz Abdurrahman Bey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdurrahman. So our last speaker in this panel, Mesut Hakkı Çaşın, I believe he is in Yeditepe University right now, if I'm not mistaken. If you are ready, Professor, you can start.
Geliyor mu sevgili hocam?
Buyurun hocam, geliyor.
Can you hear me? Yes, we do. Can you see my screen right now? Yes, no problem.
Sayın Başkan. Başta komutanım Adnan Paşa'ma, Albay
Good evening to all our professors. First of all, I'd like to thank Adnan Pasha and all our organizing committee. Maybe due to COVID-19, we are speaking with each other from a distance. I hope after the pandemic, we will come together and we will hug each other. There are a couple of important actually events. One of them is the defense industry of Turkey and how we can overcome imperialism in this important geography. I do believe those matters are really important. Today is a very important day in Turkey as we are organizing this summit. Our president also organized a very important summit today. If you pay attention, I mean, 13 heads of state and 32 foreign ministers have participated in this summit. And good news have been given. I mean, the trade volume of Turkey increased from $4 billion to $30 billion. All those good and great news in the field of economy and politics is really important. And Turkey will share 15 million doses of vaccines with Africa, and this is a clear indication of Turkey is helping Muslims. And if the Turkovac, the Turkish vaccine, is approved by the WHO, the Turkish vaccine will be sent to the whole Africa. Our president has never turned its back to the African people, and we have opened a new page in Africa, and we want equal partnership. And we always stood against the imperialism. So the thing that we will be discussing in my speech, how can we protect the sovereignty of the state? And what kind of a role the Turkish defense industry can play in that regard, and what kind of a leapfrog development have been realized by the Turkish defense industry, I would like to explain it as an academician. The Turkish defense industry is one of the most important industry in Turkey, and when we take a closer look to the embargoes imposed on Turkey, I do believe this move by Turkey is really important. And at the same time, as our previous speaker has mentioned, Turks have conquered the Istanbul. And at the same time, it's really important to develop the cutting-edge technology in our weaponry. So UK has attacked on Turkey via Iran front, and Turkish oils are attacked to be distributed by those foreign powers. When we take a closer look to our geography that we are in at the moment, we see that the Turkish army is present from Syria to Libya, from Caucasus to Karabakh, and all those victories have been realized and come to fruition as a very important global player, which is Turkey. And Turkey is supporting the cross-border operations quite significantly. And for the last 30 years, the Minsk group couldn't solve the conflict in Karabakh, and Turkey has solved this problem with the heroic Azerbaijani army. And Turkey is supporting from Somalia to many African countries, and all those weapons are increasing the reputation of Turkey. And those defense industry policies, which are aiming to develop the instruments, is really important. That's why the Turkish defense industry is also supplying the backup and accessories, which is really important. Transition to modern defense industry has been strengthened with the cutting-edge military technology, but as we know very well, the modern warfare has changed as well. The RD has come to the fore. The modern warfare is not taking place only in the air and land, and it is taking place in the cyberspace as well. And at the same time, the development of weaponries, ammunition, the rocket and missile industry, electronic industry, and the wearable technologies have taken a very important play. It's really important to develop the appropriate technologies in the right time, and also it requires that our weaponry should be up to date. The Turkey is connecting science, technology, and industrialization, and at the same time, 75% of the Turkish army's needs are being provided locally. And our president has initiated this local and national defense industry moves, and the 10 years of supply programs have been initiated, and at the same time, the national satellites will be produced in Turkey. And all those projects are being carried out much faster. So in this sense, I do believe we should take a glimpse to our gun trade. Although the gun trade is symbolically and politically important, the connection between the suppliers and the receiving countries will change the future policies of the countries. In that regard, within the last 20 years, Turkey, with its export volumes, have already taken its place within the top 10 weapon-producing countries. And this is showing the international place where the Turkey is standing. And we know that Saudi Arabia is in the first place. Let's take a look to the global share of the major arms exporters. We see that United States, France, and Germany and United Kingdom, and they are being followed by the China. The war didn't come to an end after the Cold War, and the small arms like the rifles and are expected to reach to the trade volume of $30 billion. When we take a look to the modern weapon systems, we see that the warships evolved, and as the aviation developed a lot, the jet fighters have come into our lives, and future air combat system, FSAS, have come into our lives, and from 5th generation to 6th generation fighter jets we have transformed into. And the Turkish Republic hopefully will hand over our national warplane to our air forces. And in terms of the transportation planes, we are producing weapons together with Europe. And in terms of the main battle tanks, Turkey has long used the German and American tanks, but right now Turkey is producing its local tanks, Altay tanks. So $8.3 billion is the global scale, and by 2030, Turkey, with the addition of the Turkish products, it will reach the 14 billions, and Turkey is already producing its local automatic rifle. The weaponization is increasing, and after the Cold War, the defense industry has increased, and the production in the defense industry has increased by 3%, especially after, the regional conflicts are playing a very important role in that regard. And I also do believe that the expenditures of the armies increased due to the armament race. As a result, the threats are tried to be prevented through wars, and at the same time, the foreign powers are selling weapons and ammunition to the region. This leads to the lack of self-confidence in the state, and as a result, they are allocating higher budgets from their national incomes, and we see that they are actually increasing the number of their soldiers. The development of the weapon technology boosted up and speeded up even further with the 20th century. And with the development of the underwater vehicles, the hypersound weapons are developed quite swiftly. Those weapons are actually moving 7 times faster than the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, each country would like to develop weapons for their own safety and security, but this is limited, and we see that the global players are not handing over the technology to the other countries. As a result, this is becoming a very important feature in our defense policy. So can we say that the countries with only the aggressive policies will own those weapons, and as a result, they will dictate their political interests, and they will actually sustain the system with cutting-edge weapon technologies. And we see that the great countries are imposing embargoes to the Turkey, although we paid for its money. The F-35 fighter jets are not given to Turkey from the United States of America, which is supposedly its ally. And when the Turkey bought the S-400 missile systems, our ally has tried to weaken Turkey economically. So since this is the case, I do believe Turkey becoming one of the top 10 arm exporter is a very important lesson to be taken. So when we take a look to the map, although the United States of America is selling the highest number of the arms, we see that they are not very successful in terms of their foreign policies. But the American countries and the European countries are actually spending so much money to their R&D, but they are not transferring those technologies to the other countries. So we can increase our armament with true manufacturing. So as a result, you have to manufacture your own weapons and ammunitions. So in order to comprehensively develop those weapons and arms, different parts should be taken into, gathered together. And as a result, we do believe there are 2 points which are really important. We should be able to adapt to the cutting-edge technology and modern times. And as we are doing it, we see that the Turkey is using its qualified working force, and all those modern weapon systems are being manufactured within the NATO standards. And it is really important to manufacture all those weapons with a cost-effective manner. So what I'm trying to say is that this Pars armored vehicles or Gökbey helicopters or Hürjet fighter jets, at the end of the day, they will be subject to exports if you want to produce them cost-effectively. I mean, when we sell our attack helicopters to Pakistan, to our brotherly Pakistan, the American companies try to prevent it. But what Turkey has done, Turkey has achieved a great achievement as well. In the Thai plane factory, Turkey has come to the point of producing its own engine. So when the embargoes are imposed to a country, then you should develop your own methods. So the superiority of Russia and America is shared at the moment with China. So we see that the competitions in the arms are increasing. And as a result, the strategic calculations and economic efficiency gains the foreground. As a result, the embargoes are observed to be a great political pressure imposed on countries. So we can come to the conclusion that if the national honor is targeted, then it will put some danger on its sovereignty and independence of the country. Since we think that Turkey is a NATO member, we are in need of the developed local defense industry. As a result, together with our armies and our soldiers and with the cooperation of the public and private sector, hopefully we will opt for the ideal model for the development of those weapons, from its design to R&D studies, from non-sophisticated weapons to more complicated weapons production. We should follow those footsteps. And we can say that the defense industry can be summarized as the total accumulation of the industrial assets.
Savunmayla ekipman sağlayan firmaların tamamıdır.
And these are comprised of all the companies providing actually those weapons. And I mean that Turkey has found three plane factories, one engine factories, and thanks to God, right now we have also constructed our own wind turbines and Jupiter missiles, which actually turn Turkey target space carrying the atomic bombs. Right now, we are manufacturing our own fighter jets, Hürjet, and together with all our helicopters. Turkey is already at the point of exporting spare parts and weapon systems to the United States of America and Europe. So, according to the strategic movement plans of Turkey, together with the headquarters of our army within the 10 years of plan, Turkey has reached to a very satisfying level, and Turkey is at the level of producing its own tanks. In terms of the strategic defense management, there are a couple of things that I would like to say. You can manufacture all those weapons, but it should be sustainable and their export share should be increased. In that regard, the military cooperation and supply policies and the macroeconomic features of those matters are really important. And in terms of the macroeconomic policies, we do believe that the defense economy plays a very important part. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished professors, I'm certain that you are tired, but there are a couple of issues that I would like to explain. The Turkish market is open to the foreign sector as well. It's as a dynamic structure. We can adapt ourselves to the new technologies, and in the face of new developments unfolding, we can renew our sector. The unmanned aerial vehicles are also used for the military purposes and not only for the civilian purposes. In the past, Turkey has turned into a target with the Jupiter missiles, but right now Turkey is at the level of developing its own weapons, and Turkey is at the level of producing its own ammunitions. With your permission, there is one point that I would like to share with you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, after this treacherous attack on our ammunition factory, we don't have any ammunition, local ammunition left, and I have been sent to the Korea. And Turkey is at the level of developing not the conventional ammunitions, but the electronic triggered ammunitions. This is the source of pride for the Turkish armed forces. So right now we can even hit a target from 250 kilometers, and all those laser triggered missile systems can be implanted to our tanks. And this is clearly showing the progress that the Turkish armed forces has achieved. So this success gives actually security and trust to our allies and fear to our enemies. And the Turkish army, which is filled with the cutting-edge technologies and weapons, with all the participation of our private sectors, we are developing our national defense industry, and the nationality of our defense industry is increasing every passing day. This brings along new capabilities, And at the same time, rather than using the foreign weapons, we are using the local and national technologies, and it is really important to reach out to the critical technologies. Within the national defense industry, we are using the bombing plays with our unmanned and manned aerial vehicles. We are able to orient those weapons to our targets, and at the same time, the pilot training centers are even being prepared by our local industry, and this is the result and success stories of our universities and the private sector companies. So in terms of its export inspections, once again, we realize that the local national defense industry is increasing our leverage in terms of the negotiations. This creating the infrastructure from scratch, dating back to the times of the Ottoman Empire, has enabled the Turkish Marines to develop its underwater vehicles. So this is giving us the good news of the new Barbarosses of the Turkish army. So Turkey is trying to be threatened with a couple of weapons provided to Greece, but Turkey is a very important force in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East and the Caucasus, and Turkey is creating this axis of trust, and Turkey has achieved this quite successfully. So in that regard, it is not possible for Greece to win over Turkey. And Israel is also selling certain weapons and ammunition to Greece, and they are training those Greece pilots. This is very dangerous. And the Greece is increasing the weapons in the islands, which is the violation of the Lausanne Treaty. And Greece is trying to prevent Turkey to make use of those natural resources in the Mediterranean region. In the face of all those challenges, Turkey is swiftly developing all those weapons that we need. And our air forces can really waive the enemies from attacking Turkey. That's why we are attaching significant importance to the R&D studies, and we are developing all our weapon systems, and Anadolu helicopter warship has been constructed by the armed forces. And Turkey is one of the top 7 countries who are able to manufacture a submarine. So these are great success stories. The deliveries for 2020 has been done in time. And the mid-range missile systems have been started to be exported. And those figures have increased from $2 billion to higher levels. So all those defense expenditures not only increase the Turkish capacity for manufacturing, but at the same time, we see that our exports to the American and the European continent is increasing. So in a nutshell, what I can say is that the Turkish export turnover increased, and at the same time, the professors and also the high quality engineers contributed a lot to the system, and the R&D expenditures increased. These are what I can say, and this is a great source of happiness for me. The local defense industry in Turkey increased 260%. This is a rare success. And the export share of the defense industry in the total exports increased to 3.5%, and the Milgem corvette, which has been manufactured for Pakistan, is really important. And continentally speaking, the defense industry break export record. Unfortunately, we don't see such success stories in the media. Here you can see the country is where we have exported a lot, and we are not exporting our products only to the Ukraine, but to the Germany as well. So the media of the United Kingdom has stated that the Turkish defense industry challenged the whole world with its indispensable unmanned aerial vehicles. And the unmanned aerial vehicles played a very important role in Syria, in Libya, and in the Karabakh War. So the success stories have really changed the military strategies and tactics. when we take a look to the manned aerial vehicles developed by Bayraktar, have been sold to Poland, and Spain most probably will buy from those vehicles. So in order to wrap up my speech, and if you please give me a couple of minutes. Yes, please. Mr. President, so, Mr. Chair, armament is indispensable for the countries, and defense industry is its complementary part. So all those policies are the continuation of our national policies. In its national security policy, Turkey stood against the ones who tried to break the balance of Lausanne Treaty, and Turkey is trying to be prevented in its efforts with the Fethullah terrorist organization, but still Turkey accomplished a lot. And these are all signing towards our 2023 targets. And as Adnan Pasha has stated, Turkey has broadened its operation and intelligence coverage area from the Gibraltar to all the way to the Caucasus. The operational activity of Turkish army increased, and its wavering power increased as well. Turkey is among the top 35 armies, but right now Turkey is the greatest fifth army. With its air and naval forces, Turkish industry is in the leapfrog development. In the Syrian operation, we have used the national weapons, and it gave a great trust to the Turkish army. The standoff bullets and missiles can be used in F-35 fighter jets within 250 kilometers of a missile range. And hopefully, this is my greatest dream, the Turkish fighter jets will be used by the Turkish pilots, and we will see that our aerospace will be used by our Turkish pilots in order to defend our own aerospace. And with our national helicopters and with our national planes and with our attack helicopters, with the commissioning of Gökbey, and the fact that all their engines are being produced by the Turkish engineers, will say that the embargoes against Turkey will be a thing of the past, and Turkey will overcome all those obstacles and barriers. In a nutshell, I can say that the Turkish armed forces spread fear to the enemies and trust to our allies. And Turkish defense industry is at the level of cyberspace. So with the establishment of Eastern Anatolia Observatory and with the development of the national and local technology, all those developments are really important for Turkey. We are finding our strength from the rifles of our soldiers and also the good wills of our creator. And we are determined to make Turkish country and nation live forever. And we are always committed to protect the Turkish sovereignty. This is what I would like to say. And I, last but not least, would like to say that this is the picture from the Yemen front. And my grandfather fought in the Al-Quds front. And our soldiers are right now actually carrying much more and modern vehicles and weapons, and Turkish armed forces will achieve greater things. Thank you so much, dear moderator, ladies and gentlemen, listening to me. And I extend my gratitude to my commander. Hopefully, we will be together in the future. Thank you very much, distinguished professor. You have made us proud with our defense industry once again.
So all of our speakers have finished their presentations. Thank you very much for the session. Good evening. Thank you very much, Professor Cengiz. And with the speaker and presentation of Professor Mesut, we became very enthusiastic. We almost are going to ride a horse and taking an operation. I think that this is what Allah bestowed upon me. We shouldn't lose our hope. And we are his messengers.
Allah razı olsun. Sağ olun.
Mesut Hakkı Caşın hocam bugün Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip
Professor
Erdoğan
Dr. Mesut Hakkı today, together with our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, has participated in the Turkish-African meeting, and they shared some pictures from that meeting, pictures that are going to be shared to you by our friends. Thank you very much to our professors, to esteemed listeners and participants, and to our audience, to Professor Dr. Ulam Abifait from America, who listened to us. And I wanted to know that our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, has a meeting with the president of Congo Democratic Republic, and at the press conference that they held together, they spoke the following sentences. The mutual action plans, through these action plans, will deepen our relations, and let's win together, let's improve together, let's grow together, let's increase the public peace together. And we have the mutual hopes, and I hope that the African Union is the messenger of the foundations of the Islamic Union that we hope to have in the future. You can see here the flags of the Islamic countries, and we are all very enthusiastic about the foundation of the Islamic Union. I hereby extend my gratitude and salute to all of you. And first of all, I want to extend my salute to the President of Board of Directors of ASSAM, and to all of our stakeholders and associates. And I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning at the beginning of our program at 10 o'clock with the same enthusiasm and emotions. I hope that I will be able to see all of you tomorrow morning. Good evening.
Teşekkürler. Hoşçakalın. Komutanım çok sağ olun. Çok teşekkür
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, especially for your presentation, all the participants. I think that through your presentation, you were able to raise the morals, the enthusiasm of all the listeners and the participants. Thank you very much again.
Hayırlı akşamlar cümleten.
Sağ olun. Kolay gelsin.
Katılımcılara hayırlı akşamlar diliyorum.